Oh, good morning, Bu Heli.
Located in the green premise of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung, West Java, the Department of Chemistry Education is one of the oldest departments in UPI, initially established as the Natural Science Program in 1954. The Department of Chemistry Education Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung, West Java, whose name the Department of Collaboration is one of the oldest cooperation agency initially established. We provide an academic atmosphere for a satisfying. The Department of Chemistry Education Universitas experience in studying chemistry and chemistry education. Aligned with the UPI's vision, the Department of Chemistry Education under the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Education is determined to be a leading and outstanding department in chemistry and chemistry education. The Department of Chemistry Education strives to prepare professional chemistry teachers and chemists who can compete globally, also establish and strengthen national, regional, and international networks. These missions are supported by 7 professors and 40 academics, consisting of 24 lecturers holding a doctoral degree, and 16 lecturers are prospective doctoral candidates. The Department of Chemistry Education offers 4 study programs, including Bachelor of Chemistry, Bachelor of Chemistry Education, Master of Chemistry, and Master of Chemistry Education programs. 3 study programs have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Council for Higher Education. This rank indicates high qualification and recognition of study programs in fulfilling the national education standards. For Master of Chemistry program as a new study program has met the minimum requirements for accreditation. The 4 study programs are now undergoing the accreditation process by the International Accreditation Board. With the existence of educational and non-educational programs, the Department of Chemistry Education implements the cross-fertilization principle to build synergy between the 2 programs and strengthen the 3 pillars of higher education that consist of education, research, and community service. The curriculum structure in the Department of Chemistry Education is designed to prepare students either for professional work or for graduate studies. At the bachelor level, students will be studying fundamentals of chemistry, analytical chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, biochemistry, applied chemistry, lab experiments, and additional course of chemistry education for students of the educational program. While at the master level, students will be exposed to a more comprehensive knowledge and research of chemistry, chemistry education, and their applications. The Department of Chemistry Education is supported by 4 expertise or research groups in the chemistry program and 7 in the chemistry education program to excel at the 3 pillars of higher education. The chemistry program specializes in material chemistry, environmental chemistry, biological chemistry, and food chemistry. Material chemistry group focuses on the transformation of biomaterials or waste materials into nanomaterials, porous materials, and hybrid materials that can be used as catalysts, corrosion inhibitors, as solvents, and membranes. Environmental chemistry group conducts research on bionutrients, biohydrogels, membranes, thin films, bionanomaterials, nanocomposites, and modeling studies. Food chemistry group manages research on food fortification, food preservation, functional food, food safety and security, aiming to produce high-quality food. Biological chemistry group researches exploration and modification of natural products from Indonesia that can be useful for application in environment, energy, health, and food. The expertise group in the chemistry education program consists of chemistry literacy for education for sustainable development or ESD and teacher professional development, high-order thinking skills or HOTS in chemistry education, chemistry in context or ChemiCon, read, answer, discuss, explain, create curriculum, problem-based learning, intertextuality in chemistry learning, innovative assessment in chemistry, and digital media for learning chemistry. The research development at the Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated through many research grants worth billions of rupiah each year, local, national, and international fellowships, and strengthened through partnerships with government, industry, research institutes, and other higher education institutions. The Department of Chemistry Education provides students with facilities to support all student activities from learning to student well-being. The teaching and learning process are conducted in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. The Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated with the Smart Class equipped with a smart board and sophisticated audio-visual media to support digital-based learning and interactive and collaborative teaching. To carry out independent learning and e-learning, the Department of Chemistry Education also uses the Learning Management System or LMS established by the university, such as Integrated Online Learning System or SPOT and Online Learning System or SPADA. These platforms enable an easy and more flexible learning process. The Department of Chemistry Education has 9 laboratories equipped with standard and advanced instruments to support practicum and research, including Laboratory of Basic Chemistry and Analytical Chemistry, Laboratory of Physical Chemistry and Inorganic Chemistry, Laboratory of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry, Laboratory of Analytical Instruments, Laboratory of Teaching and Learning to support chemistry learning simulation and research in the chemistry education program, and 4 research laboratories. The laboratories are accessible to all staff and students of UPI as well as external researchers. To promote safe practice, the labs are equipped with safety equipment, standard operating procedures or SOPs, and personal protective equipment or PPE. In addition to standard laboratory equipment, students and staff can access various instruments including UV-Vis spectrophotometer, Fourier transform infrared or FTIR spectrometer, high performance liquid chromatography or HPLC, gas chromatography mass spectrometry or GCMS, atomic absorption spectrophotometer or AAS, liquid chromatography with tandem mass spectrometry or LCMS-MS, thermogravimetric analyzer, and computational.
Hello, I'm here already. Can you hear me?
Other
I
support.
managed
Yes,
to get a new
Professor
laptop.
Shou.
Yeah,
Yes.
my friend borrowed me a laptop.
So, is it working?
You want to try it now?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, maybe
Please do.
will turn on my video and see. Yeah, can you see me?
Oh, yes, we can see you.
Okay,
Yes.
you want me to share the slide also?
Sure. You can type first, please.
Okay, I think the host is disabled participants screen sharing. Can you
Host,
allow me
please.
to share?
Please.
Yes, please.
Yes, yeah, now I can share already. This one, right, PowerPoint. Try and see. Yeah, can you see my slide?
Okay, we can
Okay,
see your
thank you so much.
slide.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Wait.
Yeah. Okay, finally. Thank you for all the trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some kind of technical
Yeah.
difficulties, I guess.
Yeah, on time before 8 o'clock.
Yes. So, good morning, all participants. Welcome to our fourth day, I guess, of this virtual summer school. Also, welcome again, Professor Shou, to our university online this way. There is also Bu Heli, I believe, is here. Hello, Bu Heli.
Yes, Ibu Helen is here. I can see from the participant list.
Yes. I think we are still waiting for the participant first. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Can we test the slide? Yeah, because I have
Yes,
some
yes,
video.
please.
Just in case you cannot hear the audio, then I will adjust accordingly.
Yes, please.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, let me test quickly. Go through the slide.
Mhm.
Can you hear the audios here? There is audio here.
No, I cannot, unfortunately.
Cannot hear, right?
Yeah, I cannot. Can you set your when you share it, can you set to share it the sound also?
Yeah, no worry. Let me reshare again. I stop
Right.
sharing now.
Yes. Okay, still loading. That's right. There you go. Let's try the audio next. Oh no, not yet.
You want to test it now?
Yes, please.
Can you hear this?
No, no, I can't.
No sound as well.
Yeah, no sound.
Mm,
How do we set this up?
let me try again.
When you share it, there is a panel, the black panel on top of it.
Yes, yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah. Can you try to click the triple dot over there? I think there is an option for share sound over there.
Actually, I always take the share sound and optimize for video clip.
I see.
Mm,
It's still not working, huh?
no worry. Let me try again. Is all the
Yes.
participants here already?
Some of them are, but not all. But yes, some of them are already here.
Okay.
Okay. I think he's changing his device again, I believe. Oh no.
We know about microalgae. Microalgae are
Now we
microorganisms
can
that first
hear it.
appeared on Earth
Now we
around
can hear it.
3,000 millions of years ago and
Thank you,
created the
Professor.
atmosphere as we know it today. They are the first organisms that performed oxygenic photosynthesis and are therefore the origin of all known plant-based life.
Finally.
They are the reason why we have oxygen on Earth.
Yes,
Yes,
Professor.
good.
And still today,
Yes.
microalgae living in the oceans
All right,
provide
and
us
stop
with
the
more
audio
than
now.
half.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, should we start now? Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our fourth day of summer school. Today we have Professor Paulo Shaw from University of Nottingham, Malaysia, and he will talk about about renewables energy. One of it is using microalgae in his research here. First, we have before we start, we have a video first, right? On this topic. So please enjoy this first.
Apologize, Professor Shaw. Could you please stop the
Yeah, stop
sharing the
sharing.
screen?
Yes.
Yeah,
Done.
thank you.
Thank you.
Around the world, renewable energy use is on the rise. And these alternative energy sources could hold the key to combating climate change. What is renewable energy? Renewable energy is generated from sources that naturally replenish themselves and never run out. The most common sources are solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and biomass. Over 80% of the total energy consumed by humans is derived from fossil fuels. However, renewables are the fastest growing source of energy in the world. Renewable energy has many benefits. First, it can combat climate change because it creates no direct greenhouse gas emissions. The only emissions that they produce are indirect, meaning those that result from manufacturing parts, installation, operation, and maintenance. But even those are minimal. Second, renewable energy can decrease pollution and therefore reduce threats to our health. Wind, solar, and hydroelectric systems create no air pollution emissions, and geothermal and biomass energy systems emissions are much lower than non-renewable energy sources. Third, renewable energy is a reliable source of power. Because renewable energy sources are, well, renewable, they will never run out. Once built, renewable facilities cost very little to operate, and the fuel is often free. As a result, renewable energy prices tend to be stable over time. While renewable energy has many advantages, it is not without downsides. It is difficult for renewable energy sources to generate power on the same large scale as fossil fuels. Building wind farms and dams can disrupt wildlife and migration patterns and lead to ecological destruction. Both solar and wind energy are intermittent. They only generate power while the sun is shining or while the wind is blowing. Batteries can store excess energy for later use. However, they are often costly. While renewable energy presents some challenges, it also offers an environmentally friendly alternative to the greenhouse gas emissions and pollution of fossil fuels. And as advances in technology make renewable energy more accessible, affordable, and efficient, an end to climate change could be within our reach.
Okay, that is some teaser of what is coming next. But first, before we continue, I would like to introduce you to Professor Show. Host, please. Okay, Professor Show or Professor Professor Dr. Paul Show is he graduated from PGCHE with certificate in higher education, PhD in bioprocess engineering, and bachelor in engineering with honors in process and food engineering, with research focus mostly in bioprocessing, separation and purification technology, as well as algae biorefinery engineering. This is some of his research, so there are almost 600 papers, so we are just taking 3 here. One of them is on algae potential for forest bioenergy production, also for wastewater remediation, as well as heat and mass transfer in quantum flow for absorption of membrane-based absorption heat pump. This is some of his professional qualification. He's also a top 2 winner for Malaysia National Custom Initiative in 2022, which is the most recent one. One of his also in 2020, he was in top 2% world top scientists in the Stanford list. Next, I guess. No. He will introduce himself more in his presentation, I believe. So, Professor Show, time is yours.
All right, thank you so much for the nice instructions. Please allow me to share the slide now. Right, I believe you can see the slide now, right?
Yes, yes.
All right, so again, thank you so much for all the invitations, and sorry for the trouble this morning. I believe there is some hiccup in this morning, but no worry, I will try my best to finish within 1 hour for my today short lectures. So just a brief introductions about Malaysia. I believe Malaysia is not new to everyone here. I believe Malaysia is a neighbor country. Just to share with you, currently Malaysia is have 34 billion populations, which is around, we have around 30 states. The capital located in Kuala Lumpur. Right. So after talking about Malaysia, let me share with you the Eastern Nottingham. As you know, in Eastern Nottingham, we have 3 campuses. The first one in UK, second one in China, the third one in Malaysia. So Nottingham University is a global university. We have 3 campuses. The first in UK, which is around 34,000 students. Second one in China, which is around 7,000 students. And the third one located in Malaysia, which is in Semenye, which is around 5,000 students. For information, Malaysia is already have 22nd anniversary in Malaysia. So we have 22 years already. Right. So a little bit about myself, right? So currently I'm a technology advisor in high value, high tech agriculture under Ministry of Agriculture Malaysia. So whenever there is a proposal, there is a grant policy, so I'm the one of the panel technology advisor who will give the advice. Currently, I also a university ranking advisor under this High Mocha University of Technology, North Bangkok, Thailand. So whenever there is a university ranking related to QS, whatever ranking, top science university ranking, so I will try my best to help them, because I'm one of the panel in Malaysia under the MIRA, which is Malaysia Research Assessment. Yeah, so I will give some tips to them how to improve the ranking. Yeah, based on Malaysia perspective. Right. So I also founder of International Bioprocess Society. So in this society, actually we have around 20 members. So this member actually we are more on young researcher. They're working together. We organize some conference, special issue, and sometimes we have a meeting to think what is the future of this bioprocess. Right. So So I also a director of Food Processing Research Center as well as co-director of Future Food Malaysia, Beacon Excellence. So when you talk about anything related food, future food, so I'm the person in charge. So many of you maybe wonder what is a Beacon Excellence. Basically, Beacon Excellence is the highest rank, status of the research institute in the university. We call it research. Other university they call it research institute. But in my campus, in UK campus, we call Beacon Excellence. So just another about me, actually, I just promoted become full professor in 2019. So relatively young professor, there's a lot for me to learn from everyone today. Right, so I also visiting professor from Wenzhou University in China and Chennai University in India. So I help them in terms of the research and give advice to the young researcher in the university. So I just got my PhD in bioprocess engineering in 2 years time. So it's quite a very fast PhD because I do have master. Yeah, right after my bachelor degree, then I straight to the PhD. So I used 2 years to finish my PhD. Yeah, as mentioned by the chairperson today, yeah, right after my PhD, I got my another professional certificate we call PGCE. Currently, I'm the higher education academic. This which allowed me to teach in a university. Yeah. So I also chartered chemical engineer registered with IChemE and also fellow of Institute of Chemical Engineer. Currently, we call fellow of HiChemE. But also I just received another professional. We call it Asia Professional Engineer, which is a professional engineer. And professional engineer, that's why you can see my title with IR, as well as professional technology, that's why you can see my title with TS. So this is all about it, yeah. Right, so this is the TS. Right, so I also a corporate member registered with this under the Institute of Engineer Malaysia. Right, so as you know, I'm very active in editorial board. Yeah, I'm editor-in-chief of this current Nutrient and Food Science, deputy editor in this bioengineer, Journal of Hazardous Material, Biotechnology, ESE, Journal of Nanostructure in Chemistry, ETI, Environmental Technology Innovations, AEJ, Scientific Report, Biochemical Engineering Journal, Processes, Biocatalyst, and Innovative and Technology Management Journal. So I think last week I received another appointment from Journal of Liquid. So I'm the editor of Journal of Liquid as well. So my area of research covering from bioprocess from upstream to downstream. Upstream mainly is fermentation, cultivation of microalgae. Upstream more to the separation purification. Yeah, that's why I do a lot of separation purification technology. Today I will share with you what is the latest technology of microalgae. So I also work a lot of microalgae biorefinery. Yes, so as you can see in this microalgae refinery, there's some require sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water. Undergo bioprocessing, we produce biomass. Under the biorefinery, you produce a lot of byproduct. So you have algae, biocrude, yeah, polyunsaturated fatty acid, biodiesel, pigment, and bioethanol. Right. Please allow me to share with you. Actually, last 2 months ago, yeah, we organized a conference. In that conference, we set a very important consortium. We call Alga Biotech Consortium. In this consortium, actually, we have invited 33 partners to join this consortium. So it's relative very large consortium. I can see one of the largest consortium working on this Algae Biotech Consortium. So in this consortium, we gather all the researcher, all these university partner and as well industry, and from Malaysia as well international, they work together in this Algae Biotech Consortium. So you can see we have advertised it in this New Straits Times. So established of the world first Algae Biotech Consortium as well under the Malaysia Research Online. So Malaysia become the research center for the world first Algae Biotech. So today's topic I will share with you with the latest development in microalgae biorefinery. So before I start, I would like to share with you what is microalgae. Yep. So microalgae, actually, you can see from, I think most of you know microalgae, right? Actually, algae can divide into macro and micro. So let me share with you what is general of algae first. Algae is a photosynthetic plant which can grow rapidly, can grow very fast, and grow with the help of carbon dioxide, sunlight, and nutrient-rich water. So the ranging is very big. I can say from the single cellular to multicellular with a size of 0.5 micrometer to 100 meter. 100 meter is we call macro because it's a big one. So macro, you can see like our human being always eat seaweed. Actually, seaweed is called a macroalgae. Right. So just to share with you, the microalgae composition, we have three major composition. The first one is carbohydrate, second one is protein, third one is the lipid. So microalgae only require sunlight, water, and inorganic carbon dioxide. So of course, you need some nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. For carbohydrate, you can produce bioethanol, bioprotanol, and bioplastic. While for protein, you can produce a lot of byproduct, example, which is animal feed, human nutrient, single-cell protein, pharmaceutical usage, cosmetic, and biofertilizer. While for lipid, you can produce a lot of biofuel, example, which is biodiesel, biogas, and nutraceutical. So other than these three major compounds, microalgae consists of very variable compounds such as vitamin, mineral, pigment, polyunsaturated fatty acid. So these are all very important element which is make microalgae so expensive, yeah, very so valuable. Right, so a little bit share with you what is the protein content of this microalgae. Okay, protein content actually very high compared to soybean, compared to peat, compared to others. So the main species that contain most of the microalgae actually you call spirulina. I believe you have a lot of spirulina, everyone, right? So spirulina contain a lot of microalgae, but it's different type of not all the microalgae have very rich protein. Some very low protein, some very big protein, rich in protein. Also to share with you the protein yield, okay, to for land required for producing 100,000 kg of protein. So microalgae only require 0.7 to 2.5 hectare of land in order to produce 10,000 kg of protein, compared to other crop, right, like rapeseed, yeah, required 22.8 acre of land, which require more land. So I believe microalgae actually has a potential to replace all these synthetic meat. Yeah. So also to algae lipid actually is a fat. Okay. So lipid you can see in biomass oil content, yield content, land required, and biodiesel productions. So you can compare it. Microalgae have very high potential, very high bio oil compared to other crop. Yeah, so example is sunflower, palm oil. While yield is highest, as well as land required is lower, and biodiesel production actually is not bad also, compared very high also compared to other crop. Right, so let me share with you a video what is the microalgae in general. Okay.
Sustainable development is defined as a development that allows us to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. However, the reality is that we are far from that. Never has the impact of mankind on the planet and its ecosystems been so tremendous as during the last 100 years. This circumstance is critically worsened by an exponentially growing world population increasing at a rate never witnessed before, putting food supply certainty at great risk. How can we produce and supply enough food in a sustainable way to a population which is expected to rise to almost 10,000 million by 2050? How can we produce 60% more food than today in just 3 decades when the climate change and eroded soils are greatly affecting agricultural productivities? With this critical scenario, we need to find innovative solutions to help us tackle the problems. In this context, microalgae have real potential to contribute towards the sustainable development. But what do you really know about microalgae? Microalgae are microorganisms that first appeared on Earth around 3,000 millions of years ago and created the atmosphere as we know it today. They are the first organisms that performed oxygenic photosynthesis and are therefore the origin of all known plant-based life. They are the reason why we have oxygen on Earth. And still today, microalgae living in the oceans provide us with more than half of the oxygen we have. Also known as phytoplankton, they are the first link in the aquatic food chain. However, we have not paid much attention to them until now, because we now know that they have great potential to improve our lives in many ways. There are more than 60,000 different species, all of them with different biochemical composition and properties, hence with many different potential applications. Furthermore, they are highly productive, even allowing a daily harvest. They don't compete with conventional agriculture since they don't need fertile lands to be grown. And they are an inexhaustible source of biochemical richness, including proteins, omega-3 fatty acids, carbohydrates, carotenoids, polysaccharides, vitamins, or phytohormones, among many others. Thanks to this composition and their biodiversity, they are a raw material with immense potential for application in many different sectors. Microalgae can be a key part of the solution because they are a source of clean, sustainable, and inexhaustible biofuels. Because they are one of the most efficient CO2 biofixation systems in the world. Because they are a novel food source cataloged as the food of the millennium by the FAO of the United Nations. But more importantly, microalgae-derived products are already playing a key role in considerably increasing productive yields in agriculture, aquaculture, and animal production. For all these reasons, we not only owe microalgae life as we know it, but also the improvement of our lives in the coming years. They are our origin, but they are also our future.
Right, so as from the video, actually, you can see microalgae actually is our origin. He exists, I think, more than before our human being day. And this is also our future because only now we realize that microalgae is so important. Right, so let me continue. Okay, so today I will share with you why microalgae biorefinery, right? So I believe a lot of people heard about biorefinery. What is biorefinery, by the way? So biorefinery actually, as I mentioned in microalgae, it consists of lipid, protein, pigment, carbohydrate, all these in this microalgae biomass. So because as we know, microalgae is plant cell, it's where it takes cell wall. In order to break the cell wall, you require sonication, microwave, enzymatic, hydrothermal, pulse electric, and thermal shock. So after this series of pre-treatment, all the ingredients in this microalgae will release. Okay, so after release, we come up with carbohydrate, which is undergo fermentation. You can produce hydrogen, ethanol, lactic acid. So for lipid, you undergo a transesterification, you produce body cell and glycerol. Of course, under fermentation, you produce a lactic acid. So while protein undergo a serious treatment, you produce animal feed, fertilizer. All this will produce effluent, which is wastewater. Wastewater can be reused it as a cultivation, okay, microalgae cultivation. So this is how this biorefinery works, right? So let me share with you the future of biorefinery. So according to what we understand, the first generation of biorefinery actually food feedstock using sugarcane, corn, second generation of biorefinery is the lignin-cellulose biomass, which focus on forest, agriculture, algal industry, manipulated SOL residues. The third generation of biofuel focus on algal feedstock. So we can see a lot now when people talk about how to use algae as a feedstock to produce biofuel, all this, right? The fourth generation actually they focus on biorefinery. Okay, so focus on genetic modification of raw material. That's why you can see a lot of genetic modification item nowadays. I think the fifth one actually starting from 2022. So what is the fifth generation of biorefinery? A lot of scientists they're talking about what to do next year. So I believe this is the future trend. Right, so to share with you the sustainability of microalgae biorefinery, from what we understand, microalgae actually, we require a cultivation so that we produce as much biomass. This is we call it upstream processing. We call cultivation of biomass. So the second one is what right after you have this cultivation process, right? So you need to harvest it. Okay, what is harvest? Harvest actually is dewatering to remove all the water inside this cultivation process, so you get a biomass only. So what you can do, you do a series of treatment to produce oil, okay, which is biocrude, so that you can do further treatment to produce a biofuel and chemical. Of course, how to make it sustainable is require a lot of combination, as I mentioned, social, environmental, and techno-economic study. So all this is important to work together hand in hand to make sure this sustainability of the microalgae biorefinery. So I have another video to share with you. Actually, when we talk about how to convert this microalgae become a biofuel. Just a quick one. I believe I think this is very important for a summer school. Because when you are free, actually you can do it at home also. Not so difficult. This is how we generate biofuel at home. Right. So you can see.
These are some tiny petri dishes of algae. The algae are transferred to a growing pond filled with seawater. A paddle wheel is used to keep it circulating and growing evenly. A light simulates sunlight. A few days go by. The pond has now grown bright green and thick with algae. Now it's being drained.
This we call dewatering.
The algae are isolated from the water. The cell walls are crushed to free the oil. A little hexane is added to separate the oil. Sodium hydroxide is mixed with methanol
Yeah.
and used to convert the oil into fuel.
That makes it well. You can see
Pay
a
special
tree.
attention to the top layer, because that
Top layer is
is a
the
low-emission
is the
biofuel.
biofuel that we are talking about. So it's very simple, right? Yeah, this is how we make biofuel from microalgae biomass. All right, so after we talk about microalgae biorefinery, I think firstly I talk about what is microalgae. Second, I talk about what is biorefinery. Third one I would like to share with you is artificial intelligence, because nowadays it's a very hot topic in around the world. We're talking artificial intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence actually is we call AI, refer to a simulation of human intelligence in a machine that are programmed to think like human and mimic their actions. Just a robot, I can say. Whatever you do, whatever you want to program, you want to do some coding, they will do exactly what you want. Okay, so just to share with you, the first industrial revolution, we focus on steam engine. Everyone know that, right? That's why we can have a steam engine nowadays. So second generation, actually, you focus on electric motorized assembly line. That's why you can see a lot of conveyor belt they're working in this heavy industry. The third one actually is focused on automation with robot arm. So this related to heavy industry also. They use robot arm to build a car, build heavy vehicle. Then the fourth one actually nowadays is very happening already. We call it production system that learn, adapt, and predict. Yeah, the industrial revolution 4.0. That's why you can see a lot of people they will use a cloud system using the database, big data to monitor everything. This is the industry 4.0 nowadays. Okay, so after we talking AI, right now I would like to share with you what the latest development on this microalgae biotechnology. Yeah, so we have developed a new method we call liquid biphase system. What is liquid biphase system, by the way? So liquid biphase actually is a liquid partition method of two liquid phases. All right, so we combine two composition into one system. So we have successfully recovered and separate many active compounds. Example, color pigment, protein, carbohydrate, lipid, vitamin, mineral, enzyme, neutral, aroma, heavy metal, nanotube. So whatever that you name it, right, we can use this liquid biphase system to do the separation. It's very convenient method. And for information, we publish a lot of paper regarding this liquid biphase system. Right. How to make liquid biphase system, by the way? It's very simple, just need to quite two steps. The first step is the mixing of gender shaking. So just how to make coffee. Make coffee require sugar, creamer, coffee powder, water, all these things, right? Just sometimes people like to add some oil inside. Yeah, I think coconut oil, essential oil to make it upgrade the flavor of this. Up to you. You want to add whatever that you want, just a mixing of ingredients inside. So second is incidental under gravity force. If you fast equal centrifugation, it's very simple process, just require two steps to make liquid biphase system. In this liquid biphase system, there is two main factors affect this liquid biphase system. The first one is the phase forming component. Just like how you make coffee, you need a very different type of coffee powder, right? I guess sometimes a Robusta, Arabica, all this is different type of coffee powder. So the phase forming composition is very important. So the phase forming can be added as a self-destruction agent as well as a separation prevention agent. How to add a self-destruction agent? As I mentioned just now, you need to break the cell wall of it. So this is a phase forming component, right? So you will attach on the surface of the cell. After attaching the surface of the cell, then the active compound will release from the cell, right? After release from the cell, right? So now this phase forming can play another second role, which is do the separation and prevention agent. What is the second phase forming component? Can be salt, sugar, alcohol, and liquid. So whatever you put inside, you automatically partition the top, right? So you partition the top, all the active compound, example, compound that you like, a protein, carbohydrate, lipid, or EPA or DHA, all these value compound will partition the top. Right. Well, what is the second main factor affecting this liquid biphase system? Actually, is a concentration of this phase forming component. If below the concentration become miscible, which is a homogeneous phase, which is what we don't want. While above the critical concentration become turbid and form two phases. So this is what we want. Whenever you want to do liquid biphase system, phase diagram is so important, because phase diagram you would indicate, make sure you form two phases. Right. So this is to share with you here. So whatever you do, right, must this above the phase diagram. This is we call phase diagram. This is below phase diagram. So what we want, we do want the below the phase diagram. So we only want the two phase. Okay, this is the concentration of PEG, concentration of dextrose. So whatever you've done, right, must above this figure so that you can form two phases. So what is the benefit for using liquid biphase system? So the first side is high water content. Why high water content is important? Because high water content is important because we deep light horizon, like microalgae, require very high water content so that you can make sure the activity of the active compound remain active. Right. Second one is low interface tension, which is easy partitioning. So it's important when you deal with two-phase system so that it's easy penetrating from the bottom to top from the bottom. The third one is rapid processing. Less than 10 minutes, you can produce your product already. I believe you make coffee to need more than 10 minutes, right? So this is very same method. It just requires less than 10 minutes, you can get your final product already. The fourth one is stabilizing effect. Yeah, special property of the phase forming component. Because what we're doing is, example, the phase forming component, we have PEG, EOPO, ethyl oxide, propylene oxide, and then we have salt, sugar. All this is actually special property of the phase forming component. Large scale application, at least 10 liters, you can make it scale up because it's involved of mixing of water. Fifth one is a simple operation step, just require 2 steps. You can do in fact, some method is less than 2 steps also. Yeah, minimal action required, shaking and centrifugation. Low investment cost, recycling chemical that I think some of the chemical can be recycled. I will share with you later on how to recycle the chemical. Environmental friendly, no toxic phase forming component in the system because we deal with food industry. We are not allowed to use any toxic chemical in the phase forming component. The last one is that we really proven is high yield, high recovery, and high purity in this liquid biphase system. So let me share more information with you. Actually, we have improved version of this liquid biphase system. The first one we integrated with thermosensitive polymer. We call it thermo-separating biphase system. Second one, actually we integrated with this bubble. We call it liquid biphasing flotation system. This is a bubble concept which should not require mixing and centrifugation. The third one, actually we upgrade it again. We integrate with upstream and downstream together. Meaning that we do cultivation and we do the fermentation. At the same time, we produce some product and do the separation as well. Right. So we call X-ray technology in liquid biphase system. Right. So let me share with you one by one how this thermo-separating biphase system work. Right. The first one actually thermo-separating, we very dependent on this thermo-separating polymer because this is pretty important rule. Yeah. So we mix the fermentation and cultivation medium together with this thermo-separating polymer. Thermo-separating polymer can be EOP, alternate oxide, propylene oxide, can be PEG, can be different type of this. Then we heat it above the critical solution temperature. So in that case, we cannot heat too high because if it's too high, right, it will denature and the active compound will die. So what we want, we heat it above 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, then we form two phases. Top phase consists of water-rich top phase, bottom phase consists of EOPO, which is like oxide, propylene oxide, rich bottom phase, which we recycle it. So this we call thermo-separating biphasic system in this. Right, let me continue how this liquid biphasing flotation system. Right, liquid biphasing system actually very simple like a liquid biphasing system, just that we combine this solvent submission together with this liquid biphasing system. So you can see solvent submission actually in layman term we call it a bubbling concept. So you can see this is gas passing through a cylinder gas, this will produce bubble. After produce bubble, right, okay, the active compound, right, will attach to the surface bubble because of hydrophilic and hydrophobic site. So this is we perform first layer of separation. After reach interface, right, we perform second layer of separation because the phase forming component will capture whatever that required in this. So in other words, liquid biphasic flotation can able to produce higher purity and higher yield, yeah, compared to conventional liquid biphasic system. So this is how the system liquid biphasic system work. Right. So let me share with you. In fact, you can see there is a lot of very simple method, but in fact, there's a lot of parameters to optimize in the liquid biphasic system. Yeah, just how you make coffee, you need to have a correct concentration of this coffee powder, sugar, creamer, the correct temperature, then how the mechanism work. I think this is exactly the same thing. You need to have the molecular weight of the polymer, concentration of the salt, concentration of the polymer, pH, volume, aqua phase, volume of the polymer phase, amount of liquid feedstock, gas flow rate, flotation time. But when they put it, you just put it one time, then you can continue using the same system. So this is how we do it for extraction of lipid from this microalgae. So this carbon dioxide crossing to a cylinder gas, we form a lot of bubble. This is bubble with all the lipid we attach to the surface of the carbon dioxide bubble will reach this EOPO phase. EOPO phase will heat above critical solution temperature. Then we on top of it we see a lipid, pure lipid. Then bottom phase is see a concentrated EOPO, which you can recycle. So this is how the general concept of liquid biphasic flotation system. Right. The last thing that I want to share with you, which is a smart extractive technology in liquid piping system. Why I say smart? Because we integrate this IoT, artificial intelligence system inside this system. So we can say it's one stone killing more than two birds, because we trying to do the cultivation on the microalgae. At the same time, we do the harvesting. Then I don't think we need harvesting. At the same time, we do the product formation. So this is a feed forming component plus a feed for the microalgae. This is a nutrient we put inside. Okay, this is like normal cultivation of microalgae. So after the harvesting time, maybe as I mentioned from the video, is 7 days or maybe up to 14 days. We heat it about the critical surrounding temperature, I think 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. We form two phases. Top phase consists of bioproduct plus the water. This is a pure product. It can be a lipid or can be protein, can be carbohydrate. You just remove the water, you get your pure product already. What water phase consists of forming component and together with the biomass, which you can recycle it. So this is how the smart technology, extract technology works. Of course, how to spend smart, because we put some sensor inside, we can monitor the concentration of the oil, concentration of the biomass, temperatures, volume, so they can adjust accordingly. This we call smart extraction technology. Right, so this is the last video I will share with you. Yeah, this is how to work smart technology, extractive technology in our lab. So we are doing a simulation of this cultivation and biorefinery of microalgae. This is a single step. This is how normally we do in our lab. You can see we do the cultivation of microalgae at one shake flux, right? So after the harvesting time, right, we stop the agitation, we heat it up to critical control temperature. After we heat up, right, you can see a two layer of it. The first layer actually is the concept of biomass. Okay, so after you heat up, right, all the biomass, the mature biomass, right, will break the cell wall and release the lipid inside. Our middle phase is water. The bottom phase is the still active biomass, which can recycle it. So this is how we saw this. We call it extract technology. But with the input of this smart, right? So we put some sensor inside it. You can use a mobile phone to monitor. Example, this is the oil layer, water layer, and this biomass, you can recycle it. So this we call smart extract technology. All right, so let me move on. So microalgae as a sustainable future food source or not? Yeah, I believe yes, because why I say so, as I mentioned, spirulina powder actually type of microalgae. It contains 65% of protein that required in our body daily, compared to you eat beef, fish, chicken, peanut, which is contain less protein. So that's why you see NASA and aerospace people, they don't eat they don't bring egg, they don't bring meat, they only bring spirulina. This is enough for them to enough protein for them to survive in the space. Yeah, so this is how microalgae can be a sustainable future food source. Right, so this is another video I share with you, which is from the World Economic Forum. Is microalgae the future of this sustainable food source? Right, so this is a quick video. Yeah, it's the latest discussion in this World Economic Forum, because now we are solving the food security issue. That's why we are thinking how to use microalgae as a solution. Yeah, because microalgae not only can pick up food, can be a source that to reduce carbon dioxide, as well to treat the water, because microalgae can able to convert heavy metal become a biomass which can for under application. So you can see from this, yeah. Providing a foundation, but don't have roof, stem or leaf, means they grow very fast. Yeah, can be easily harvested for use in biological, plant, plastic and food. So according to World Economic Forum, by 2050, planet actually is not enough food already. So that's why it's very critical as a researcher, as a scientist. We need to find a solution to solve this problem. Right, so this is how we do it. Yeah, we cultivate microalgae, so contain 80% of protein. Yeah, well over double the protein they contain from the meat and the soil. That is not all. So all farmers embrace the circular economy. They are increasingly important because they can convert the waste and nutrients which can be poison to soil and groundwater, can take this unwanted nutrient and spin them quickly into a biomass so that they can be used again as animal feed. So they also grow the microalgae to sequester more carbon dioxide. Yeah. And they are also the key source of oxygen in the world, in the air. It's still early day, but scientists hope that this tiny plant could solve vast global issue for land security and water pollution. Quite dangerous. So what else do you want? Yeah. Okay, that's all. Right. So I believe after explaining microalgae biorefinery, AI, then I talk about the latest development of microalgae. Then I share with you how this microalgae will become our food's future food. Actually, it's a good important that we have the right combination. So at the right time, yeah, I think this is a good timing to work together, virtually, physically, yeah, right timing, because we cannot wait for more time because 2050 is very soon coming to us, and at the right place, yeah. So because the microalgae can grow in different area, example can go in Malaysia, can go in Indonesia, can go in Vietnam. So at the right place, we must do something on it, right? So before I end my presentation, I would like to share with you more my ongoing research project. Yeah. So there are any potential collaboration we work on it. The first one actually we design of continuous cultivation and extraction of bioactive compound from microalgae using this integrated of IoT, Internet of Things technology. Second one is we monitor algae grow with the mobile apps because this is one of our things to do it because we want to incorporate IoT in the system. So how we use it mobile apps because we have all the sensor inside this so that we use mobile phone to monitor whether it's enough biomass, time to harvest or not, all these things. Also biomass pellet producing from organic waste using automatic electric composting technology for energy generation. Right, so evaluation of biocompounds in a mixed microalgae species using three-phase partitioning. So this is why two-phase because we are thinking other than two-phase, yeah, what we can do is three-phase, yeah, or multi-phase. Identification of microalgae strain using mobile apps, yeah, mobile app smartphone. Because nowadays we are thinking how to use mobile phone to capture all these strain. Because now we have many available strain, but we don't know what strain is important. So we use mobile phone to capture it, then we see what strain is that. The sixth one is Industry 4.0 in microalgae aquaculture and agriculture farming. Yeah, because I think due to pandemic also, a lot of things that have been changed. Yeah, we want to minimize the close contact of human beings. So what you can do is use AI to replace the labor cost, and the labor cost is so expensive nowadays. And seven is the detergent manufacturing for microalgae for high-rise building. Yeah, this is working with one of the university in Sarawak, we call it East Malaysia. So they have really high-rise building, so they don't know how to. There is very high maintenance to clean the high-rise building. So they're using the drum system so that we can put a microalgae detergent inside the drum system, so you can spray it so that you can remove the stand in the high-rise building. Also, heavy metal removal from wastewater using alga nanoparticle. Yeah, this is another interesting because as I mentioned, microalgae can convert this heavy metal become a valuable product, so that also can treat as a wastewater treatment agent, and at the same time produce a lot of valuable product. Example for animal feed, also for fertilizer. Number 9 is a symbiosis of micro and bacterial consortium, because what we're doing is we want to make symbiosis coexist, because in this, let's say in the ecosystem, we cannot just microalgae can survive. We also need other microorganisms, example bacteria, micro, whatever that contain in this water, so they have a symbiosis. They can live happily together. Number 10 is the microalgae and circular economy to solve the food security issue. This work together with Europe, Japan, and also Malaysia. So we are now tackling how to use this algae as a solution for this food security issue. That's why incorporating with this circular economy. So before I end, I would like to thank my 16 PhD students and 4 MSc. They are working together to make this project, right? So I would like to thank all my acknowledge my 13 members. Yeah, I believe some of member you know them. Yeah, actually like example, Dr. Chiu is now working in China, Apura working in India, so Jericho working in Taiwan. So they are working in different country, different university. They work to do this with me. So I have a lot of collaborators from Taiwan, from New Zealand, United States, China, Japan, and other countries as well. So this my books. I believe there are paper application, we cannot reach a wide audience. With the book, we can go very far. Example, because book normally used for in the industry, used for students, used for researcher. So the first book we produced in 2019 is called Bioprocess Engineering in Downstream Processing. Second is we have a book we call Liquid Piping System. Yeah, just I mentioned to you. We think this is a very potential, can be used in a lot of industry. Now, there in Malaysia, some industry they're using this liquid piping system in their factory already. And the third book that we produce is the prospect of Industry 5.0 in biomanufacturing, because a lot of people talking about 4.0, what happened to 5.0? That's why we're using we write this book, we want to let people know what is 5.0 industry in biomanufacturing. The 4 books that we produce, we call it Microalgae for Environmental Biotechnology. So I believe this book already available online nowadays. Right. So I'd like to share with you the core of paper that active nowadays. Actually, I'm going. The first one, of course, is my journal. We call it Journal of Current Nutrient and Food Sciences. Second, actually, we always open one. This is a bioengineer. Fourth one actually is third one is a renewable and sustainable energy review, biotechnology ESE, chemosphere ETI, SETA, Journal of Physics Energy, Scientific Report, Biochemical Engineering Journal, BAB, Energy Accessibility and Processor. All this actually there is ongoing special issue. Yeah. Of course, special issue it have a short time of publication. So if you're interested in any of it, feel free to contact me after the talk. I will share with you how to submit the paper in this special issue. Right. So this is my last slide. Thank you so much. I pass back to you. If you have any question, feel free to ask me, or you can scan all these QR code. In case you're not very shy to ask in this today, you can ask later on. All right. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Professor Cho. That was a very enlightening experience. Actually, I was actually surprised on how easy actually to do some of the extraction of oil from microalgae. You just like use what 3 ingredients except from the algae and water, right?
Yes,
that is actually seems too easy for me.
Yes, it's very easy. As you can see from the video, right? Just need required sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water. Then after that, right, you just compress it. You get the biomass. After cut biomass, then you put some ingredient. Then you can shake it. Then you can see the 3 layer. Then this is the
I think I should try that sometimes in the future.
Please.
Okay. So here we already have some question from the participants. Okay. Let's see. The first one is, can all type of microalgae be used as biofuel and food sources? I think because you didn't exactly specify which type of microalgae that is. Please, Professor Cho.
Actually, for information in microalgae, they have 2 types of microalgae. One is useful microalgae, and another one is harmful microalgae. So it's not all type of microalgae can use as a biofuel or food source. So normally what we choose is choose the useful microalgae. So useful microalgae depends what ingredient that you want to extract. Like example, you want to extract a lot of protein, you can use spirulina. Like if you want to extract a lot of biofuel, you can use chlorella because chlorella high content of lipid. So different type of microalgae have different function. So this is how we work. I can say you in order to produce biofuel, you need to focus on the composition of the biomass. Example, chlorella content very high lipid, high oil. So you can use chlorella. If you want to use an animal feed fertilizer which require high protein, you can use spirulina. This is how it look like. Thank you. Okay.
So basically, it's depend on your use, which kind of use you are interested in, right? So
yes, correct.
There are also kind of harmful ones, some useful one, and some other things that you can do. There is also here, Prof. Rizalman is already here, I believe. Hello, Prof. Rizalman. Where is he? Oh, Prof. Rizalman will be our next speaker on the next session.
Yes, Assalamualaikum and very good morning.
Professor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor. So first we are going to continue with this session first, and then we'll continue with your session, Professor.
Sure, no problem. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Host, please. Okay, next. I'm not sure who is beluga. I believe beluga is a whale, right? Considering the advantages of microalgae, is it possible to use it as main protein source instead of planting protein plants? That would actually remove the need for processing or planting proteins like corns or maybe soy, something like that. I think that's the question here.
Yeah. All right, let me answer this question. Yeah. So I believe microalgae actually is a potential to use as a main source for protein. Yeah. Because you can see in aerospace people, right? Yeah. All these they do not bring egg, they do not bring meat, yeah, in the aerospace. Yeah, they always bring spirulina. So this is for information, you eat 1 gram of spirulina equal to eat 1 kg of vegetable. Yeah, so this is how it works. Yeah, I believe this is potential, but human beings are still not able to accept the fact. Yeah, but slowly I believe this is the current trend. That's why I can share one more video in I believe Nestle. Recently, the Nestle invested, I think, 140 billion in this plant-based meat. Yeah, one of the important composition in this plant-based meat actually is a spirulina microalgae. So that's why it's potential to use as a future source of protein. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Just some follow-up question. How many currently available products that is actually from spirulina?
There's
for food.
For food, there's a lot. For information, example, a lot of plant-based meat, a lot of these supplement. Some people they use microalgae use as cosmetic product. Yeah. For information, nowadays we are working in one of the project we are using spirulina to produce a face mask. Yeah. Yeah. As a cream, yeah, cosmetic product.
So for the food, it's like the vegan meat, right? Something like that.
Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay. Next is from Wita. Hello, Wita, are you there? I think you are there.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yeah. Perhaps you want to ask Professor Show directly?
Yes, sir. In the processing of microalgae, there is heating. Does it not reduce the benefit of microalgae, and how can it happen? If it reduces its benefits, what are the other ways to process it? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vita, for the questions. Yes, you are right. Actually, for information, when involve heating in this system, right, you will reduce the benefit of this microalgae, reduce the activity of this microalgae. Example, protein, I believe, vitamin, mineral, all this will reduce. Yeah. So that's why we have another solution which we call liquid biphasing flotation system, and that's why we no need to involve heating process. Yeah, so this one will really help. Yeah, but of course more complicated. Yeah, I think more step. Yeah, but if you want to extract just pure product, right, which you can last until 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, because our heating only reach 50 degrees Celsius. So your product can last until 60 degrees Celsius. I don't think it bring any harmful in this active compound. So it should be okay, acceptable. So you need to have to make sure what active compound you want to extract first. Then you study the temperatures stability. Yeah, let's say you want to extract a lipid. I think lipid is a type of oil, can stand until I think 100 degrees Celsius. But we only use 50 degrees Celsius. We have not give any negative effect to this oil. Yeah, depend what you want to extract. Yeah, for protein, I'm not encouraged to use this heating process. For lipid, for carbohydrate, no problem. Yeah.
So it's basically depends on what you are trying to do
extract,
to the microalgae, right?
Yes, correct.
For oil, not so much. Okay,
not
thank
so
you.
much. Yeah.
Okay, next is, do you need an optimization so that the microalgae can yield a higher bioproducts? Optimization of the process, I believe.
Yes, correct. Yeah, actually, we need a lot of optimization in the process because as an engineer, optimization play a very important role, because without optimization, right, we cannot get a high product and high yield final product. Yeah, optimization can start from the cultivation, for example, the concentration of the ingredient you put inside, the water, the design of the water bioreactor, all this is optimization process. Then in the same time, right, you want to have a higher of a byproduct, which is downstream processes. You need to have a lot of optimization. Like example, concentration of the ingredient you put inside, the volume of ingredient you put inside, then also the water, temperature, pH, all this play an important role in the optimization, so that you can make sure all the ingredient is there already at the correct concentration, so that you can produce a high yield best result. Yeah, this is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
There is just one follow-up question regarding this. Considering that you are already using artificial intelligence in your process, is it possible to actually use that AI to like search all the possible space of configuration of the variables, so that you can find the most optimum condition for specific use or something like that?
Yeah, actually it's possible. Yeah, that's why you can see we currently come up with this Algae Biotech Consortium, because for information in Malaysia we have very limited microalgae strength. I believe Indonesia, they have more strength. Yeah, in same to other country. That's why we need to collect a back data, so that we work together with this back data, so that we can do some configuration and coding, so that we can reduce the time that we try and error. Yeah,
Yes.
it's possible. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Professor.
Welcome.
Okay. The next one is from Dr. Kustomo. As you mentioned, the microalgae are very potential as biofuels and food resources, also for bioremediation, I believe, as you said on your last slide. Can we develop the microalgae in our house? Is there also perhaps negative impact on it as a side effect for that, aside from the positive ones?
Right. Yeah, actually it's possible. For information, right, a lot of government, I believe in some of the Europe country, they try to make the green city concept. So one of the method they're using, they grow microalgae in their house. All right. Example, Singapore. Singapore currently, I think you have a lot of high-rise apartment, right? But the high-rise apartment is very hot. So what they do, they cultivate microalgae on the rooftop. At the same time, they can reduce the heat. At the same time, they produce biomass, used as a fertilizer, used in other applications. So I think a lot of government, a lot of industry, they're trying to grow microalgae for other applications. I think this is possible, so that we make the house more green. Yeah, also to solve their problem as well. Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Next, hello, Professor. If growing microalgae can save humanity from hunger, I believe this is what they mean. Why is it not been applied to other countries yet? Is it cost too much that a country cannot afford to use these methods?
Right. Yeah. Actually, for information, microalgae, it used to be a very hot topic for biofuel, but currently, thanks to this World Economic Forum, right, they highlighted microalgae also can be used as a future food. So you can see this microalgae actually very important, yeah, to solve this world hunger problems. Yeah, that's why you can see world hunger problem is one of SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, right? So microalgae definitely can help. Yeah, why other country can not yet apply this microalgae? Because we don't have this technology. Not many countries they have this expertise and technology to cultivate microalgae. Example, I believe now example Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, all this China, they are trying to grow microalgae. But in Japan, in Taiwan, they cannot grow too much microalgae. The reason behind is they have 4 seasons. 4 seasons, they only can grow microalgae, I think 9 months. Yeah. Then the rest of the month, they need, if winter season, they need to take a short break. But in Malaysia, we can grow microalgae throughout the years. Yeah. This is the reason. Yeah. I believe slowly start. Definitely, microalgae can be a future source of protein, not only for biofuel, as well as for human consumption, or for an important for protein source, right? And also to grow microalgae is not so expensive, because all you need is the sunlight, is free of charge, carbon dioxide which you get from industry. The third one is water only. Yeah, water can either seawater or lake water or wastewater as well. Right. Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, you just need water. And also, tropical climate is, I think, the best condition for that, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so that would be very nice for us in Southeast Asia, well, which is very tropical.
Yes.
Yeah. So the next one is actually, I think, related to this one. I'm interested to grow it on my own. Can you recommend what to do with it?
Yeah, if you want to grow it your own, I think what you can do is I'm not sure you know how to see microalgae or not, because now in the process we develop apps, mobile apps, we can take a photo, then you know whether this is what type of microalgae. But this app is not yet ready yet, So what you can do for now, you can buy some microalgae strain from like a shop or whatever, like aquarium. You buy it from them. They can grow it. Actually, they can grow it. After you grow it, you filter it using a net to filter it, compress it. Then you can press it, then you can use animal feed. But make sure you clear enough. Because if not, then microalgae we have a lot of contamination happen. Right. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Professor. I think the next one is this one. The second one over here is actually related to your answer. How do we deal with the contamination from microalgae cultivation?
Contamination of microalgae cultivation. How to deal? Actually, this is the main challenge for information, especially in large scale. Small scale one, we can control it very well because it's photo character. But large scale one, actually, we develop a 3 acre of land of this microalgae farm. This contamination always happens. So what you can do is to minimize this contamination. You have the indoor closing area, and also from time to time you need to monitor it. Whenever there's something happen, right, like a pH starting to drop or pH starting too high, so you need to monitor. If that is the case, right, you need to troubleshoot. This is the contamination happen. And another thing that I will share with you is the strength that you use must be very strong. You cannot use the microalgae type is very fragile. Easy denature, easy die. Then whenever contamination attack them, they will automatically gone. So, and I think this is things, either is you have a proper environment. Second one is a very strong strength, to deal with this contamination.
So the easiest way is basically just a very controlled environment for the cultivation, right?
Correct.
Next is what can we do if microalgae growing in the pollutant that is like having basically when you have microalgae that is growing in a contaminated environment, can we separate the contaminant from the microalgae? How do we do that?
Actually, it depends what is a contaminant. If contaminant is not so serious, we still can save it. We still can save it. If too serious, right, what you can do, you have to dispose everything. So if let's say is the contamination is just minor one, so you can use some I think microalgae to put inside to make it majority. So normally what we do is that we can see some changes, right? We put more microalgae inside so that we can make it more stronger. This normally do. If you feel that it's difficult to survive it, they have to charge it, clean it, so that you can put it in a new one. Sometimes it's like this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, there is a question in the chat room from Bu Heli. Bu Heli, hello, Bu Heli. Hello, Bu Heli.
Hello, Ibu Heli. Cannot hear you.
Yeah, there she is. Perhaps you want to ask the question directly, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Bhavin. Okay, Professor Shaw.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Honored to have you here. Thank you for a very inspiring presentation today. I really enjoyed every slide that you showed today. And I was wondering, when we want to use this microalgae for food application, when we use this microalgae for as capturing agent from CO2 from pollutant factory, and how we can deal with the contamination, because we have to consider many concern things when we want to apply for food application.
Thank you, Ibu Heli, for the questions. Basically, how we do it. Let's say you want to take a carbon dioxide for industry, which contains some unnecessary in the air. So you need to do the pre-treatment. Because you will direct get from industry to channel into your pond, right? It's not possible. Because inside the air, right, it contains so many contaminants which is not required in the microalgae cultivation. What you want, you do some pre-treatment. Let's say you have put some filter paper to filter some antigen or particulate which is not required in the cultivation process. After you filter it, right, then you can test it, what is the concentration of the carbon dioxide in the system, whether it's pure enough or not. So it's pure enough that you only channel to the pond, microalgae cultivation pond. This is how it works, We cannot direct channel. If direct channel, right, you put everything, unnecessary thing inside the pond, then you will mix the whole pond contamination, right? So this is how we do it. Same to water. I believe water, you cannot direct use it. You have to go to a dilution pre-treatment so that you can use it in the micro cultivation as well, right? This is how normally we do it in our lab, as well as doing outside. But you have to see lah. But I have to make sure the outsource material is able to accept by microalgae.
I see. Another following questions related to the CO2 that intended to capture by the microalgae itself. I found some strain has its own capacity to capture the CO2, and once it is available in excessive, and then the CO2 become like might harmful also the its culture, and then can kill this microalgae itself. Is there any proper strategy to enhance the capacity of CO2 by microalgae to capture and then effectively use the CO2 as their own nutrients?
Yeah, actually that is possible. That's why you can see currently we are doing symbiosis of microalgae. Because in this symbiosis, right, we not only grow microalgae, and sometimes we grow bacteria, because this bacteria will consume some oxygen. So you consume oxygen, then release carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide we use for microalgae. Then this circle, the ecosystem happen within the pond. So there's this, we cannot only grow microalgae, but we can grow something else in the middle, so that you can help each other. We can go a healthy system in this microalgae pond. Right.
I see. So utilizing the consortium microorganism will be also benefit for us.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's why. Yeah, because in researcher, so many people just focus on one thing. So why not we do something else in between?
Thank you so much for. Thank you, Fahmi. Thank you for Professor Show.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Bu Heli, for your question. I think we can go to our slide again this time. Let's see. We have 3 questions left.
Okay.
All right. I think these 2 questions is related, so I just combine them into one. Basically, how is it affordable, the biofuel for microalgae, right? And can we use it as our main source for biofuels?
Right. Actually, just to be honest with you, right? Currently the answer is no. Why I so honest? Because for information for biofuel, definitely we need support from government. We need a lot of incentive from government. It's not an industry can do it. Because industry can do is protein. Used as the animal feed, used as cosmetic product, used as a supplement, which industry can get more money, to sustain, to make it, But for biofuel, for all these things, right, it's required government incentive, heavily government incentive to make it as a culture, so that other industry can survive. So this is the answer. I can see you can commercialize, for a short period of time, but cannot survive long. So definitely you need a lot of support from government. Example, I think in Japan currently they are giving subsidies. If you use biofuel, they will reduce the tax. They will reduce the toll. All these things. But definitely you need a give and support from the government for a biofuel journey. I don't think it's now. Maybe in the next 20 years. Yes. Because now they are focused on electric car. After electric car, they are focused on hydrogen car. Maybe after hydrogen car, they come up no more these resources already, only focus on microalgae car maybe in the future.
Okay, Professor. So currently, no, but perhaps in the future it it is still a very potential source for biofuels, right? So this is the last question. I think this one is more on the AI side than the microalgae side, I think. Can you suggest how should we start to learn AI to work with microalgae?
Right. Yeah, this is very good questions. Yeah, this question I need to thanks pandemic. Yeah, because in this pandemic we're not able to go to lab. Yeah, we have no choice. All our students, all our lab mate, yeah, not able to go to lab physically. So we have no choice. We have to learn AI at home. Yeah. So when we learn AI at home, slowly we let my student to attend some courses. Yeah, we learn from expert, so that slowly we know AI can be used in microalgae. Because we can use big data, then we can use sensor, we can use mobile phone. Yeah, all this actually is AI, artificial intelligence, so that we can slowly adapt this into bioprocess. Yeah, because in this pandemic we cannot just stop like this. Yeah, we keep on learning, so we use this opportunity to learn something new. At the same time, we can, when the pandemic open already, yeah, better a bit, so we can apply this knowledge into our microalgae research. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your question, for your answers and your lectures. That was very enlightening for me. At least I'm sure it's also enlightening for other participants here. So for that, please accept our token of appreciation for you. This is e-certificate. It's still loading. There it is. We will send it to you via your email, of course, over here. First, perhaps you have any closing remarks for this lecture?
For me, is it for me?
Yes.
All right. So for me, I think what I would like to say, especially for young people here, yeah, try your best to learn as much as possible. Yeah, because when you're learning, definitely we can say knowledge is sharing. Yeah, if you don't share, then you cannot get more knowledge. So try to learn as much as possible when you are young. Yeah, keep on learning. So after you learning, right, you try to help people. Yeah, this is normally my concept. Yeah, if you help people, then people will appreciate you. Then you continue learn more things. Yeah, then people will do the same thing to others people. Yeah, so I hope that everyone today here try your best to every day get little bit improvement. Yeah, so slowly you get more improvement, then other people will go to help you as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Perhaps Bu Fitri have something to say.
All right, Hafiz, very good morning, Propal.
Yeah,
again, on behalf of Chemistry Department, I would like to extend our gratitude for your great contributions and also very excellent talk in this virtual summer school. Yeah, I agree with Hafiz, your lectures, inspiring for us, yeah, especially for the young generations, yeah, how we engage with the sustainable development issue, especially even we can utilize, yes, something that's abundantly available in the nature, and how to concerns with the idea and take and actions, especially for the student doing the good experiment in the laboratory, and the ones that you just deliver, yeah, indeed very inspiring. And hopefully to see you again in other occasion, Prof.
Yes.
Wish you a good day, and
thank you
again,
so much.
Very thankful for your great lecture. Thank you.
All right, welcome.
All right, before we close this first session for today, let us take a picture first.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Everybody, please open your camera if you have no problem with your connection. Everyone. Okay. One, two, three. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, last slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Cho.
Have a nice day.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay,
yes,
bye-bye.
thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Wish you a good day, Prof.
Yeah, have a good day too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay, now we will welcome our next speaker, who is already here, Prof. Rizalman.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi semua.
Waalaikumsalam, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Good morning, Professor.
Yeah.
So this is our second speaker of the day, Professor Rizalman Mamat. No, not yet, Professor.
Not yet. Okay,
not yet.
sorry.
Yes. I would like to introduce you to our
okay.
participant first. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Sorry about that, Professor.
No problem.
So first, this is Professor Rizalman bin Mamat from from Malaysia. So his bachelor is in mechanical engineering from UTM, also master in mechanical engineering, and his PhD is from Birmingham University in UK. His research including in thermal hydraulics, energy, and diesel and gasoline engines. This is some of his track record in publication. So he have almost 350 papers, which his index is actually very high here, 60. Some of his publication is investigating the contribution of carbon nanotubes and diesel biodiesel blends to emission and combustion characteristic of diesel engines, as also experimental investigation on controlled cooling by coupling of thermoelectric and air impinging jet for CPU for computers, basically. Also, and the third one is three-dimensional computational fluid dynamic simulation and experimental analysis on performance of new diffuser and wind channel for micro wind turbine. So everyone, please welcome Professor Rizalman Mamat. Professor, time is yours.
Okay. Can you see the slide?
Yes, Professor.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum and very good morning, everyone. It was my very good day today, and I can see back my old friend from Indonesia, especially Ibu Fitri.
Yes.
Pertamanya saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kerana menjemput saya. Saya tidak pasti berapa kali sudah saya berdiskusi ataupun berkonferens bersama dengan pihak UPI. Terima kasih kerana kerjasama yang erat lah antara Universiti Malaysia Pahang dan juga UPI. Alhamdulillah, hari ini saya akan berkongsi informasi berkenaan dengan carbon emission. To be honest, my research is not directly related to carbon emission policy and something like that, but I'm working more on the producing biofuel as well as utilizing it in internal combustion engine. However, because of this field, you cannot run away from studying the emission from the engine, emission from the turbine gas, and also emission from other machines. Therefore, this information is around the research area. I think before we proceed further, it's still not too late to congratulate all of you, especially from I believe that 100% of the participants today is from Indonesia. Still not too late to congratulate and wish you a very good fortune and future. Dirgahayu Republik Indonesia. Ya. Kami
Thank you very much.
juga kami juga menyambut istilahnya bulan kemerdekaan ya.
Yeah,
Malaysia
August
pada
31st, I think.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly. Jadi kita dari rumpun yang sama, merdeka juga pada bulan yang sama ya. Cuma tahunnya berbeza. Ya, Indonesia sudah 77 tahun merdeka. InsyaAllah akan terus merdeka. Okay, direct to the content of the presentation today, I would like to share some information, definitions regarding the carbon emission, the introduction about the carbon cycle, and the third one is what is our role and action, what we can play the role as a individual, as well as the, if you are the head of the department, if you are the student, if you are the member of your family, what you can do to reduce the carbon emission. This is all about our planet Earth. It's already there. I don't know, maybe billions of years ago, since the creation of Adam on Earth. So we live, I would say, peacefully with everything. For science, for atheists, they call it, it's happened naturally, it's grow organically. But for us, this is the mercy of Allah that give us the best planet, for human being to live with. What special about our planet Earth compared to many other planets? We have, I don't know, I'm not expert in cosmos, but millions or billions of planets available in space. Only one planet, Earth atmosphere. Because of Earth atmosphere, this planet is suitable for human being. And we have to understand that in planet Earth, because of this atmosphere, we have 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and a trace of about 0.04. To be exact, is 0.03 something, but make it simple number, 0.04% of carbon dioxide. We really need this carbon dioxide. Today we are talking about reducing carbon dioxide. However, we still need 0.04% of carbon dioxide, because this is one of the most important gases available on the Earth atmosphere, so that we can keep the temperature as what we have today. Without 0.04% of carbon dioxide, this planet temperature would be -18. This is predicted by the researcher, that if we don't have 0.04% carbon dioxide on Earth, our planet will be frozen, at -18 degrees Celsius. So to say that we want to reduce carbon emission, meaning that we have to balance the carbon dioxide on Earth, so that it keep constant at 0.04% of carbon dioxide. So talking about carbon cycle, yes, carbon exists on Earth in a huge amount, because all of the living things are created based on carbon. Our own body, animals, as well as plant, everything built based on carbon element. And what happened? We have carbon dioxide already in our atmosphere, and the plant use carbon dioxide to breathe and to regenerate, to create food during photosynthesis. by the help of the sun and the use of the water, yeah, from the ground. The plant grow, and this plant produce oxygen, and we are using oxygen. We breathe the oxygen, and we produce the carbon dioxide. And we release carbon dioxide together with all the animals naturally. Yeah. But since the industry revolutions, we are using a lot of fuel, especially fossil fuel, to burn, to generate electricity, to generate power, yeah, for the industry use. And from this action, we actually contribute more CO2. And at the end, the amount of CO2 is no longer 0.04. Yeah, it's increasing. And because of that, we put more CO2 on our air, and we how to say that, accidentally increase, yeah, the temperature of our planet. And this create a lot of problem here and there. Yeah, we're talking about global warming. A lot of disaster occurs, including the volcano eruption, yeah, flood. We have typhoon, yeah, like a lot of tsunamis occurs, a lot of hurricane, and all this we call it extra disasters, yeah, because the earth already created with all of this. Yeah, we have excessive water that at the end come as a flood. We have excessive air and wind at the end come as a hurricane. But when the how to say that, the current content of carbon dioxide and also other greenhouse gases exist on Earth, therefore the Earth has no longer stable or in a balanced conditions. Jadi itu yang juga sering diingatkan sebenarnya kepada kita oleh ya even Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, supaya kita tidak berlebih-lebihan, ya, berlebih-lebihan dalam mengejar kemajuan, ya, sehingga membakar bahan bakar secara berlebihan. Even makan secara berlebihan juga akan mengganggu ekosistem, ya. Jadi benarlah, ya, apa yang difirmankan oleh Allah dan disampaikan oleh Nabi besar junjungan Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Jadi berbalik kepada topik carbon emission, ya. So what is the carbon emission? Yeah. Carbon emission is actually always come from the carbon related content like fossil, which is fossil fuel also come from organic matters. Yeah, in the past they how to say that, they decompose, yeah, under the earth. Jadi setelah berbilion-bilion ataupun million of years di dalam tanah, maka bahan-bahan organik, ya, seperti tumbuhan dan juga haiwan-haiwan ini menjadi fossil fuel. Jadi fossil fuel itu juga tidak asing, ya, dari organik. Mereka juga adalah organik berasal dari bahan yang organik, ya. Carbon dioxide is actually released naturally by decomposition. Maknanya kalau kita meninggal dunia atau haiwan-haiwan itu mati, maka the decomposition process, ya, kalau di Malaysia kita bilang proses perebutan, ya, juga menghasilkan carbon dioxide. Ocean by naturally also release the carbon dioxide, and also our respiration, ya, daripada manusia dan juga haiwan-haiwan lainnya adalah menghasilkan carbon dioxide. Tetapi carbon dioxide yang kita hasilkan ini adalah balance, ya, dengan tumbuh-tumbuhan yang menyerap kembali carbon dioxide itu, ya. But then again, as I mentioned earlier, when we use a lot of fossil fuel to burn, and also due to the deforestation, cement production is among the highest to produce CO2. and as well as the agriculture activities, ya. Seperti memelihara lembu, ataupun kalau di Indonesia dibilang sapi, pemeliharaan sapi secara besar-besaran akan juga menyebabkan carbon dioxide ini menjadi tinggi, ya. Okay, next. Oops. Okay. And talking about climate change, global warming, as well as reducing carbon emissions, are actually part of the Sustainable Development Goals, set by United Nations. I believe that this session also talking about this Sustainable Development Goals. It was set in 2015, and the target end at 2030. Yeah, and this is under the how to say that point number 13. Yeah, this is about the climate action. What we can do to reduce carbon emissions so that the carbon cycle is balanced. So I think I don't need to talk detail about the chemistry of carbon dioxide. Here we have a bunch of a student, undergraduate as well as postgraduate student in chemistry. I think you know better than me in terms of chemical formula and molecules for the carbon dioxide. But what we are interested to share here is regarding the portion of the gas, the greenhouse gas emission, or you can use the short form of GHG emission. It's about 3/4, sorry, 3/4 of the portion is carbon dioxide, and this carbon dioxide mainly come from fossil fuel burnings, combustions, as well as the industry process, that generate carbon dioxide, and this, as I mentioned earlier, including the cement process. And other carbon dioxide, which is about 11%, come from forestry and other land use. Methane also come from mainly from the agriculture. Nitrous oxide mainly come from the combustions, combustions of the fossil fuels, and also fluorine gas, about 2%. And this is all contribute to the global warming, damaging the ozone layers, keep increasing the temperature of the earth. And if we distribute, where this GHG emission come from, 1/4 is actually come from electricity production. Even in Indonesia, Indonesia produce more than 80% electricity from fossil fuels, especially coal and also gas. Same to Malaysia. Not many countries are using renewable energy for electricity, and therefore this process produces a lot of carbon dioxide. Agriculture, it looks very funny saying that by having a lot of sapi, you actually produce a lot of carbon dioxide too. About 20% come from agriculture, forestry, and other land use. 14% is from the transport vehicles, including train, cars, motorcycle, as well as airplane. They are all using fossil fuel for transportation. In industry, they use a lot of fossil fuel to move a lot of mechanical devices, including the machine, turbine, and pump. Also contribute about 21% of GHG emission. This is just a very fun fact about the food that we produce. Actually, the meat contribute half of the emission, greenhouse gas emission compared to many other foods. So ini bermakna kita jangan makan sapi, jangan makan ayam. So sounds funny, but if you are serious about greenhouse emission, then we should avoid eating all this animal, and therefore when there's no demand, there's no supply, and when there's no supply, then nobody will breed the cow, and and you cannot get the meat in the supermarket anymore. Sounds funny, but we will discuss later. Maybe you can have a question and answer session regarding that issues. As you can see in this figure released by EPA of United States, the amount of the carbon content keep increasing. This is especially true since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. You can see here clearly that the carbon content increased dramatically. And all of this carbon mainly contribute from the burning of fossil fuel. And guess what? Which country contribute most on the carbon dioxide emissions? They are United States of America as well as China. And Malaysia and Indonesia, well, we are in the middle. As you can see in this color, we are in the middle of the contributor. But it doesn't mean that we have to stay back and relax, do nothing about our climate change. And if we are talking about the country that contribute most per head of the people, remember that supposed to be more people, you have more emission of carbon. However, it's not true when it comes to rich country. Actually, the richer your country are, the higher of carbon emission that you produce. As you can see in this table, Saudi Arabia is among the biggest. Together with United States, they contribute 17.6 metric ton of CO2 per year, even though the population of the people are just like Malaysia, about 30 million people. United States have about 329 million. They produce more energy, more product, more agriculture for the people, of course. But in Saudi Arabia, what contribute most of CO2 actually due to the production or industry of petroleum, as well as the cooling process. In Saudi, as we can aware that they have a high temperature environment, and therefore we need the very good cooling process to cool down the buildings, and this also contribute a lot in Saudi Arabia. Talking about us in Southeast Asia, Thailand, Indonesia is among the lowest. That means you are very good to take care of the carbon emission generation in the country. But Malaysia and Singapore is among the highest to produce. But bear in mind that this number is even below than the world average. Actually, the average of the world emission generation is about 6. So Thailand and Indonesia is actually below than that. However, if you look at the trend of the economic development in Indonesia, we all know that the Indonesia economy now becoming booming, since the last decade. Therefore, you have to take care before it's too late. We have to learn from other countries, like what you see from Singapore. They are, even they are small country, a very small number of people, but they are contribute a lot in terms of carbon emission. So we should learn from other country not to say mistake, but from other country journey, so that we manage very well in our own country, like Malaysia and Indonesia. This is something that I found on internet. You can calculate your own carbon emission, whether you as a single person or as a family members in your house, or as the university or department. You can calculate what is the carbon emission that you produce annually. Yeah, and this software is provided free, and yeah, nothing to pay. Just use it, and within few not to say few hours, I guess less than 30 minutes, you will finish to calculate what's your carbon emission. But what I would like to share here is how they calculate. Yeah, even you can choose your zone, yeah, country. I put there Indonesia. All the countries are available there because they want to predict, yeah, the environment, the temperature, yeah, the weather outside of your house, so that they can calculate better. And you have to key in what is the amount of the electricity you use. You can change the unit, whether you want to use the unit of money, for example, by dollar and cents. Yeah, I mean, talking about rupiah. Yeah, in Indonesia, you can change the unit, whether you want to put in ringgit, rupiah, or dollar, or you want to show in the a liter of the oil used. Yeah, so you can put how many coal you are using, what the consumption of LPG you are using for your cooking, and so on. And the next, you should key in the number of flight that you are using every year. Yeah, and how many car you have, and how far you drive every day and every year, and what car you are using, whether the car is high energy efficiency or low energy efficiency. Next, if you have the motorbike, you have to also key in how many motorbike you have, and how far you go every day. Yeah, bus and rail if you are using them. And also the secondary things, regarding your food, as I mentioned, how much meat you are eating every year. Yeah, and of course we are eating much during the Eid, yeah, Hari Raya Korban. Yeah, and what other things that we are using at home, yeah, especially computer, televisions, what kind of furniture that we are using, because they will calculate, yeah, from one furniture to produce one furniture, how much CO2 that they have to consume. Yeah? A television, every day you are using, how much energy that you are using, electric bills, from telephone, even mobile phone also contribute to the CO2. So at the end, you will get your result. Well, unfortunately, I'm not in any number, then that's why you see all the result is 0 here. But you can do it yourself, and then you can see how big your footprint compared to your country average. This is Indonesia average, smaller than the world average. As I mentioned earlier, we are producing less compared to the average of the world. However, what we can do seriously to stop or to minimize, it's not easy to stop. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, to stop, meaning that we have to stop burning the fuel. Can you stop them? If you stop burning the fuel, especially fossil fuel in Indonesia, you definitely see no more cars on the road, no more motorcycle, no more electricity in Indonesia, because you are using 80%, more than 80% of the electric from the fossil fuel. That means you cannot stop burning fuels. Yeah, and how can we stop to have no electricity, and therefore we cannot have this session? Yeah, we cannot have this conference session without electricity. No transportation? Are you serious? I don't think so. No farming? I don't think so. Yeah, we have to eat. Although some group of people believe that we should not eat the meat. Yeah, we have to go vegetarian. But the God create us to eat meat. Yeah, the evidence is come from your own teeth. Ya, gigi kita adalah gigi untuk makan daging. Ya, dan juga our tummy, ya, perut kita juga di design untuk proses makanan yang berunsur haiwan. Ya, jadi to stop farming is not that easy, and to have no waste also not easy. But we can do small step, yeah, like recycle the glass, paper, aluminium. We should choose the recycled paper. We have to turn off, if possible, the air conditioning, yeah, shutting down the computer and all electric devices whenever we are not using them. And we are using smart electric devices that can easily switch off when we are not using them. Switch to LED bulb. Yeah, if you are driving your car and your motorcycle, you have to clean the air filters and also the so that the vehicles move more efficient. If you are using the house that have a glass window, we should put the window shading. Yeah, and we should choose energy efficient and smart home appliances. And perhaps we can choose free energy. Yeah, for example, for lighting. Yeah, instead of using light bulb, we can use the solar sun ray. Yeah, not just for house, we can use it for warehouse. We can use the solar for drying the clothes. Yeah, I think currently the trend that people are using the dryer, yeah, to dry the clothes. Somehow we have very good sun ray in our country, Malaysia and Indonesia. So I believe that we have to reduce using the tumble dryer. Yeah, just use the sun to dry. Even to dry the bricks and many other industrial products, we can use it's a free energy to dry the agriculture product, to dry the sea product, to dry the fruits and nuts. Yeah, for heating purpose. Yeah, in Indonesia, like a place like Malang, yeah, in Gunung Bromo and also in Bandung, you have a kind of cold weather. Then you can use the heating process from the sun. It's free, but you have to put effort to make sure that the heat can be trapped inside the building. So what else we can do? Yeah, we can not to say stop driving, but we can reduce number of traveling. Maybe, yeah, we can use the cycling. I think Bandung is a nice place to cycle by bicycle because of the weather is good. Yeah, the temperature is between 15 to 20, so it's nice to use bicycle. Although the the road surface is not that smooth, yeah, because of the slopey condition. Ya, Bandung itu bergunung-gunungan kan. Jadi tapi tak apa, mungkin lebih baik untuk kesihatan. What you can do also, you can carpool. Yeah, carpool meaning that you use car together with your friends, your co-workers, a classmate, and so on. And perhaps you can maintain your car regularly so that you have the right pressure in your tire and also air filter, because this will improve the efficiency of the vehicles. Yeah, of course, whenever you buy new car, you choose fuel efficient vehicle or electric vehicle, and please fly less. Yeah, whenever you fly, you also contribute to the carbon emission. Switch to electric car. So I put question there. We can discuss a lot on electric car, whether to use them or not. Yeah, but seriously, no plastic. Yeah, currently we have used a lots of plastic products And whenever you use just a single use, this is bad. Yeah, if you use a plastic product, please reuse it. Yeah, if you are drinking water from the mineral water, please do not throw the mineral water bottle. You can reuse them to bring the water from your house next day. Yeah, and definitely we should switch to renewable energy, because currently in the world, yeah, the world statistic showing that 80% of the energy come from fossil fuel. Yeah, although some country produce close to 100% electricity from renewable energy, like Iceland, but there's still many other countries are not. Therefore, slowly we should switch to renewable energy. And other than that, we also should think about installing the carbon capture technology. If you're interested in this technology, you can read through in internet, in the YouTube. This is a kind of technology that can capture CO2 in the air. You will collect them and transfer them into the sludge and put under the ground. So this is the current technology that people are talking. Regarding the electric cars, I believe that people will have lots of questions on that. So I put this as a simple number so that we can have a good idea about this electric cars. Currently, for your information, we have about 16.5 million electric cars on the road. Yeah, so this is only about 1.1%. Yeah, only 1% of the total number of the vehicles on the road, because it is estimated that currently we have 1.4 billion motor vehicles, and they are all running on the fossil fuel like diesel, gasoline, as well as gas. Yeah. And another fact is the word electric, 80% come from fossil fuel. If we replace all 1.4 billion vehicle with electric vehicles, meaning that we have to increase the number of the fossil fuels. Yeah, this current fossil fuel using is for electricity for home and for industry, not for electric vehicle. If we replace 1.4 billion vehicles, that means the number of the electric generation should be double or triple than what we use today. And if we still keep using 80% of the energy sources from fossil fuel, therefore, using or traveling with electric vehicle does not reduce the carbon emission. It just not come out from your car, but it still come out in the electric generator station. So this we should understand. Yeah, the electric vehicle can be a success device to reduce carbon emission if the electric power actually come from renewable energy by 100%. Yeah. Another issues on electric vehicle also, we are, everybody know that electric vehicles are running on electric batteries, to store the power. And these electric vehicle batteries are not that safe, and well, it's not environment friendly to recycle. Yeah, to dispose them, definitely it's not easy. Yeah, to dump them on the rubbish dump is the worst to do. Yeah, and they are not small, and they are not cheap. Yeah, it is expensive, about 20,000 USD. This is the typical number. Some of them is cheaper, but 20,000 USD is close to 100,000 ringgit in Malaysia. It's already almost the price of the vehicle itself. Yeah, for the gasoline vehicle. And you have to replace them every 8 years. Yeah, the longest is 8 years. Some vehicle, after 5 years, you already have to change the electric batteries. However, looking at this is bad, but by 2040, actually, it's already 7 major automaker will stop selling the fossil engine. They already agree today, and by 2040, they will not selling fossil engine vehicle anymore. And by 2050, it was estimated that the fossil fuel will run out. Yeah, I don't know whether it is or a new a new exploration begin and a new energy from fossil fuel can be found. And another big issue is, we have 1.4 billion vehicles where we would like to dump them. Kalau kita nak replace semua 1.4 billion vehicles, ini bisa dibuat satu pulau lagi seperti Pulau Sumatera mungkin saiznya. Jadi sangat besar jumlah 1.4 billion vehicle ini. Itu another issues. But anyway, we have to switch. We have to switch to renewable energy, and we are all aware that renewable energy like solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, wave energy from the ocean. Country like Malaysia and Indonesia, we use the wave everywhere, surrounding the island and the peninsula. Therefore, we can make use of them. Indonesia use a lot of geothermal for renewable energy. Malaysia use hydro. We are using mostly hydro, but yet not big enough. Indonesia and Malaysia still use a lot of fossil fuel for electric generation, and we are not alone. The rest of the world are using coal, gas, and oil for energy production. So we are not alone. And as you can see here in this diagram, the graph, the number of electric generation is keep increasing. Why? Simply because the number of the people also increase. Therefore, the demand on energy also increase. If you look at the trend of the energy use increase, but the trend of the energy which is oil generation are just almost constant. You can see here the amount is almost constant. Therefore, this prediction come by the next 50 years, the oil will be disappear. And what we're gonna do with all these device and machines that currently work with fossil fuels, when the oil is finished, then what we should do? So we have to prepare from now. This is the use of the energy in the world. Of course, definitely United States, China, and Europe use a lot. But in Southeast Asia, like Indonesia, we should not ignore, because Indonesia got more than 300 million people. Therefore, whenever the economy is growing for this country, the energy demand will be increased dramatically. Therefore, we have to prepare from now. And this is the data, good data to share, regarding the country that use most for solar, which is China, Germany, and Japan. Okay, next. This is the country that use the wind. And next, the country that use the geothermal. As you can see, Indonesia is there already, number 3 in the world after United States and Philippines. And not to forget that by having this new venture in renewable energy, we also create a lot of jobs. And this is particularly important, especially for the country that have lots of people, like in Indonesia. There are 300 million people. And as you can see here, if we want to give more jobs to the people, choose bioenergy and solar energy, because these two energy needs a lot of people to work with. And this is just to share the world biggest solar PV in one section. Of course, India is not the biggest who produce energy from solar, but this is the biggest plant available on Earth. Currently in Karnataka, they are producing very big a huge amount of electricity, and it costs a lot, of course, about 2.5 billion US dollar, yeah, to produce this electric generation station. And this is the world's biggest solar collector. As you can see, millions of the mirror. Yeah, this is the mirror, and this is the mirror that can be rotated according to the sun direction. And all these mirror are pointed to this center, the black center. And this is actually the coil of the water. By flowing this water, it boils the water, and the boiling water produce steam, and the steam used to drive the turbine for the electric generator. And this is a generator in United States. This is the world's biggest wind turbine, yeah, in China. This is the biggest geothermal, yeah, in Iceland. And this is the hydroelectric, the biggest hydroelectric power station in China. And this is the world's biggest biofuel plant. Yeah, and the fact that Indonesia is the third largest biofuel producer in the world. Yeah, currently the third largest. Yeah, and Indonesia produce a huge amount of biodiesel, yeah, from palm oil. Somehow Indonesia also have lots of vehicle, yeah, 21 million vehicle. I just get the data from Indonesian authority through internet, yeah, 21 million vehicle available on the road in Indonesia alone. And 90%, yeah, close to 90% of electric actually come from fossil fuel. So having this step to produce biofuel from palm oil is a good initiative, so that we can replace this how to say that, using fossil fuel for electric generation. But of course there are other issues, yeah, like deforestation, and yeah, but that can be discussed on the other side. Yeah, currently in the gas station, Indonesia use about 40% of the palm-based biodiesel. Yeah, we call it B40, meaning that 40% of the oil is actually contain 40% biofuel. But whether we realize or not, actually biofuel also can be harvested or can be produced from other sources. Yeah, not just from palm oil. We can also produce from the fruits and nuts that cannot be eaten. Yeah, non-edible sources mean sources that cannot be eaten. Yeah, for example, these fruits, yeah, soap nut, sea almond, yeah, sea lemon, queen palm, all these fruit we cannot eat. Some of birds also cannot eat them, but we can use to produce biofuels. Yeah, this including many other fruits that available in Malaysia and in Indonesia. Well, we might call different names. Yeah, I believe we call different name, but that's why I show the fruits here. For those who work on producing biofuels, especially in chemical engineering, therefore you can think about these fruits and nuts. Yeah, you can produce biofuel from all these sources actually. Yeah, including the nuts of the rubber. Yeah, and of course we have lots of all these saga tree that actually you can also produce biofuel from this saga. Mahua, ya, moringa. Ini daunnya ini sedap ini kalau buat sayur, ya, buat sayur-sayuran ini sedap dimakan ini. Tapi hanya daunnya, ya, buahnya tidak dimakan. Jadi buah ini bisa dihasilkan biodiesel actually. Jatropha ini sangat banyak sekali di Indonesia. Juga Pongamia pinnata, some country call it karanja. Maduka, neem ini banyak kita hasilkan minyak untuk obat-obatan, ya, kosmetik. Jadi minyak ini juga bisa digunakan untuk menghasilkan biodiesel. So jacaranda, juga jojoba, ya, ini untuk kosmetik. tetapi juga bisa digunakan untuk biofuel. Jadi terserah kepada anda, kepada kita semua, bagaimana kita bisa menghasilkan biofuel dari sumber yang tidak terbatas ini. Jadi sebenarnya Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala itu menghasilkan banyak nikmat, ya. Cuma kita mungkin belum membuat eksplorasi yang menyeluruh, ya, untuk menghasilkan sumber tenaga, ya. Jadi bahan-bahan ini bukan hanya untuk dilihat atau sebagai perhiasan, tetapi bisa juga menjadi bahan untuk menghasilkan biofuel. Dan tidak di-argue di sini bahawa algae merupakan salah satu potensi yang besar, ya, seperti yang sudah dibincangkan dengan detail oleh Profesor Luke tadi. Dan ini adalah antara pilot plant facility yang ada di Colorado, United States, untuk menghasilkan biodiesel daripada algae. Dan ya, saya kira itu saja dari saya. Terima kasih.
Alright, thank you, Professor. That was actually a very interesting presentation. I never consider that if we have something that we cannot eat, we can just use it for other purposes, which is,
Yes.
In hindsight, it's actually very, very obvious, but I feel like, why haven't I think of that? Yeah, so perhaps you have, I think we already have some question over here.
Please. Yeah.
Should we, I think we should enter to the Q&A question first. Let's see, we have a question here from Aslan, actually.
Okay.
Aslan, are you there? Hello, Aslan?
Yes.
Yes, perhaps you can ask the question directly to Professor Rizalman.
Okay, sure. So, Professor, I have a question here that can we use the same materials or biomaterials in the absorptions or contaminants in wastewater to trap or capture polluted air? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's what we talk about, the carbon capture. Yeah, carbon capture. There are I'm not doing that research, but yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I read through a lots of document regarding the carbon capture technologies. A lots of technologies available already, and it's already in the market. Many of countries already implemented them, especially those countries who have producing lots of CO2. Yeah, and yeah, as your question related to the particle that involve during the process, yes, absolutely, a lots of catalysts, a lots of filters, yeah, type of filters, different material to produce the filters that at the end convert into the sludge. And again, the technology on capturing the sludge and store also different. Yeah, you can go through. Of course, I'm not expert on talking to talk about that. But the technology is already available, and I believe that more and more research should be done, yeah, to capture better. Yeah, because when you talk about capturing the CO2 emission on air, that means we're talking about the efficiency, because when you need energy to capture, you still also produce CO2. So you have to make sure that the amount that you capture is bigger than what you produce at the end. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your answer, which is, yes, it is. It is actually yeah, very interesting actually. Perhaps this is a bit of a tangent to the question there. I believe one of your research is actually in computational fluid dynamics, right? So
yes.
Can we actually use like computational fluid dynamics to model the absorption of perhaps gases like through the chimneys, so that it can be used to, like, we have some materials that can absorb some of the carbons, right? some of the gases, and can we simulate that using computational fluid dynamics? I mean, because the amount of gas that is going in and going out is not is different, right? So
yes,
it would actually break the continuity equation. So I was wondering, can we actually still use computational fluid dynamics to simulate that?
Yeah, very interesting question. As we know, yeah, CFD is mainly for flow analysis, yeah. But today, because of the demand, yeah, CFD is now how to say expanding, yeah, their ability, yeah. For example, on heat analysis as well as chemical analysis. The question that you asked is related to the chemical reaction. Yes, to answer that question, the answer is yes. Because in CFD we can also work with other chemical reaction software like Chemkin and many others. So definitely it can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Because I honestly spent like few months trying to learn CFD, and
right,
yes,
right.
So perhaps sometimes when I can meet you directly, I can ask you some question on that.
Inshallah, we can work together.
Yes, thank you, Professor.
Even during my PhD, yeah, I'm using how to say that a software CFD. At that time, I'm using Fluent, and it was very very classic one, very difficult to use, not like what you use today. It was very difficult, and at that time, I have to create my own equation, yeah, on the combustion side, so that the process of combustion, of course, can be simulated. Yeah. So, but now I think the process is better, yeah, because a lots of library available. You just like click and drag, you know, and you just choose which equation you like for the combustion, for the emission generations, for example. So when it comes to absorption of the CO2 also, just like that, you know, whenever you have several method, I mean, we're talking about equations, yeah, different equations on CO2 absorption. Yeah, as long as you can key in the formula, the software will be able to calculate.
Yeah, especially with it's amazing that you work with computational fluid dynamics, considering the computer on your time is definitely not as good as.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
of course.
Yes,
very bad at that time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Next is I think this one is from someone who is a teacher. I'm not sure who is this because it's anonymous. So, what simple activities can students on lectures could do daily to support less emission of CO2 and actually help with to achieve the Paris Agreement? So basically, if you are a student or lecturers, what can you do to reduce the CO2 emission? Right?
Yeah. A very good question. It was really relevant, yeah, for us, all of us here. We are academic, so the best is the best action. To be honest, we should disseminate the knowledge. We should share the information that we need to reduce the carbon emission, and we should share. I would say properly and using the right method. What I mean by the right method, we are as academics, I believe, since we are living in Asia, yeah, people are really, how to say that, menghormati, ya, bukan begitu kan? Orang ramai menghormati guru, ya, menghormati teacher ataupun lecturer lah seperti kita. Jadi apa sahaja yang kita tuturkan itu akan menjadi ikutan ya, kepada orang ramai. Jadi bercakaplah tentang mengurangkan emisi CO2 ini. Dan semua tadi yang terkandung adalah sebahagian yang besarnya. Tetapi begitu banyak informasinya, begitu banyak informasi apa yang kita bisa lakukan untuk mengurangkan CO2 ya, sebagai individu, sebagai ahli di dalam keluarga dan juga ahli di dalam satu organisasi yang besar seperti UPI. Ya. Jadi a simple step like choosing the organic material, organic bag, for example, rather than plastic bags, reuse them, and the most important, as I mentioned, disseminate this information. Kita harus sebarkan bahawa ini perlu dilakukan, otherwise the disaster come. And when it comes, it's not come to other country, but it's also come to our country. Yeah,
yes,
definitely.
yes. To our children. Yes, thank you, thank you, Professor. Next, this is on the waste side. Besides food waste, can electronic waste such as cloud, I mean the use of cloud computing here, or hardware computers, TV, etc., also increase carbon emission?
Well,
and I think an addition to that is how much is relative to some things like food waste. I think like that.
That's right. Yeah, very interesting question. Actually, as I mentioned earlier, CO2 emission is already there, yeah, since the beginning of this earth, because this is the balance of the atmosphere environment. Kalau tidak ada manusia sekalipun, dahulu ada dinosaur, dan semua kita percaya ada dinosaur kerana ada fosil-fosilnya yang kita bisa lihat. Jadi ya, dinosaur itu pasti wujud dan sudah disappear. Jadi ketika hidupnya dinosaur itu juga mereka menghasilkan CO2, ya, melalui proses respiration, maknanya mereka bernafas juga menghasilkan CO2. Mereka mati, ya, maknanya during the decomposition itu juga terhasilnya CO2. Dan kalau berlaku fermentation, ya, hari ini kita buat fermentation ke atas beer dan sebagainya, juga kita menghasilkan CO2. Tetapi yang menjadi masalah hari ini ialah CO2 ini sudah dihasilkan secara berlebihan, berbanding cycle-nya. Bermaksud pokoknya tidak bertambah, tetapi manusianya bertambah, kan? Jadi kalau kita nak menghasilkan satu proses yang tidak ada penghasilan CO2 itu tidak mungkin berlaku. Karena paling simple tadilah, bagaimana kita harus berhenti bernafas. Untuk tidak menghasilkan CO2, kita tidak bisa bernafas. Nah, itu tidak mungkin lah, kan? Jadi, matilah nanti. Jadi kalau kita tidak mahu menghasilkan CO2, kita harus jangan menebang pokok-pokok untuk dimakan. Jangan makan sayur. Jangan consume palm oil. Nah, itu tidak bisa juga, kan? Sebab memotong pokok itu mematikan dia, jadi tidak ada tumbuhan yang akan akan menyerap ataupun memproses CO2 menghasilkan oksigen. Jadi itu juga tidak bisa dilakukan secara total. Jadi apa sahaja yang kita lakukan itu masih CO2 itu terhasil, cuma dalam bentuk yang lebih besar atau bentuk yang lebih kecil. Jadi isu kepada soalan tadi, apakah kita bisa mengurangkan waste? Bisa. Apakah bisa menghentikan waste? Itu tidak bisa, kan? Jadi daripada bahan makanan yang kita makan sudah pasti ada sisa. Kalau kita sembelih sapi, pasti ada kulit yang kita buang, kan? Kulit tidak dimakan. Tapi ada satu proses yang bisa dibuat, untuk makan kulit sapi, ya. Saya pergi ke Medan, itu enak sekali itu kulit sapi itu, ya. Tapi kalau di Malaysia ini tidak, kami tidak makan kulit sapi. Jadi pasti ada waste, ya. Seperti yang saya bilang tadi, jadi yang kita harus lakukan adalah mengurangkan food waste, ya. Seperti kalau kita lihat dalam software tadi, ya, ada di-calculate berapa banyak waste yang kita hasilkan, berapa banyak makanan yang kita makan. Kerana dari situ ada calculation food waste. Nah, terkait dengan e-waste, ya, konsepnya mudah saja. Semua proses yang memerlukan tenaga untuk menghasilkan sesuatu, maka itu tidak akan lari daripada menghasilkan CO2. Ya, jadi kalau kita ingin recycle, for example, battery, recycle the computer, we would like to recycle the old TV, we definitely cannot run out from using the energy. Therefore, we still produce CO2. Ya, cuma tinggal lagi recycle itu menghasilkan tenaga ataupun menggunakan tenaga yang lebih rendah berbanding menggunakan bahan baru. Nah, itu yang menjadi masalah. Ya, sebagai contoh, banyak isu yang terkait dengan kos, di mana kos ini majoritinya adalah penggunaan tenaga untuk menghasilkan biodiesel. Apakah kos itu lebih rendah berbanding kos untuk menghasilkan petroleum? Nah, ternyata memang kos untuk menghasilkan petroleum itu lebih rendah. Lebih rendah berbanding kos untuk menghasilkan 1 liter biofuel. Kan? Nah, jadi bagaimana mungkin menghasilkan petroleum itu maknanya lebih rendah CO2 yang terhasil berbanding menghasilkan biodiesel. Nah, itu lots of discussion. Ya, lots of discussion panjang, satu hari tidak selesai. Ya. Tetapi apapun, the simple key yang kita harus ingat bahawa penggunaan bahan yang tidak asli, seperti petroleum, tidak renewable, walaupun bahan itu sebenarnya datang dari bahan organik seperti yang saya bilang tadi. Petroleum itu sendiri terhasil dari haiwan dan juga tumbuhan di masa lampau, di masa purba, kan. Jadi mereka juga adalah bahan organik. Tetapi hari ini pembakaran fossil fuel ini tidak renewable, tidak bisa dihasilkan lagi. Biodiesel kita bisa hasilkan menggunakan tumbuh-tumbuhan, buah-buahan, ya, dan juga minyak-minyak dari buah-buahan. Jadi the point here is, if you want to produce more biofuel, you have to plant more trees. Maka itu lebih baik daripada mendapatkan petroleum dari dasar laut. Nah, itu ya. Walaupun akhirnya menghasilkan 1 liter petroleum itu lebih murah berbanding menghasilkan 1 liter biodiesel, kan? Nah, malah biodiesel dengan petroleum ini kalau di Indonesia dan Malaysia, harga biodiesel itu lebih mahal daripada harga petroleum. Kerana harga ini, petroleum ini begitu murah di Indonesia dan Malaysia. Tetapi tidak di Eropah, tidak di Amerika. Jadi perbincangannya panjang di situ, ya. Apapun CO2 emission ini masih terhasil, cuma yang kita harus fikirkan bagaimana untuk minimize CO2 ini dihasilkan. Terima kasih. Yeah.
Okay, terima kasih, Prof. Basically, we have a lot of things to consider, and one of the most important things when you are considering application is basically, the economic concern, right? Because if we do things that are good but not profitable, the industry just said, "Nah, we'll skip that. It's not profitable enough, right?" Yeah.
That's right.
Tapi saya juga heran, Prof. Itu kenapa macam solar itu disebutnya renewable, padahal itu tidak terperbarui, kan?
Maksudnya bagaimana? Maksudnya bagaimana? Tidak diperbarui?
We are not exactly know how to renew the solar energy, right?
Yeah.
I'm still confused. Why does we call that solar energy as renewable? Because as far as I'm concerned, we have no way to renew solar, the sunlight, right?
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess it's all about the terms. Yeah, the terms that we use here.
Yes.
Renewable means you can say that the sources is free, but it's not free. It was created by God. The process, the atomic reaction, fusion and fusion of fission in the sun. I'm not sure. Yeah, but one of them is the nuclear reaction, of course, in the sun. perhaps continuously. Yeah, nobody can predict when it will stop. Definitely during kiamat, ya pasti matahari tidak akan lagi memberikan sinarnya, kan? Ya, tetapi selagi aktiviti fusion di permukaan matahari itu berlaku, maka sudah pasti kita mendapatkan cahaya matahari itu secara istilahnya gratis dan renewable. Means esoknya masih ada, kayak 2 minggu lagi masih ada, kan? Tahun depan masih ada. Nah, itu maksud dia renewable. Tapi minyak di bawah laut di Indonesia itu kalau diambil langsung continuously sampai satu hari akan habis, ya, memang akan habis. Tetapi cahaya matahari itu sentiasa begitu bersinar. Tetapi untuk switch, saya lihat tadi ada satu soalan yang related to that solar energy. Kenapa kita tidak menggunakan solar energy ini kalau ia begitu bagus, ya? Kerana to switch to new renewable energy is not easy. It involve human capital. We have to train the people to use, to install, and also to produce. Kalau hari ini the biggest producer of the solar panel is China. So kalau di Indonesia serius untuk menggunakan solar panel, ya, solar PV, ya, maksudnya, maka harus menghasilkan sendiri, mandiri, ya, di Indonesia. Itu adalah satu langkah yang lebih baik dan serius. Ya. Dan kalau ditanya, kita mempunyai begitu banyak sunray, ya, di Malaysia dan Indonesia. Memang cahaya yang kita dapat dari matahari itu lebih baik dari banyak negara lainnya. But there are more other parameter that consider during the harvesting process, ya, including the cloud. Ya, di Malaysia dan Indonesia kita ini mempunyai banyak awan, ya, yang sering mengganggu efisiensi ataupun prestasi solar panel secara keseluruhan. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua adalah humidity, ya. Humidity itu juga telah mengurangkan efisiensi solar panel itu sendiri. Other than that, yes, we have a very good exposure, light exposure, compared to many other country. Bayangkan di Germany, mereka struggle dengan energi, ya. Saya beberapa kali melawat Germany, mereka hanya mempunyai masa yang begitu singkat untuk terdedah dengan cahaya matahari, tetapi mereka begitu mengambil opportunity, ya, untuk install solar panel untuk mendapatkan tenaga. Kita yang mempunyai opportunity yang begitu luas, kita tidak menggunakannya kerana oil itu lebih murah lah. Dengan the other words is, ya, petroleum oil itu lebih murah. Jadi solar power itu hanya ditinggalkan. Itu, ya.
I think this answered some question actually, not just one, but several. I think this one is a bit different. It's from Wita. Wita, are you there? Hello, Wita. I think Wita is here. Where is she? Hello, Wita. I think I'll just read her question then.
Okay.
I'm good. Right. In the process, solar panel, I guess, not solar fuel.
Yeah.
Take a lot of space. How to solve this problem and what things are to consider for that? I think energy generation per area for solar cell, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, this is a valid question actually, and it's already being discussed and being tested actually in many ways. Actually, yes, it need a lot of space karena dia tidak bisa diletakkan secara bersiri kan, harus diletakkan searas ya, so that the solar panel will be exposed directly to the sun. And that's why we saw today all the space used for solar panel is the space that already available like that. We try not to cut the tree just to put the solar panel. Maksudnya kita cuba mencari kawasan yang tanahnya memang kosong. Kalau hanya ada bush atau hanya ada padang pasir, ya. Kalau di US memang padang pasir lah digunakan, ya. Di California itu ada banyak red desert kan, therefore they are using all this desert to put the solar panel. Untuk mengatakan itu bagus juga tidak 100% true, because even though it desert, it still have a lots of the creature, yeah, inside the desert. We're talking about the birds, the lizard, the snake, a lot of things, yeah. The discussion will not end, yeah. Kalau dibilang Indonesia itu ditebangnya semua pokok untuk tanam kelapa sawit. Nah, kita juga bisa katakan ya di Amerika diletakkan solar panel, maka mati semua lizard ini habis, tidak ada habitatnya.
Haiwannya mati semua nanti.
Ya, nanti burungnya juga mati. Lizardnya tidak ada, maka burung helang Amerika juga habis. Nah, itu discussion yang tidak pernah selesai. Menurut saya ini jelas hanya satu cemburu ya. Sama ya bahasanya ya. Yeah, they are jealous, to be honest. When we plant the tree, actually it's still tree. So you cut the forest, yes, but yeah, whether you want to keep the forest or let the people die, or cut the tree and give job to people, this is the question, right? Yeah, and the fact that the forest we have still bigger than the rest of the world actually. Yeah, I have lots of discussion on this, especially with European people, talking about our palm oil is very bad. But now they are trying to buy palm oil from us because the sunflower is no longer available from Ukraine. Yeah. Lots of discussion on that. Yeah, but to answer the question, the best, yes, try to get the empty and flat surface, like unused bush, and even on the surface of the sea, the surface of the lake. Yeah, but again, don't say that this is completely natural, because when you put the solar panel on the lake, that means you are limiting the sun ray to go deep into the water. Yeah,
and it can kill the fish.
Yeah, ada efeknya, ya. Tetapi that's the best we can say. We can use the big roof of the building, for example. Ya, kalau ada toko-toko yang besar, nah itu di bumbungnya itu bisa diletakkan solar panel. That's the best, definitely. Tidak langsung mengganggu apa-apa. Ya, tetapi pada permukaan bumi yang rata, bush ya pasti mengganggu hidupan di dalam bush itu, ya. A lot of creature, definitely. But at least we try to minimize, not to cut the tree just to put the solar panel. Right. Thank you.
So it's just basically on problems of balancing the
yes,
costs and the benefits.
Exactly.
So yeah, we can like increase the benefits, but at what cost? And at some point we just need to, okay, this is too costly, and just we'll need another solution, something like that.
Yeah.
So that answers several question from Vita, I believe. Next, Professor Zalman. Based on the literature I read, our carbon reserve on I think carbon fuel reserves, right? Fossil fuel reserves could only last until around 2150. What energy source we can use for alternative in the futures?
To answer this question, no single energy sources we can use. Yeah, we have to take all the benefits. Yeah, whether it is solar, whether it is wind, even geothermal. Yeah, Indonesia have lots of volcano activities. Therefore, you have enough sources to use geothermal, and you are already there. Yeah, you are using a lots of geothermal, but still not enough. Yeah, Malaysia and Indonesia have a lots of potential of using solar, wind, as well as geothermal, but we are not manipulate them completely. So we still have a lot to do, yeah, together, so that we can produce a bigger energy portion, yeah, not depending only on the fossil fuel. You just imagine the next 50 years, yeah, it's not far from now, yeah. One generation, we already reached that years, and therefore we have to think from now. Yeah, we cannot just sit back and do nothing. Life easy and just yeah, because one day we have to export the energy from other country at the end. Yeah, I believe that Malaysia and Indonesia, Malaysia is self-sustained, meaning that I would say the petroleum that we are produce is bigger than what we use, but Indonesia, no. Yeah, you are producing less than the energy that you are using. Therefore, you have to depend on many other sources. Yeah, whether to buy energy from abroad or switch to renewable energy. Definitely.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Can we see the question from Samuel, please? Okay, here is a question. I think this is also related to your explanation on electric vehicles.
Yes.
What is your view? What is your opinion? I think can electric vehicles can be used as a solution for reducing carbon emission? Especially even though most countries, especially like us in Indonesia and Malaysia, still use a lot of fossil fuels in the process of generating electricity.
Yeah. Yeah. To say whether it is success or not to use electric vehicles, it depends on the policy of the government. Yeah. Because of fuel are cheaper. Yeah, diesel and gasoline are cheaper compared to many European countries. Therefore, if you ask me to choose whether to use gasoline or electric vehicle, I still choose to use gasoline engine. Yeah. Why? Simply because if you say that you want to reduce CO2, the problem here is our electric generators still use petroleum-based fuel. Yeah, we are using in Malaysia and Indonesia. We are the same. We are using coal. Second one is gas. Yeah, to generate electric power. So if you shift to electric vehicle, that means more electric required, right? Because everybody coming home charge the car. Everybody, and we're talking about 20 million vehicle. Yeah, in Indonesia you have. I read the statistic. Yeah, I'm not. I hope the statistic is correct. Yeah, 20 million vehicle on the road in Indonesia, and also 20 million vehicle on the road in Malaysia. We have more or less same number. Yeah, even though people are 10 times bigger in Indonesia, but on our road we have also about 20 million vehicles. And you just imagine to replace them with electric vehicle. Therefore, every day we have to charge this vehicle with electric power, right? Therefore, the electric sources is no longer enough. Yeah, the current electric generator is not enough. You have to double, I'm not sure, double or triple. We have to calculate very well to do this. Our electric generator, and meaning that you have to export more coal. Yeah, it's just a matter of your car does not produce emission, doesn't mean you are not producing emission. Your car does not producing emission, but someone else do that on behalf of you. Yeah, unless our electric power come from 100% renewable energy, therefore switching to electric vehicle is absolutely the right answer. Yeah, without that, yeah, let's say we go parallel. Yeah, we try to increase the number of the vehicle with electric, and we also increase the number of the renewable energy that we generated. And from there, we say that we take action. Yeah, we move forwards. Yeah, to increase both, actually increase the renewable energy, and we increase the number of the electric vehicle. But what happened to 22 million gasoline vehicle? Yeah, if you just buy last year, if you just buy last 10 years, you still can use them for the next 20 years, right? Yeah, because the lifespan of the vehicles, yeah, we all know, yeah, we can use until 20 years, 40 years ahead, no problem. Yeah, we don't need to recycle every 4 or 5 years. In Europe, they are encouraged their people to sell and buy new car because of the industry. Yeah, the car, we still can use them for the next 10, 20 years, but because of the industry, yeah, they want to make sure that the vehicle industry grow very fast, therefore they emphasize to buy new car. So where we want to dump our car? So this is another question. Again, when you dump your car, where to dump them? You dump in the forest, you make emission in the forest. You dump under the water, is even worse. You bring all the mineral oils and fuels to the sea. So yeah, this is not a total solution, but yes, the way forward is like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. That is a very comprehensive answer, actually. So let's see. This is from someone, I guess, not sure who it is, but he asked about. I'm sorry, it's he or she asked about.
Anonymous.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay.
About nuclear energy. I think that
yes.
There are a lot of nuclear power plants in Europe. I think. What are the advantages and disadvantages of this power source to be used as primary power source, especially like in topics at I think Southeast Asia like us. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very good questions. Nuclear energy, some may consider them renewable. But it is renewable or not? Yeah, you find them, the mineral, the uranium, right? But can you produce the uranium? Yeah, if you cannot produce uranium and the uranium will be run out, that means nuclear energy is not renewable, because the sources is not renewable. If you're talking about the amount of energy that can be produced from nuclear energy, nobody can argue that nuclear energy is the best. Yeah, because it's not to compare at all. Yeah, the energy that can be produced from nuclear compared to fossil is too big. Yeah, but the single problem, just a single problem with nuclear energy is their waste. Yeah, even today, the technology to keep this waste is really costly, as well as really risk. Yeah, it's a risk business. Yeah, although I'm not involved with the research in nuclear energy, but as I mentioned, there's no way out. You have to read, yeah, and understand. A single problem of nuclear energy to keep and store the waste under the ground, and you just imagine it takes thousands of years, yeah, to decompose. And just imagine if the world that we have today is not how to say that, it's not stable enough. The war, I'm talking about the war occurs everywhere, and this is I read some news, yeah, the last few weeks regarding the war between Russia and Ukraine, and the warning regarding the bombing of the Russian artillery to the Ukraine area, because Ukraine used a nuclear power, yeah.
Yeah, that was worrying.
Yeah, just imagine, even before Chernobyl disaster occurs also in Ukraine, but yeah, during that happened, this is under Soviet Union, so we call it under Russia. But Chernobyl is now part of the Ukraine. Until today, the area is not is no population, even no habitat occurs there. Yeah, and a lot of studies conducted on the effect of the radioactive to the environment, yeah, including the trees and also the living creature. So this is not easy and a safe decision to do. If we are serious to go to that directions, then we have to prepare not just to produce energy from nuclear, but also to manage the waste. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we can say that the energy is quite clean, but not exactly without cost, basically.
Yeah, as I said,
it's complicated.
no single option is the best of everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need several.
Not to say nuclear also cheap. They are very expensive because it's expensive to handle. Yeah, it's a risk business, so you have to put a lot of money to ensure that the generator is not explode, for example. It's not burning, it's not. You just imagine what happened to the
Fukushima.
Yeah, Fukushima in Japan, just because of earthquake, what happened. And how much effort and how much money you have to put to prevent from the nuclear radioactive exposed to the environment. Yeah, lots of things involved. So although it looks cheap, yeah, cheap because of the concept, but when it comes to the implementation, there are too many things involved. Then the cheapest is not the cheap one. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Okay, I think that should be our last question for this session because we are running out of time. There are actually some other questions, but I think most of the we can answer with this way. It's complicated and no one solution is the perfect solution. There is no such thing as silver bullets in these problems.
That's right.
So first, I would like to invite Bu Fitri perhaps for some things to say.
All right, Hafiz. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Jalman. Yeah, it's more than nice to seeing you again virtually. First of all, on behalf of Department of Chemistry, again, I would like to send our gratitude for your insightful lectures today and also your great effort and contribution to virtual summer school program. So for your information, this is a kind of annual event organized by our department, which is designed to provide a good event for our students as well as the other participants from abroad and also from other national university to have the great engagement, not only with the great speaker, from many universities, and but also engagement with our student here. So especially for this year, we enlightened the title for our Pitwa Summer School regarding to the SDGs, especially regarding to the green chemistry for sustainable future. And this morning, you deliver us many great reminders how to be a responsible society. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
especially how we could wisely use energy as well as the energy resources for our daily life.
That's right.
Yeah, and this climate change and also regarding to the emission and so on, and become a critical issue, I guess, globally. And then, yeah, how to solve that? I agree with you. No best solution so far, but we can take real actions, yeah, that we can do personally. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do believe all contents that you just deliver, not only the great reminder for us, how we can also take the real actions to contribute to the sustainable development goal, but also maybe perhaps increase our awareness, yeah, to save our earth, our environment.
That's right.
Thank you so much, Prof. Rijalman, and
Thank you very
really
much.
hope to seeing you again in other occasion, yeah, in the near future,
Inshallah.
inshallah.
Yeah.
And wish you a good day, Prof. Rijalman.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish you
Before that,
everybody have a good day too.
we have a e-certificate for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We will
Thank
send
you
it
very much.
to your email, of course, as usual.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Before you, I think you have other things to do, but before that, I would like to take some pictures first. Is that okay?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Let me. Dear participant, please open your camera if you have no problems with the connection, please. Okay, let's say for the first slide, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and last slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Rijalman.
Okay,
Maybe any concluding remark
yes,
from Prof. Rijalman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Closing remarks from Professor.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish you, I mean, for all the students, yeah, I wish you good luck for your study. And definitely your time will be, I mean, the study will be end. Yeah, very soon. I can see most of you is like final year student. Yeah. Maybe you can consider to further your study postgraduate. And I wish you good luck. Have a good day today. Dan insyaAllah kita ketemu lagi. Terima kasih kepada organizer, terima kasih kepada Dr. Ibu Fitri yang mengundang saya. Semoga kita dapat berjumpa lagi di masa yang lain.
Amin.
Ya.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Terima kasih. Ya, terima kasih. Sama juga.
Okay.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good day,
Bye,
Prof.
Professor. Have a good day.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Maaf ya, karena saya juga harus cepat ke masjid.
Betul, ini juga
Iya.
Ya. Silakan, Prof. Silakan. Selamat hari Jumat. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, participant, before we close this session, I think I would remind you that your presentation are already available on Padlet. For those of you who have not yet uploaded, please do so as soon as possible. But I think almost all of them is already uploaded. Also, please do comment and on the poster that already been uploaded. For our next session is we'll start at in 2.5 hours, so 13:30 Indonesia time, GMT +7. We will meet at that time. So
Yeah, Pak
yes,
Hafid, I
yes,
just how to say check the progress, effort from
yes,
all participants in the Padlet.
yes,
Amazing, yeah,
yes, yes,
amazing. I
yes.
really proud of you, all participants. You did a great job. Hopefully tomorrow, you can do a kind of assignment or peer review of assignment to the how to say poster that already available in the Padlet. And I really amazed with your hard working on preparing the poster. Thank you so much for your how to say great effort on providing that. And I guess in my personal opinion, this program already succeed to to motivate, to encourage all our participants here to do their best for the poster. And maybe in the afternoon session, Pak Hafiz, we can maybe how to say briefly slideshow the how to say the poster that the participant been prepared as the encouragement or motivations to the other who hasn't yet submit to the tablet to the Padlet.
I'm quite embarrassed because
again
they
deeply
make
appreciate. Thank you.
yes, they make much better poster than I could do.
No doubt.
Yeah. I mean, my design skill is actually not that good.
The RGB one, right? But it's fine.
That
It's
remind me
fine.
of that.
Everyone, in my opinion, is so unique. So don't worry about that. And can hardly waiting in my side to see all of your presentation on the Sunday, right? I really curious to join. Thank you so much, everyone. You already did best. Thank you.
See you in 13:30 in 2.5 hours. And first, please don't forget to fill in that attendance link that was provided by the committee in the chat room.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. No slide for this morning?
No quiz, but the slide is for the question and answer session.
I see. Due to the Friday prayer, everyone.
Yes.
So have a great break, and then hope to see you again soon at 1:30 p.m. Right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
See you later.
Thank you. Don't forget to attend the second session because we will be having two speakers. There will be Dr. Grand Prix and Professor Wawan from Bandung Institute of Technology. See you at 1:30.
Located in the green premise of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung, West Java, the Department of Chemistry Education is one of the oldest departments in UPI, initially established as the Natural Science Program in 1954. The Department of Chemistry Education occupies Japanese architecture JICA building, whose name depicts strong collaboration with the Japan International Cooperation Agency. We provide an academic atmosphere for a satisfying experience in studying chemistry and chemistry education. Aligned with the UPI's vision, the Department of Chemistry Education under the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Education is determined to be a leading and outstanding department in chemistry and chemistry education. The Department of Chemistry Education strives to prepare professional chemistry teachers and chemists who can compete globally, also establish and strengthen national, regional, and international networks. These missions are supported by 7 professors and 40 academics, consisting of 24 lecturers holding a doctoral degree and 16 lecturers are prospective doctoral candidates. The Department of Chemistry Education offers 4 study programs, including Bachelor of Chemistry, Bachelor of Chemistry Education, Master of Chemistry, and Master of Chemistry Education programs. 3 study programs have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Council for Higher Education. This rank indicates high qualification and recognition of study programs in fulfilling the national education standards. For Master of Chemistry program as a new study program has met the minimum requirements for accreditation. The 4 study programs are now undergoing the accreditation process by the International Accreditation Board. With the existence of educational and non-educational programs, the Department of Chemistry Education implements the cross-fertilization principle to build synergy between the 2 programs and strengthen the 3 pillars of higher education that consist of education, research, and community service. The curriculum structure in the Department of Chemistry Education is designed to prepare students either for professional work or for graduate studies. At the bachelor level, students will be studying fundamentals of chemistry, analytical chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, biochemistry, applied chemistry, lab experiments, and additional course of chemistry education for students of the educational program. While at the master level, students will be exposed to a more comprehensive knowledge and research of chemistry, chemistry education, and their applications. The Department of Chemistry Education is supported by 4 expertise or research groups in the chemistry program and 7 in the chemistry education program to excel at the 3 pillars of higher education. The chemistry program specializes in material chemistry, environmental chemistry, biological chemistry, and food chemistry. Material chemistry group focuses on the transformation of biomaterials or waste materials into nanomaterials, porous materials, and hybrid materials that can be used as catalysts, corrosion inhibitors, adsorbents, and membranes. Environmental Chemistry Group conducts research on bionutrients, biohydrogels, membranes, thin films, bionanomaterials, nanocomposites, and modeling studies. Food Chemistry Group manages research on food fortification, food preservation, functional food, food safety and security, aiming to produce high-quality food. Biological Chemistry Group researches exploration and modification of natural products from Indonesia that can be useful for application in environment, energy, health, and food. The expertise group in the chemistry education program consists of chemistry literacy for education for sustainable development or ESD and teacher professional development, high-order thinking skills or HOTS in chemistry education, chemistry in context or ChemiCon, read, answer, discuss, explain, create curriculum, problem-based learning, intertextuality in chemistry learning, innovative assessment in chemistry, and digital media for learning chemistry. The research development at the Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated through many research grants worth billions of rupiah each year, local, national, and international fellowships, and strengthened through partnerships with government, industry, research institutes, and other higher education institutions. The Department of Chemistry Education provides students with facilities to support all student activities from learning to student well-being. The teaching and learning process are conducted in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. The Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated with the smart class equipped with a smart board and sophisticated audio-visual media to support digital-based learning and interactive and collaborative teaching. To carry out independent learning and e-learning, the Department of Chemistry Education also uses the Learning Management System or LMS established by the university, such as Integrated Online Learning System or SPOT and Online Learning System or SPADA. These platforms enable an easy and more flexible learning process. The Department of Chemistry Education has 9 laboratories equipped with standard and advanced instruments to support practicum and research, including Laboratory of Basic Chemistry and Analytical Chemistry, Laboratory of Physical Chemistry and Inorganic Chemistry, Laboratory of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry, Laboratory of Analytical Instruments, Laboratory of Teaching and Learning to support chemistry learning simulation and research in the chemistry education program, and 4 research laboratories. The laboratories are accessible to all staff and students of UPI as well as external researchers. To promote safe practice, the labs are equipped with safety equipment, standard operating procedures or SOPs, and personal protective equipment or PPE. In addition to standard laboratory equipment, students and staff can access various instruments including UV-Vis spectrophotometer, Fourier transform infrared or FTIR spectrometer, high performance liquid chromatography or HPLC, gas chromatography mass spectrometry or GCMS, atomic absorption spectrophotometer or AAS, liquid chromatography with tandem mass spectrometry or LCMS-MS, thermogravimetric analyzer, and computational modeling facility. Other supporting facilities served for students to have a convenient learning experience include library, language center, art and sports facilities, University Training Center or Isla Resort, Center for Counseling and Guidance, Career Development Center, Polyclinic, Mosque, Student Center, and Student Dormitory. The Department of Chemistry Education has established collaborations with national and international institutions, including research collaboration, joint publications, visiting lecturers or researchers, students' mobility, internship programs, staff development, and community services. To promote international engagement, the Department of Chemistry Education also holds an international summer school annually, where students from all over the world can connect and meet experts. We also allow students to absorb knowledge and experience a new learning atmosphere across countries through a student mobility program. The successful outcomes of learning and research activities at the Department of Chemistry Education are depicted through students' achievements. Becoming medalist in Chemistry National Olympiad and Micro-Teaching Competition, receiving grants for Student Creativity Program, publishing papers in reputable international journals, and receiving intellectual property rights for the research work are to name a few. To encourage vibrant life and make the most of university life, students are offered plenty of opportunities to connect with other students and improve soft skills. These include community service programs, workshops, sports, art, and extracurricular activities. The student body routinely organizes numerous events involving societies and schools such as Dies Natalis, Chemistry Expo, seminars, and charities. To date, Graduates of the Department of Chemistry Education have contributed to the development of education and research in national and global communities. Welcome to Department of Chemistry Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Department of Chemistry Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding. Located in the green premise of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung, West Java, the Department of Chemistry Education is one of the oldest departments in UPI, initially established as the Natural Science Program in 1954. The Department of Chemistry Education occupies Japanese architecture JICA building, whose name depicts strong collaboration with the Japan International Cooperation Agency. We provide an academic atmosphere for a satisfying experience in studying chemistry and chemistry education. Aligned with the UPI's vision, the Department of Chemistry Education under the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Education is determined to be a leading and outstanding department in chemistry and chemistry education. The Department of Chemistry Education strives to prepare professional chemistry teachers and chemists who can compete globally, also establish and strengthen national, regional, and international networks. These missions are supported by 7 professors and 40 academics, consisting of 24 lecturers holding a doctoral degree, and 16 lecturers are prospective doctoral candidates. The Department of Chemistry Education offers 4 study programs, including Bachelor of Chemistry, Bachelor of Chemistry Education, Master of Chemistry, and Master of Chemistry Education programs. 3 study programs have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Council for Higher Education. This rank indicates high qualification and recognition of study programs in fulfilling the national education standards. For Master of Chemistry program as a new study program has met the minimum requirements for accreditation. The 4 study programs are now undergoing the accreditation process by the International Accreditation Board. With the existence of educational and non-educational programs, the Department of Chemistry Education implements the cross-fertilization principle to build synergy between the 2 programs and strengthen the 3 pillars of higher education that consist of education, research, and community service. The curriculum structure in the Department of Chemistry Education is designed to prepare students either for professional work or for graduate studies. At the bachelor level, students will be studying fundamentals of chemistry, analytical chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, biochemistry, applied chemistry, lab experiments, and additional course of chemistry education for students of the educational program. While at the master level, students will be exposed to a more comprehensive knowledge and research of chemistry, chemistry education, and their applications. The Department of Chemistry Education is supported by 4 expertise or research groups in the chemistry program and 7 in the chemistry education program to excel at the 3 pillars of higher education. The chemistry program specializes in material chemistry, environmental chemistry, biological chemistry, and food chemistry. Material chemistry group focuses on the transformation of biomaterials or waste materials into nanomaterials, porous materials, and hybrid materials that can be used as catalysts, corrosion inhibitors, as solvents, and membranes. Environmental Chemistry Group conducts research on bionutrients, biohydrogels, membranes, thin films, bio-nanomaterials, nanocomposites, and modeling studies. Food Chemistry Group manages research on food fortification, food preservation, functional food, food safety and security, aiming to produce high-quality food. Biological Chemistry Group researches exploration and modification of natural products from Indonesia that can be useful for application in environment, energy, health, and food. The expertise group in the chemistry education program consists of chemistry literacy for education for sustainable development or ESD and teacher professional development, high order thinking skills or HOTS in chemistry education, chemistry in context or ChemiCon, read, answer, discuss, explain, create curriculum, problem-based learning, intertextuality in chemistry learning, innovative assessment in chemistry, and digital media for learning chemistry. The research development at the Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated through many research grants worth billions of rupiah each year, local, national, and international fellowships, and strengthened through partnerships with government, industry, research institutes, and other higher education institutions. The Department of Chemistry Education provides students with facilities to support all student activities from learning to student well-being. The teaching and learning process are conducted in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. The Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated with the Smart Class equipped with a smart board and sophisticated audio-visual media to support digital-based learning and interactive and collaborative teaching. To carry out independent learning and e-learning, the Department of Chemistry Education also uses the Learning Management System or LMS established by the university, such as Integrated Online Learning System or SPOT and Online Learning System or SPADA. These platforms enable an easy and more flexible learning process. The Department of Chemistry Education has 9 laboratories equipped with standard and advanced instruments to support practicum and research, including Laboratory of Basic Chemistry and Analytical Chemistry, Laboratory of Physical Chemistry and Inorganic Chemistry, Laboratory of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry, Laboratory of Analytical Instruments, Laboratory of Teaching and Learning to support chemistry learning simulation and research in the chemistry education program, and 4 research laboratories. The laboratories are accessible to all staff and students of UPI as well as external researchers. To promote safe practice, the labs are equipped with safety equipment, standard operating procedures or SOPs, and personal protective equipment or PPE. In addition to standard laboratory equipment, students and staff can access various instruments including UV-Vis spectrophotometer, Fourier transform infrared or FTIR spectrometer, high performance liquid chromatography or HPLC, gas chromatography mass spectrometry or GCMS, atomic absorption spectrophotometer or AAS, liquid chromatography with tandem mass spectrometry or LCMS-MS, thermogravimetric analyzer, and computational modeling facility. Other supporting facilities served for students to have a convenient learning experience include library, language center, art and sports facilities, University Training Center or Isla Resort, Center for Counseling and Guidance, Career Development Center, Polyclinic, Mosque, Student Center, and Student Dormitory. The Department of Chemistry Education has established collaborations with national and international institutions, including research collaboration, joint publications, visiting lecturers or researchers, students' mobility, internship programs, staff development, and community services. To promote international engagement, the Department of Chemistry Education also holds an international summer school annually, where students from all over the world can connect and meet experts. We also allows students to absorb knowledge and experience a new learning atmosphere across countries through a student mobility program. The successful outcomes of learning and research activities at the Department of Chemistry Education are depicted through students' achievements. Becoming medalist in Chemistry National Olympiad and Micro-Teaching Competition, receiving grants for student creativity program, publishing papers in reputable international journals, and receiving intellectual property rights for the research work are to name a few. To encourage vibrant life and make the most of university life, students are offered plenty of opportunities to connect with other students and improve soft skills. These include community service programs, workshops, sports, art, and extracurricular activities. The student body routinely organizes numerous events involving societies and schools such as Dis Natalis, Chemistry Expo, seminars, and charities. To date, graduates of the Department of Chemistry Education have contributed to the development of education and research in national and global communities. Welcome to Department of Chemistry Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Department of Chemistry Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding. Located in the green premise of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung, West Java, the Department of Chemistry Education is one of the oldest departments in UPI, initially established as the Natural Science Program in 1954. The Department of Chemistry Education occupies Japanese architecture JICA building, whose name depicts strong collaboration with the Japan International Cooperation Agency. We provide an academic atmosphere for a satisfying experience in studying chemistry and chemistry education. Aligned with the UPI's vision, the Department of Chemistry Education under the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Education is determined to be a leading and outstanding department in chemistry and chemistry education. The Department of Chemistry Education strives to prepare professional chemistry teachers and chemists who can compete globally, also establish and strengthen national, regional, and international networks. These missions are supported by 7 professors and 40 academics, consisting of 24 lecturers holding a doctoral degree, and 16 lecturers are prospective doctoral candidates. The Department of Chemistry Education offers 4 study programs, including Bachelor of Chemistry, Bachelor of Chemistry Education, Master of Chemistry, and Master of Chemistry Education programs. 3 study programs have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Council for Higher Education. This rank indicates high qualification and recognition of study programs in fulfilling the national education standards. For Master of Chemistry program as a new study program has met the minimum requirements for accreditation. The 4 study programs are now undergoing the accreditation process by the International Accreditation Board. With the existence of educational and non-educational programs, the Department of Chemistry Education implements the cross-fertilization principle to build synergy between the 2 programs and strengthen the 3 pillars of higher education that consist of education, research, and community service. The curriculum structure in the Department of Chemistry Education is designed to prepare students either for professional work or for graduate studies. At the bachelor level, students will be studying fundamentals of chemistry, analytical chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, biochemistry, applied chemistry, lab experiments, and additional course of chemistry education for students of the educational program. While at the master level, students will be exposed to a more comprehensive knowledge and research of chemistry, chemistry education, and their applications. The Department of Chemistry Education is supported by 4 expertise or research groups in the chemistry program and 7 in the chemistry education program to excel at the 3 pillars of higher education.
Okay, good day everyone. Welcome back to our virtual summer school. This is the second session of the 5th day. We already have our speaker of the day, Dr. Grand Prix Pembres Markaja. I'm not sure how to pronounce that correct. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Excuse me if I can't. We are still waiting for all the participants and for the time, because as we said before, we are planning to start at 1:30, and as of now we are still waiting for all the participants to join us. For now, we'll just watch the video first. Thank you.
Biological Chemistry Group researches exploration and modification of natural products from Indonesia that can be useful for application in environment, energy, health, and food. The expertise group in the chemistry education program consists of chemistry literacy for education for sustainable development or ESD and teacher professional development, high-order thinking skills or HOTS in chemistry education, chemistry in context or ChemiCon, read, answer, discuss, explain, create curriculum, problem-based learning, intertextuality in chemistry learning, innovative assessment in chemistry, and digital media for learning chemistry. The research development at the Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated through many research grants worth billions of rupiah each year, local, national, and international fellowships, and strengthened through partnerships with government, industry, research institutes, and other higher education institutions. The Department of Chemistry Education provides students with facilities to support all student activities from learning to student well-being. The teaching and learning process are conducted in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. The Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated with the smart class equipped with a smart board and sophisticated audio-visual media to support digital-based learning and interactive and collaborative teaching. To carry out independent learning and e-learning, the Department of Chemistry Education also uses the Learning Management System or LMS established by the university, such as Integrated Online Learning System or SPOT and Online Learning System or SPADA. These platforms enable an easy and more flexible learning process. The Department of Chemistry Education has 9 laboratories equipped with standard and advanced instruments to support practicum and research, including Laboratory of Basic Chemistry and Analytical Chemistry, Laboratory of Physical Chemistry and Inorganic Chemistry, Laboratory of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry, Laboratory of Analytical Instruments, Laboratory of Teaching and Learning to support chemistry learning simulation and research in the chemistry education program, and 4 research laboratories. The laboratories are accessible to all staff and students of UPI as well as external researchers. To promote safe practice, the labs are equipped with safety equipment, standard operating procedures or SOPs, and personal protective equipment or PPE. In addition to standard laboratory equipment, students and staff can access various instruments including UV-Vis spectrophotometer, Fourier transform infrared or FTIR spectrometer, high-performance liquid chromatography or HPLC, gas chromatography mass spectrometry or GCMS, atomic absorption spectrophotometer or AAS, liquid chromatography with tandem mass spectrometry or LCMS-MS, thermogravimetric analyzer, and computational modeling facility. Other supporting facilities served for students to have a convenient learning experience include library, language center, art and sports facilities, University Training Center or Isla Resort, Center for Counseling and Guidance, Career Development Center, Polyclinic, Mosque, Student Center, and Student Dormitory. The Department of Chemistry Education has established collaborations with national and international institutions, including research collaboration, joint publications, visiting lecturers or researchers, students' mobility, internship programs, staff development, and community services. To promote international engagement, the Department of Chemistry Education also holds an international summer school annually, where students from all over the world can connect and meet experts. We also allow students to absorb knowledge and experience a new learning atmosphere across countries through a student mobility program. The successful outcomes of learning and research activities at the Department of Chemistry Education are depicted through students' achievements. Becoming medalist in Chemistry National Olympiad and micro-teaching competition, receiving grants for student creativity program, publishing papers in reputable international journals, and receiving intellectual property rights for the research work are to name a few. To encourage vibrant life and make the most of university life, students are offered plenty of opportunities to connect with other students and improve soft skills. These include community service programs, workshops, sports, art, and extracurricular activities. The student body routinely organizes numerous events involving societies and schools such as Dies Natalis, Chemistry Expo, seminars, and charities. To date, graduates of the Department of Chemistry Education have contributed to the development of education and research in national and global communities. Welcome to Department of Chemistry Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Department of Chemistry Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding.
Okay, let's see. There are still about a dozen people in the room, so we're still waiting for other participants here to come. Hopefully they come soon. Good day, Dr. Granprix. Are you there?
Hello.
Yes. Thank you for joining us for today.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, we are excited to listen to your talk on this topic, renewable energies, I believe. Yes, it is renewable and clean energies. I've read some of your curriculum vitae. It's actually pretty fascinating, to be honest. I'm quite interested in your CV, especially on catalysts, right? Which is in my experience is actually pretty interesting. Also, you have also worked with membranes, also lithium-ion battery, which is the gold standard, at least for now, for rechargeable batteries, until we found something better. We are still waiting for the participant. I hope you don't mind if we wait for another 5 minutes or so.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps we can we start another video, please? All right, thank you, host. Oh, welcome, Professor Liliasari. Selamat datang, Bu Lili. Okay, we already have 22 participants in the room now. So I think we can start for just I forgot to turn on my video feed. Okay, I think we can start this session. Okay, first before we start, I would like to give everyone a bit of another taste of what we are going to talk about today. Apologize for all the videos, but already again we have another videos, but this time is relevant with the topics which is on renewable and clean energies. I think the host is can start the video now. Oh, what?
Every year, the world uses 35 billion barrels of oil. This massive scale of fossil fuel dependence pollutes the earth, and it won't last forever. Scientists estimate that we've consumed about 40% of the world's oil. According to present estimates, at this rate, we'll run out of oil and gas in 50 years or so, and in about a century for coal. On the flip side, we have abundant sun, water, and wind. These are renewable energy sources, meaning that we won't use them up over time. What if we could exchange our fossil fuel dependence for an existence based solely on renewables? We've pondered that question for decades, and yet renewable energy still only provides about 13% of our needs. That's because reaching 100% requires renewable energy that's inexpensive and accessible. This represents a huge challenge, even if we ignore the politics involved and focus on the science and engineering. We can better understand the problem by understanding how we use energy. Global energy use is a diverse and complex system, and the different elements require their own solutions. But for now, we'll focus on two of the most familiar in everyday life: electricity and liquid fuels. Electricity powers blast furnaces, elevators, computers, and all manner of things in homes, businesses, and manufacturing. Meanwhile, liquid fuels play a crucial role in almost all forms of transportation. Let's consider the electrical portion first. The great news is that our technology is already advanced enough to capture all that energy from renewables, and there's an ample supply. The sun continuously radiates about 173 quadrillion watts of solar energy at the Earth, which is almost 10,000 times our present needs. It's been estimated that a surface that spans several 100,000 kilometers would be needed to power humanity at our present usage levels. So why don't we build that? Because there are other hurdles in the way, like efficiency and energy transportation. To maximize efficiency, solar plants must be located in areas with lots of sunshine year-round, like deserts. But those are far away from densely populated regions, where energy demand is high. There are other forms of renewable energy we could draw from, such as hydroelectric, geothermal, and biomasses, but they also have limits based on availability and location. In principle, a connected electrical energy network with power lines crisscrossing the globe would enable us to transport power from where it's generated to where it's needed. But building a system on this scale faces an astronomical price tag. We could lower the cost by developing advanced technologies to capture energy more efficiently. The infrastructure for transporting energy would also have to change drastically. Present-day power lines lose about 6 to 8% of the energy they carry because wire material dissipates energy through resistance. Longer power lines would mean more energy loss. Superconductors could be one solution. Such materials can transport electricity without dissipation. Unfortunately, they only work if cooled to low temperatures, which requires energy and defeats the purpose. To benefit from that technology, we'd need to discover new superconducting materials that operate at room temperature. And what about the all-important oil-derived liquid fuels? The scientific challenge there is to store renewable energy in an easily transportable form. Recently, we've gotten better at producing lithium-ion batteries, which are lightweight and have high energy density. But even the best of these store about 2.5 megajoules per kilogram. That's about 20 times less than the energy in 1 kilogram of gasoline. To be truly competitive, car batteries would have to store much more energy without adding cost. The challenges only increase for bigger vessels like ships and planes. To power a cross-Atlantic flight for a jet, we'd need a battery weighing about 1,000 tons. This too demands a technological leap towards new materials, higher energy density, and better storage. One promising solution would be to find efficient ways to convert solar into chemical energy. This is already happening in labs, but the efficiency is still too low to allow it to reach the market. To find novel solutions, we'll need lots of creativity, innovation, and powerful incentives. The transition towards all renewable energies is a complex problem involving technology, economics, and politics. Priorities on how to tackle this challenge depend on the specific assumptions we have to make when trying to solve such a multifaceted problem. But there's ample reason to be optimistic that we'll get there. Top scientific minds around the world are working on these problems and making breakthroughs all the time. And many governments and businesses are investing in technologies that harness the energy all around us. TED-Ed is a nonprofit. If you value our work, please consider supporting it on patreon.com/.
Okay, I think that should be enough enough introduction. Now I would like to introduce you to our speaker for this session. His name is Dr. Granpreet Tomirismarkaja. He graduated from Universitas Indonesia or University of Indonesia in his bachelor degree. But also graduated from Bandung Institute of Technology for his master and PhD, which research focus on nanoporous and nano-layered material, catalysis, separation, sustainable and alternative energy, as well as environmental remediation. He already have over 60 papers with H&M index of 15. Some of his papers include novel mixed matrix membrane based on polyether sulfone and MIL96 for CO2 separation, a review of radiometric dating and pigment characterization of rock art in Indonesia, as well as recovery of cobalt and manganese from spent lithium-ion batteries using phosphonium-based ionic liquids. Also, some of his patents include methods for producing catalysts and their application in system for converting palm oil into rich biohydrocarbon liquid aromatic contents, material gamma alumina mesoporous 3D nanostructure with surface area, and accessibility as catalyst and catalyst support, agent-free hierarchical porous ZSM5 method printer at low temperature, as well as some zeolite catalysts in the conversion plastic waste to become source of energy for petroleum production. Dr. Granpreet, time is yours.
Thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the organizer who have invited me to this special event, the virtual summer school. My name is Granpreet, as have been introduced by the moderator, I suppose. Thank you very much. And today I would like to share our current works on on the production of renewable fuels. So have you been able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the title of my talk today is Grid Synthesis of Hierarchical Zeolites and their applications for the generation of renewable fuels, because the topic should be renewable fuels related. So I present part of our works that has a connection to the generation of the renewable fuels. So let's start. I would like to classify my talk into several parts. So the first part is we're going to talk about the definition. The definition, of course, of the zeolites, which, of course, there will be the connection to the generation of renewable fuels. So before we're going to talk about zeolites, I would like to talk about the nanoporous materials. So nanoporous materials is an organic materials. They have or they possess the pore size of less than 100 nanometers. IUPAC, or the International Union of Pure and Applied the IUPAC classified the nanopores into 3 types, which is micropores, having a size of less than 2 nanometers, mesopores around 2 to 50 nanometers, and the macropores. So zeolites is classified to the nanoporous materials, especially the micropores. So the zeolite is micropores materials. So let's go deeper to the definition of zeolites. This is the structure of zeolites. If you see by your naked eyes, it will appear as a solid powder because it is silicon and aluminum oxides. But if we observe the zeolites under the electron microscope, for example, we use the SEM here, we can see the distinct crystal particles. So if we zoom in using the electron or the transmission electron microscopy, we could see the uniform distribution, the long range order patterns of silicon, aluminum, and oxygen atoms, which build the structure of zeolites. So there are 4 requirements of materials to be classified as zeolites. First, it must be microporous. Not only microporous, it has to be uniform microporous or crystalline materials. It has long-range order pattern. It is arranged by tetrahedral units, T04, in which the T is silicon or aluminum. It has large surface area and it has acidity. Why does the zeolite has acidity? Because you see in the tetrahedral units of silicon here, silicon has 4 valence electrons and it forms 4 bondings. Therefore, the formal charge should be 0, neutral. But if we isomorphically substitute the silicon with aluminum, aluminum has 3 valence electrons, but it has 4 bondings. Therefore, the formal charge should be -1. And this negative charge should be or can be neutralized by a cation, in which the cation would be the proton or the H+ cations. That's why the zeolite has an acidic properties. You can see the IZA database. IZA is International Zeolite Association database. You can see that there are more than 250 types of zeolite. It is classified based on the uniqueness or the peculiarity of their structures, their pore size, as well as their chemical compositions. It can also be classified based on its formation routes. It could be synthesized in the laboratory, or it could be naturally occurred. For example, a clinoptilolite with the framework pore of HEU, and mordanite with the framework code of MOR. Herein, I display 5 zeolite structures that have been widely used as a catalyst, as adsorbent, or it can also be used as a membrane for selective separation. So this is just how to say, this is for your information type of slide. You can see here that this is the structure of ZSM5. ZSM5 is one of the most utilized zeolite as a catalyst in the petroleum and petrochemical industries. This is the structures which have been observed under the transmission electron microscope. And there is a mosque in Baku, Azerbaijan, which was built in 1086 AD. You can see that there the illustration or the paintings on the wall of the mosque in Baku, Azerbaijan is exactly the same structure with that of ZSM5. So in the lecture given in Cambridge by Professor Thomas, it was said there is nothing new under the sun. We just explore the science or the knowledge that has already been how to say, pre-exist in the nature. Now I would like to talk about the hierarchical porosity. As we have defined before, zeolite is a microporous materials, crystalline, aluminosilicate based microporous materials. But then we have this new classification of zeolite. Is called hierarchical zeolites, or zeolite that has a hierarchical porosity. So zeolite that has hierarchical porosity, it has more than one porosity. Intrinsically, zeolite has one porosity, which is microporosity, less than 2 nanometers. But we could add another or other porosities into the structure of zeolites. For example, zeolite could be introduced with mesoporosity that has the size of 2 to 50 nanometers, or we could also add zeolites or porosity with macroporosity that has the size of more than 50 nanometers. So if we have hierarchical porosity, it should have more than one porosity, as well as the interconnectivity. The mesoporosity should be interconnected with the microporosity. And the third definition and the third requirements of hierarchical porosity, that the distribution of the inlet flow. This definition, I introduced this definition in the initial phase of my talk, so that we can have the same frequency along my talk, because the hierarchical porosity will be spoken more in the following slides or in the following talk. If zeolite has a function as a catalyst, the feed or the reactants should access the larger porosity first and then access the microporosity that has the smaller size. If, for example, this one, the no hierarchy definition. For example, in this structure, it has more than one porosity. Of course, it has the larger and smaller porosity. It is interconnected. They are interconnected, but the molecules of the reactants, they access the smaller porosity first, and then the bigger or the larger porosities. This means that only two requirements are met. As consequence, we cannot define this as hierarchical porosity. The three requirements should be met. So this is the definition of zeolite with hierarchical porosity. So why this hierarchical porosity is important? Because, as you can see in this slide, if we only have zeolite with microporosity, there are two drawbacks in the application of common zeolite as catalysts. The first drawback is this, is that the larger molecules cannot access the active site within the pores. For example, the ZSM5. ZSM5 has a pore size of 5.5 angstrom or 0.55 nanometers. So therefore, a molecules that has a size bigger or larger than 0.55 nanometers cannot access the active sites within the zeolite pores. And the reaction only take place at the surface of the zeolites. Therefore, as you can see here, we classified it as the poor use. Imagine we have 100 active sites, only 10 on the surface, while the 90 active sites are inside the zeolite crystals. Imagine that we only utilize 10% of the active sites. This is a drawback. This is an issue that we face in the use of zeolite as a catalyst. The first issue or the first drawback. The second drawback is that if the molecules could enter the pore size and could access the active sites, but then the molecules have slow diffusion. Remember that there are three steps for the catalytic reaction or the heterogeneous catalytic reaction. The first is absorption, the second is the reaction, and the third is the desorption. The product molecules should diffuse out of the catalyst. But if the pore is too small, the molecules will slowly diffuse and will undergo excessive reactions that result in the formation of PAH or polyaromatic hydrocarbons that leads to the formation of COX. The polyaromatic hydrocarbons, they get bigger and bigger, and then they will poison the catalyst. They will close the pathways into the active sites, and therefore the catalyst will be rapidly deactivated. So these are two problems, two drawbacks in the utilization of common zeolites as a catalyst. So therefore, we will see that the hierarchical zeolites will give us benefits that will alleviate, I would say alleviate, not eliminate these two problems. You can see there is a book edited by Professor Javier Garcia Martinez that mainly discuss on mesoporous zeolites, or of course the hierarchical zeolites, the zeolites that has microporosity and mesoporosity. You could see that in this book that at least there are 3 benefits of using hierarchical zeolites. It should relieve the mass transport, because if we introduce the mesoporosity within the zeolite will have like pathways, like highway, like the traffics in Paris, France, for example. In Paris, we will have smooth traffic because we have larger roads. The speed of the cars or motorcycle will be higher than that in the Damascus, which only have smaller roads. So that you can imagine the importance of having larger porosity within your catalyst. Now I would like to move on to the part 2, which is the common synthesis of a zeolite. We have defined the zeolite. You have known the definition of zeolite, as well as the hierarchical zeolites, or zeolites with hierarchical porosity. Now we are going to overview the common synthesis of zeolite. So in the synthesis of zeolite, you will have the precursors, okay, the reagents to synthesize zeolites. You need to have a silicon source, or the silica source, and aluminium source, or alumina source, of course, because as we have defined before, zeolite is alumino-silica based materials. And then you will have water. Water, of course, is functioning as solvent. We will have the alkaline source as well as the OSDA. We will talk about later regarding each function, the functions of each precursors. This is the chemicals that you need to have, and this is the equipment that you need to provide in order to synthesize zeolite. You need to have this one. This is called the autoclave, or the Teflon line, the Teflon seal autoclave. This functions as a reactor. If you use the high temperature above 100 degrees C, which is above the normal boiling temperature of water, you need to have this equipments, because there will be a high autogenous pressure. For example, if you work with 150 degrees C, the pressure would be at least 5 bar. You will work with high pressure, therefore you need to have this safety equipments. But if you work with a lower temperature, let's say below the boiling temperature of water, you can only, of course you can use this autoclave, but you can also use the plastic vessel. It could be the PFA or the PP bottle, or the PP vessel, polypropylene vessel. See, now we are going to talk about the function of each precursor. Why do we need to have alkaline condition? Normally we will use sodium hydroxide, or NaOH. So the basic or the fundamental reactions of zeolite crystallization is hydrolysis and condensation reaction. Hydrolysis, of course, to break the bondings within the amorphous precursor, within the amorphous silica or alumina precursors, and then to form new bondings, that has a long order arrangement that has uniform micropores that is crystalline as in the structure of the zeolites. So in order to catalyze this reaction, the hydrolysis and condensation reaction, we need OH minus or the hydroxyl cations. We need it to catalyze or as catalyst to fasten the reaction. Can we use another medium? Of course, you can use fluoride medium. Fluoride. You use the F- medium. But F- is not preferable. The researcher prefers the alkaline condition because F- could be a poison to zeolite if we utilize the zeolite as a catalyst. And what is the role of the OSDA? OSDA is this, the organic structure directing agent, or OSDA. But this is optional, okay? This is optional. Zeolites could, for several particular zeolites, they could be synthesized without the use of OSDA. But for a specific zeolites, for example, this one, SZ13 or the ZSM5, we need this OSDA. OSDA could be simply defined as a templates that will direct the formation of the microtubes. For example, in the synthesis of ZSM5, we use TPH plus cations. TPA plus cations is tetrapropyl ammonium. So it is ammonium quaternary cations. So the cations will act as a template. The crystallization will occur around or in the vicinity of these cations, and then we could have the crystalline structures. This OSDA, because they are hydrocarbons, they could be simply eliminated using the calcination treatment in the presence of oxygen. They will be decomposed, or they will be combusted to result in carbon dioxide and water, and then we will have the empty spaces or the empty voids or the empty channels that act as the micropores. So this is the role of the OSDA. In some zeolites, for example, the FAU or the MOR, we could use we could exclude the use of OSDA because the simple inorganic cations, for example, sodium or the potassium or the rubidium plus cations can also be functioning as a structure directing agent. This is a short clip that shows you how can we synthesize zeolite in the laboratory. Okay, so the procedure is simple. You just mix, and then put it in the vessel, put it in the oven, and voila, you could get the zeolites. So you can see here we dissolve the precursors. As a chemist, you should be able to identify these pellets. They should be sodium hydroxide. More water. more dissolving the precursors. Oh, sorry. Wait. Okay. So basically, we will have two vessels. The vessels, the first vessel should contain the silicon precursors, while the second vessel should contain the aluminum precursor and OSDA. But OSDA, again, it is optional, as I have mentioned before. So when, okay, wait, see, these are the two mixtures that I have mentioned before, and they are being mixed in a vessel. So in an instance, when they are mixed, there will be the formation of a cloudy gel, a white cloudy gel that indicate the presence of hydrolysis and condensation reaction. See, the two mixtures are appear as clear solutions, but when they are formed together in an instance, you can see the cloudy white gel that has been formed. After this, you can simply mix them using stirring or shaking, because this is a small scale. In a laboratory scale, you can use shaking and then followed by stirring. Both are acceptable. You can also check the pH. It should be alkaline, it should be basic, because we use sodium hydroxide. And then, yes, put it in the oven. You can guess they are working with lower temperature, below 100 degrees C, because they only use plastic bottle, plastic facet. And after the reaction, see, before the reaction proceeds, you can see that the bottles are white. Okay, you can see the gel, the white gel. But after the reaction, see, clear solution with white solid precipitate at the bottom of the vessel. This is a physical indication that crystallization has proceeded before. Okay, because the white solid gel that has amorphous structure has now been successfully crystallized into, of course, crystalline materials. But this is just a physical indication. You need to check whether the synthesis has been successful or not using the XRD, or X-ray diffraction instrument, because zeolite is a crystalline materials. After that, you need to clean, you need to separate the liquid from the solid precipitate, and then you need to wash the zeolite until the filtrate has reached a neutral pH. You need to clean them, and after that, see, until the filtrate has a neutral pH, and you have the S synthesized zeolite. And after that, you need to perform a calcination treatment. To what? To eliminate the occluded OSDA molecules that reside within the micropores of zeolites. So that is how I show you the simple examples of how can we synthesize zeolite in the laboratory. But that was That was the synthesis of common zeolites. How could we synthesize the hierarchical zeolites then? In general, there are two routes for us to realize the synthesis of hierarchical zeolites. The first one is the bottom-up strategies. In the bottom-up strategies, we use additional molecules, or we use the mesoporous generating agent, so-called mesoporogen. For example, if we want to synthesize hierarchical ZSM5, so ZSM5, I have mentioned the OSDA is TPH plus, the tetrapropyl ammonium cations. You can also add additional mesoporogen. For example, we use the carbon particles with the size of 12 nanometers. You can see that the crystallization of zeolite should take place in the vicinity or around the carbon nanoparticles. And then after the nanoparticles have been removed or have been eliminated using the calcination treatment, we could have empty spaces with the same size as the carbon particles or as the carbon nanoparticles. That is the way. There is one way to obtain hierarchical zeolites. So this is called bottom up because we synthesize the hierarchical zeolite from the bottom, from the amorphous precursors. We can also use the top-down approach. Top-down approach is also known as destructive. You can call this destructive, and you can call the bottom-up approach as constructive approach. Why was it called destructive? Because when we have zeolite crystals, we could perform desilication. This is the extraction of silicon atoms within alkaline condition. Or we could also extract the aluminum atoms within the acidic condition. So we partially destruct the zeolite crystals. The destructive or the partially destructive crystals then will have a new additional porosities that lies in the range of mesoporosity 2 to 50 nanometers, or even it could be as large as macroporosity, more than 50 nanometers. So you can use both bottom-up or constructive approach, or you can use top-down, the destructive approach. But again, this is common strategies. We are now going to talk about the green synthesis of hierarchical zeolites. I have introduced to you the common synthesis of zeolites, the common synthesis of hierarchical zeolites. Now we're moving on to the green synthesis of hierarchical zeolites. If you want to know more about this topic, just go to our published articles 2 years ago, a review on the green synthesis of hierarchical porous zeolites. The talk on the green synthesis of hierarchical zeolites I took from our publication. So the problems in the synthesis of hierarchical zeolites. First one is the typical conditions. It is hydrothermal method. It needs safety handling. There is excessive water. Why the excessive water is a problem? Because of the reduced space-time yield. Space-time yield. Imagine if you have 100 milliliters volume of a reactor and the water is excessive, let's say 80 milliliter. So you only have 20 milliliters of volume left for your zeolite to be resolved. So of course, water is needed as a solvent, but if we use excessive water, we use diluted system. The zeolites that could be produced in a reactor in a batch will be reduced. The yield will be very low, and this is not economically advantage, or this is not economically beneficial. The use of additional mesoporogen. The mesoporogen, they commonly are hydrocarbons or carbon-based materials. And if we eliminate them, there will be an increased amount of carbon dioxide emission. So these are problems in the synthesis of hierarchical zeolites. What if we use the top-down or destructive approach? If we use the destructive approach, this is the two main issues: the disposal of excess alkaline solution containing the residual organics from the synthesis, as well as the reduced zeolite yield. Why? Because we partially destroy the zeolite crystals. So they are disadvantages in the common strategies or the common approaches in the synthesis of hierarchical zeolites. So therefore, we offer at least 4 green routes for the synthesis of hierarchical zeolites. The first one is the solvent-free synthesis. In this approach, we didn't use additional water. So we will have the solid precursor or the solid chemical reagents. This is the OSDA, ammonium chloride. This is the sodium silicate crystals. This is the aluminum hydroxide crystals, and this is the silica. The procedure is very simple. You just need to perform grinding and then heating in an autoclave, and then you could get your zeolite. The solvent-free synthesis is beneficial because the liquid waste will be drastically or dramatically reduced, as well as the just dramatically increase of a space-time yield of zeolite. Imagine that you have 100 milliliter reactor and 100% of the reactor volume are filled with your precursors, not water. So solvent-free synthesis is beneficial. You can see here, for example, this is the solvent-free synthesis of SAPO34. SAPO34 is a zeolite analog. It has CHA structure type. You could see from the electron microscope image, see, you can see the brighter area that has a size of around 50 nanometers. So we have zeolite crystals, of course. They have intrinsic microporosity, but with additional mesoporosity. So we have successfully obtained the hierarchical porosity that has increased performance in the MTO catalytic test. MTO is methanol to olefins reactions. For the application, we will talk after this. The second route is sustainable precursors. For example, we could use the sustainable precursor or the sustainable minerals such as kaolin or metakaolin or rectorite or diatomite or the rice husk. Indonesia is one of the largest producers of rice. That, of course, we produce abundant rice husk. Remember that rice husk has 15 to 25% of silica, which is the precursor of zeolites. So we could use the sustainable precursors for the synthesis of zeolites. The silica, the natural silica or the natural alumina could be used to synthesize the zeolites. Okay, this is the SAPU 34 that was synthesized from the kaolin. You could see if we use the kaolin and we use the conventional or the commercial silica, the results are so much different. If you use the SAPU 34, you could have the typical cubic crystal types. But if you use SAPU 35, synthesized from kaolin, you will have the intergrowth, the crystalline intergrowths that have the mesoporosity. So just simply change the precursor with the exact same recipe, you will have much different zeolites. This is the the third is the green mesoporogen. You can use cellulose, glucose, fructose, or even baking soda. Baking soda as the mesoporogen. For example, this is the publication 2 years ago in 2020. They use researchers from China. They use baking soda as a pore forming agent because they were inspired by the baking process of bread. So the baking soda could be functioning as pore forming agent, and you can see here that the zeolite crystal has additional porosity that has a larger size than the intrinsic microporosity. And the fourth roots is mesoporogen free synthesis. We exclude the use of mesoporogen by simply engineering the crystal growth. This is our publication in 2016. We were synthesizing the zeolite ZSM5 without the use of mesoporogen by simply engineering the crystal growth at low temperature. We could have zeolite with abundant intercrystalline mesoporosity. And this is one of our recent publications last year. Instead of using hydroxycations, we use hydroxyl radicals to assist the crystallization of zeolites. The ZSM48. If we use OH minus, we could have the typical irregular crystal of zeolites. But if we use hydroxyl radicals, we could have the nanorod, the stacking or the agglomeration of nanorod crystals that results in the formation of intercrystalline mesopores. And of course, with the accelerated crystallization. So these are the four routes that you could utilize to result in the formation of hierarchical zeolites. Or you can also combine those four routes. For example, we can combine the mesoporogen free synthesis with the sustainable precursor. For example, we use the rice here. With the mesoporogen free synthesis, we could have the hierarchical ZSM5. Or of course, we could also combine the mesoporogen free synthesis with the solvent free synthesis. So the possibilities are endless, because with the at least four routes, you can play with the combination. You could have so many permutations. And the last part is the catalytic applications for the generation of the renewable fuels. because the zeolites mainly used as heterogeneous catalysis, I would like to limit the applications of zeolites for the biomass-based production of renewable fuels. So this is our recent publications for the hierarchical zeolite for biomass conversion to biofuels. There are 6 reactions that we emphasize: the pyrolysis, the hydrolysis, the isomerization, the esterification and trans-esterification, the condensation and oligomerization, and the upgrading of bio-oils. I'm going to talk not all of them, but just some of them. If you want to know more, you can just go to our publication for detailed information. First one is the biomass pyrolysis. The lignocellulosic base biomass could be converted into biofuels. For example, the bioaromatics or the bioolefins through several chemical reactions that occurs on the surface of the catalyst. For example, the reaction is the decarbonylation, decarboxylation, and dehydration. See? The oxygens should be eliminated because the lignocellulosic biomass, they are rich in oxygen atoms. You should get rid of them as carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, or as water. And then you could have the hydrocarbons. The hydrocarbons will be converted into aromatics within the microporosity of zeolites. So for example, here we will have parent ZSM5. Parent ZSM5 is purely microporous. We compare them with the hierarchical ZSM5. As you can see, in all aromatics, the mass yield resulted by the hierarchical ZSM5 is consistently higher compared to those resulted by the parent ZSM5. Why could this happen? You can see in this illustration here. If we use the parent ZSM5, there is no larger porosity, and the reaction only occurs on the outer surface of the catalyst. Even if the feed molecules could enter the interior of the zeolite crystals, they will suffer from the slow intracrystal diffusion. As a result, they will be converted into toxic cokes or into polyaromatic hydrocarbons that will poison or that will deactivate the catalyst. While, on the other hand, in the hierarchical ZSM5, we could have so many larger pores that will fasten, that will smoothen the diffusion of the feed molecules and the product molecules that will lead to the enhanced catalytic performance as well as enhanced stability or resistance to deactivation. For example, here you can see that the carbon, this is the elemental mapping of the catalyst. This is the parent ZSM5, while this is the hierarchical ZSM5 or the hierarchical zeolites. You could see that the carbon intensity is so much intense on the outer surface of the parent zeolite. Why? Because the feed or the product molecules are concentrated on the outer surface of the zeolite. Next is the biomass hydrolysis. You can see here there are 4 catalysts. The USY, this is the parent zeolite. Supposedly without the presence of larger porosity, these USI parents were treated with alkaline solution. This is the concentration 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3 molars of sodium hydroxide. You can see that the drastic change or alteration in their appearances. See, there are so many bright area indicating the formation of the mesopores, and you can see in the yield of the total reducing sugars in the biomass hydrolysis reaction, the yield of the products are higher in the hierarchical zeolites as compared to the parent zeolites. This is the reaction of biomass hydrolysis that produce the 5-HMF or the 5-hydroxymethylfurfural. So 5-hydroxymethylfurfural are versatile molecules. It can be derived into so many possibilities that have diverse applications in resin and polymers as a chemical intermediate, as well as fuels and pharmaceuticals and software. Next up is the vegetable oil cracking. This is one of the most promising route for the formation, for the renewable formation of biofuels. We will have the 3 glycerides. So vegetable oil, for example, is the palm oil. Okay, palm oil. Indonesia is the largest producer of palm oil, or the CPO, the crude palm oil. The annual production approximately reach 50 million tons a year, or annually, the production of the crude palm oil. So the 3 glycerides could undergo several reactions, okay, to form the diglycerides, monoglycerides, fatty acid ester, and so on. And using the zeolites as acidic or the solid acid catalyst, we could proceed with several reactions such as the carbonylation, the carboxylation, and the dehydration. As a result, the 3 glycerides and their derivates could be transformed into hydrocarbon molecules. So the hydrocarbon molecules are the exact same as the fossil fuel-based fuel, or the fossil-based fuels. So once we have transformed the 3 glycerides that contain oxygen, we eliminate those oxygen atoms. We could have the hydrocarbon molecules. Then, using the same zeolite catalyst, we could have further reactions such as beta scission, isomerization, hydrogen transfer, cyclization, or aromatization. We could have the cycloolefins, cycloparaffins, as well as the aromatics. So the production would be renewable because we substitute the non-renewable fossil-based feed with the 3 glycerides, which is renewable. They could be consumed instantly, but again, they could also be regrown in a much faster time compared to that of the fossil-based feed that needs million and million years to form. If we use the zeolite, the hierarchical zeolites, we could have enhanced yield, enhance selectivity, as well as enhance resistance to deactivation. Lastly, I would like to emphasize the ITB's contribution to the development of renewable fuels. I am a member of Center for Reaction Engineering and Catalysis, led by Professor Subagjo. We have launched last year the so-called BENSA, or bensin sawit, or palm oil-based gasoline, that we have transformed in with that we have been utilized from the industrial vegetable oil, which is triglycerides. So these triglycerides are processed over the zeolite-based catalyst that we have specially designed to result in the formation of BENSA, or bensin sawit, or palm oil-based gasoline that has high octane number of 103. We also have successfully in the production of bioactor, again based on biomass, and we name them as the catalyst merah putih, or red-white catalyst. And this is important because one of the most institution that use heterogeneous catalyst is Pertamina, and the value is around 500 million rupiah. Oh no, 500 million US dollar annually, and most of them are purchased from outside the countries. Only small portion of them are synthesized or are produced in Indonesia, but they are under licensing from the outside. So therefore, if we want to, as a commemoration of the 77th Independence Day of Indonesia, again we need also to be independent in terms of energy or renewable energy production. So one of the key technologies to realize this is the catalyst technology. We have the knowledge, we have the technology, and we need to be ready to provide this catalyst within our countries. So to summarize my talk, considering the recent progress in the green synthesis of hierarchical zeolites, we should take at least 4 opportunities. First is the development of the present synthetic methods. We should deepen our understanding in the reaction mechanism, the crystallization mechanism, and to develop our synthetic approach. Second, we need to develop the synthesis without the use of organic templates. We need to be able to control, to engineer the crystallization of the catalyst and to tailor the morphology as well as the catalytic performance. Third is that we need to realize the green and sustainable synthesis of hierarchical zeolite on a large industrial scale. This needs to be done because we cannot just perform the synthesis in the lab scale. It needs to be upscale. And lastly is pursuing the massive application of hierarchical zeolite for the sustainable processes, especially in the biomass-based production of renewable fuels. This is our sponsor, our funders, ITB, the Ministry of Culture, Education and Higher Education, the LPDP, the BPDP Sawit, as well as the Asahi Glass Foundation. And this is my research group. If you are interested more, you can visit our website. I think that is all that I can share to you, I'm open to question and discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Granprix. That was an interesting talk. It's about the zeolite, the synthesis, especially way you can modify the zeolite using organs, and also what if you do it without solvent and things like that. I also see that you are using computational methods. May I ask what software did you use? Is it
Athena. Athena. Yes.
Right.
For the DFT based calculation.
Right. I think I should try that software sometimes. Okay. The Q&A session, I think we can start after the second session. We are over here. We already have Professor Wawan Gunawan, our second speaker. Good afternoon, Professor Wawan.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Wawan. Also from ITB.
Yes.
Also.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon as well.
Before we start with Professor Wawan, I would like to give you a take. Is it the video? I would like first to introduce you to Professor Wawan. His full name is Professor Dr. Insinyur Wawan Gunawan Abdul Kadir MS. He was a graduate of. He graduated from engineering degree in Gadjah Mada University, master and PhD in engineering in Bandung Institute of Technology, with research focus mainly in exploration, geophysics, gravity, and magnetic, as well as energy. He have over 10 dozen publication. Some of them is modeling of subsurface structure using magnetic methods in the area of Mount Pandan, Indonesia. Also application of vertical gravity gradient to delineate groundwater damage at Bandung Basin. Also comparative study of gradient gravity methods between signal processing and direct measurement. First, is there a video for this? Okay. Without further ado, Professor Wawan, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hafiz, for your direction. And with your permission, I would like to share my slide.
Yes. Can you share a slide then?
Wait a minute. Okay. Hopefully everything is okay, because connecting is always the problem.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I try to find out the share screen. Okay, this one.
Yes.
And share. Hopefully my slide already in your side.
Yes, I can see it. Okay, full screen.
Yep.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, thank you so much. And first of all, I would like to say to the committee to invite me to be as the presenter in this summer school on green sustainable chemistry for a better future. Actually, I do not discuss about the chemist in detail, as mentioned by previous presenter, but I will show about much bigger picture about the reducing GHG emission. And but I think in my presentation there is something very important for the chemist expert, especially in the capture technology. because 2 years ago, our partner from the Mitsubishi Petrochemical Company from Japan makes or develop a pilot project to have the capture technology using geolite as present by previous presenter. But unfortunately, the pilot is not success because the problem related with the very variation of the pressure in oil and gas production. Okay, that's the first I would like to inform all of you. And then the second one, actually yesterday morning when I opened the newspaper, I got in the headline very important statement. In Indonesia, awan gelap, krisis global kian nyata. I try to translate to English freely actually. Dark cloud, global crisis to become real. This is very important. And then I think everybody in this summer school know that the price of the fossil fuel is getting higher. It because unbalance between supply of the oil and then the demand. The problem is we have misperception relating with the how to reduce emission and then how to reach the net zero emission in 2050. At least everybody feel that in that time, in 2050, we don't need fossil fuel anymore. That's the problem. So now we face with the global crisis, at least the price of the fossil fuel will be getting higher and higher. That's the problem. So the topic today from myself actually as the one of the component to support the existing of the global crisis. And then my title is the how to reduce the GHG or CO2 emission and energy transition in Indonesia through CCUS implementation on oil and gas field. My presentation actually will consist of first about the introduction and background, and this second I will show you about the what is the CCS and CCUS, and then what is the motivation. So CCUS and CCS implementation in energy transition period is very important. And then next, I will show you about the plan of CCS, CCUS implementation in Indonesia because our team already involved in detail about this one in all of area in Indonesia and many oil company in Indonesia and also internationally. And then also, I will present about the kind of instrument should be provided when we would like to implement the CCS and CCUS. And the last one, of course, about the summary. So let me go to the introduction and background. I think some of you already know about this picture. Very nice picture. But I can say here that this is our perception now. This is our perception now. The first, in this picture, when we drive a car using fuel diesel, so everybody will say that we feel so dirty. We feel so dirty. But in another side, when we drive using electric vehicle, so everybody will say that, oh, I feel so clean. This is misperception, because let me see to the source of the electric power. Come from power plant, in which this is the real data now. And energy supply today actually remain dominated by conventional fossil fuel. 79% come from fossil fuel. So if we drive using electric vehicle, actually still so dirty. Still so dirty. That's the point. And if we see to this energy mix in the world, actually, there is fossil fuel with CCUS or CCS still zero. That's the first point as our introduction and our background. Now let's to the next slide. In this slide, I would like to inform you in general about emission, because there is three kinds of emission called as the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And then in my presentation, actually, we'll talk about scope 1 and scope 2 only. And then by definition, actually, in general, essentially, scope 1 and scope 2 are those emissions that are owned or controlled by a company, whereas scope 3 emissions are consequence of the activity of the company, but occur from sources not owned and controlled by it. That's the point. So from that, we can find definition for each. Scope 1 cover emission from sources that an organization owns or controls directly, and scope 2 are emission that a company causes indirectly when the energy it purchases and uses is produces. And the third one, scope 3, encompasses emission that are not produced by company itself, etc. But let me see to the next slide. Actually, in this slide, I would like to make an example, simple example. What is the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 in the emission? Let me see to this picture. As example, we have the upstream company. Upstream company, an example is the Pertamina or Medco Energy, and etc. And then when they operate the activity daily, the upstream company, they need the energy. The energy comes from the power plant. So in this stage, the emission called as the scope 2. But when the upstream company operate something to produce the product of the company, and then the emission called as the scope 1. And then if the product of the company goes to the consumer, and emission will be as the scope 3. And then second one, as an example, actually we can see if the upstream company product is crude oil and natural gas. And crude oil and natural gas goes to refining and petrochemical company. And then the petrochemical company still need the energy. And then in this one, as the scope 2, while the activity in the petrochemical itself called as the scope 1. And then the product of this refining and petrochemical company will go to the commercial trading here. And then commercial trading need the energy. And then in this position, emission as the scope 2, and then activity in commercial and trading called as the scope 1. And then the products goes to the electric vehicle charging, fuel consumer, and etc. In this stage called as the scope 3. That is the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And then in my presentation, fully relate with the scope 1 and scope 3. About scope 1 and scope 2. About scope 3, it's still so many problems. It's your challenge, actually. Okay, and then let's we go to the IPCC report in 2030. There is very nice book about this report. The title is Climate Change in 2030, the physical science basis. And the important thing from this report, we know that the global warming since the mid-20th century, actually 90% dominated by human activity. So all of us, it's the problem, our activity to get the climate change. But in this report also combined with the IEA report, International Energy Agency, and we can get a summary actually. Stopping global warming, the only technology available to mitigate greenhouse gas emission from large-scale fossil fuel usage. Repeat, large-scale fossil fuel usage is the CO2 capture and storage. That's the point. And then another one, actually, we have the challenge about this one. Because if we would like to implement this technology, if CCS is to be successfully commercialized, that's the problem. Our team, my team, started with our colleagues from Kyoto University from Japan to push anybody in the government, Indonesian government and Japan government to implement this one. And that started in 2010 actually. And just now, Indonesian government aware, oh, this is very important. So I will show you so many activity writing with this one. Started in this year. At least we need 12 years to socialize that this technology is the key technology to reduce the GHG emission, especially in Indonesia. And then let me see what is the CCS and CCUS. This is actually from the Wikipedia, so everybody can see from the Wikipedia. The carbon capture and storage, or CCS, sometimes called as the carbon capture and sequestration, is the process of capturing waste carbon dioxide from large point sources. Again, from large point sources. And then after that, a fossil fuel, for example, here is in the fossil fuel power plant. And then after that, we transport it to the storage site and then depositing it where it will not enter the atmosphere. Normally, an underground geological formation. And in our field actually called as the reservoir or the saline water aquifer, etc. And then let me see about the CCS technology itself. Actually, this technology is almost similar with the technology on oil production. This is the figure of oil production, actually. For instance, we produce the oil from the oil field in this position. And then after that, the oil transport using pipeline. And then in another oil field, we have another oil produced and then merged in the pipelines and then selling and utilized. This is the technology in the oil production. And then let me see the technology in the CCS and CCUS. The first capture of the CO2 from the CO2 sources. I think if you are as the chemist expert, this side is your problem, because capture technology is the part of in CCS technology, in CCS process, in which need very, very high costs. Until now, the cost of the CCS and CCUS still high because the capture technology still need to improve to get much more lower price in this one. It's your problem, I think. And then after we capture the CO2 sources, we transport using pipeline, similar with the oil production, and then after that injected into the depleted oil reservoir, in this case called as the CCS, and then another case we inject the CO2 to the reservoir to get incremental and then to get improvement in oil production. In this case called as the CCUS. And another one also, CO2 can inject into the CBM reservoir and produce methane. So in this case called as the CCUS. That's the CCS and CCUS technology compared to oil production. And then actually there is very significant differences between CCS and oil production. Oil production is controlled by subsurface. First, we find a special place of oil field and then start for the business. But in the CCS is controlled by surface human activity. First, we start to identify of CO2 source and injection amount, and then we have to find the injection site. And then if we can find several secure candidates, select one by economy and risk point of view. And after that, the site selection become important and key issue. And risk evaluation and its management are key in CCS. And finally, in order to manage the risk, the monitoring is a key technology. Because when we inject the CO2 into the subsurface, we have to make sure that there is no leakage CO2 to the surface. Once the problem in the leakage to the surface, so we got environmental problem. And let me see to the motivation of CCS, CCUS implementation in energy transition period, especially in Indonesia. First, I would like to inform you about the definition of the energy transition. Energy transition is a pathway toward transformation of the global energy sector from fossil-based to zero carbon by the second half of this century. So I can say that is the need to reduce energy related to CO2 emission to limit climate change. But in another side, actually, report from the IEA in 2021, they said that the carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology are set to play an important role in supporting clean energy transition in South Asia. Of course, CCUS also can address emission from the region, existing power in industrial asset while underpinning new economic opportunity associated with the production of low carbon hydrogen and ammonia. So because now we push to produce hydrogen and ammonia in the low carbon level. And then, of course, to enable faster and more efficient deployment of CCUS, so we have to cooperation to develop of CO2 transport and storage infrastructure. For instance, we need to build the pipeline from another country, for instance, from the Vietnam, from the Malaysia, from the Singapore to Indonesia. And then we have to build the pipeline in the all of area in Indonesia. So finally, CCUS will enable to deploy faster and more efficient. That's the point. And then of course about the legal and regulatory framework. This is another thing. And let me see this slide. Actually, this is the old one. I present this slide in 2010 in the Climate Change International Conference in Tokyo, 12 years ago. But this slide actually still comply with situation today and the next 30 years. In this slide, we can say that the global oil and gas production, the top one is in around 2010. After that, goes down like this. But I just got information from McKinsey study, McKinsey analysis. The demand of the oil and gas actually around 1 until 2% per year increase. Be careful. Increase 1 to 2% per year. So in this position, it could be in 2050, we still need the oil and gas in this position. So there is gap. And if we do not do nothing, so there is the problem. But another side started from the 100 years ago, there is very significant increase in global mean temperature like this. So in one side, we have to reduce the GHG emission. In another side, we need to increase the oil and gas production. That's the problem. So I can say that the carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS technology, is one the solution. And then I can say to all of you that why the price of the oil now very high. President Jokowi said that Pertalite economically price is 17,500 rupiah. How about if the price like that? Maybe many people goes to the Jakarta, demonstrate to need to have only 7,000 rupiah price of the Pertalite. That because misunderstanding relating with the demand of oil and gas. Because anybody has dream in 2050, we don't need oil and gas energy anymore. That's the problem. But in reality, we still need that. Let also goes to the G20 in Indonesia in the next October, actually in Bali. And then President Jokowi will say about the energy transition to all of the country as the member of G20. Because the cost to handling, to have net zero emission in 2050 or 2060, we need a lot of money. And then if Indonesia involved in this one, we got the problem. So President Jokowi will push to all of the countries, especially to USA and Japan, please give your money to push energy transition to have net zero emission in Indonesia. That's an example. And then also, this is the background. In the first position, National Energy Plan of Indonesia try to increase the oil production, and then enhanced oil recovery technology is one of the solutions to increase oil and gas production. We can see in this picture actually started in 2017, and in that time the oil production of Indonesia is around 800,000 barrels per day, and then naturally goes down like this. So in 2050, less than 100, very small. And if we conduct enhanced oil recovery, so the production like this, And then if we have many activity and then invention in the exploration to get the new oil and gas field, so the production will be like this. But in another side, Indonesian government has the commitment to reduce greenhouse gas, as mentioned by President Jokowi in the COP21 in Paris. The scenario is the reduction of CO2 around 29% business as usual. And it will be 41% with the international support. So let me see about this one in the next slide. We go to how to reduce the CO2 in Indonesia, let me see also to the National Energy Plan. This is situation in 2050. And then they have some assumption and etc. And then the target in 2050 like this. I can say that actually this is a very ambitious target. Very ambitious target. But okay, we trust them. We trust them. And then let me see to 2015. The energy mix supply in 2015, we can see here, 43% come from the oil, and then 19% come from the gas. And then in 2050, 20% only come from the oil, and then 24% come from the gas. If we see from the percentage, so we can see that the oil supply will go down from 43 to the 20%. But now see to the real volume. 40% in 2015 is similar with the 84.7 million ton oil equivalent. But in 2050, 20% of oil is similar with the 200 million ton oil equivalent. It means that we have to increase oil production from this position to this position. It's around 2.5 times from the existing in 2050. That's the problem. It's not a simple thing. Similar with the gas also, we need 77 times larger than 2015 in 2050. How to provide that? That's the question, but it's not your duty. In our duty, especially in my field, as the geophysicist, geologist, petroleum engineering, and etc. And then also, in fact, we know that the price of crude oil and gas is getting higher now. Crude oil already more than $100 per barrel. But before, I think 3 or 4 months ago, only $60 per barrel crude oil. It means that demand larger than supply. The problem in the supply. That situation. And of course, CCUS can be as an important role and a strategic activity, because in one side, we can improve the oil and gas production, and in the other side, we can reduce the CO2 emission. But this activity is not enough to cover all of the demand. We still need exploration activity. We still need expansion. We still need a lot of money to do that. The money is in billion US dollar, not in billion US dollars, so big. So let me see now to NDC scenario in energy sector. This is NDC of Indonesian government. And then we can see that to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius Paris Agreement compatible, we need negative emission. Very important. Why we need negative emission? Because if we have fossil fuel and then the CO2 from fossil fuel inject to subsurface using the CCS, So in this position, only in zero level. And we need negative level. So we need bioenergy, and then we need bioenergy combined with the CCS. So the point is CCS still need to take apart to get and to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius Paris Agreement compatible. And let me see to the scenario of the reducing GHG emission by 29% and will be 41% with the international support. There is 5 sectors. The first, energy sector, and the last one, forestry. We can see that from energy sector, GHG emission in 2010 is around 453.2 million ton CO2 equivalent, and from forestry is around 647 million ton CO2 equivalent. But in this time, I just would like to focus on the energy sector. And then if we in the business as usual, so in 2030, the emission will be in the level of 1,669. And if we do something to reduce the emission in the CM2, CM2 is the countermeasure in the conditional mitigation scenario, it means that we have national activity and then also support from the international. So the emission will be in 1,271. And because we reduce the emission around 398, this is what we need to get the scenario of government in 2030. We need to reduce almost 400 million tons CO2 equivalent. And how about the oil in place in Indonesia? Actually, we still have a lot of oil in place. For instance, we still have 63% of remaining oil in place. This is unrecoverable oil in place, and then we need enhanced oil recovery. So we just still need money for conduct all of the activity, so supply and demand will be balanced. And actually, we have so many opportunities to get to get our target. Actually, for instance, our target in 2030 for 20 years period from energy sector is around 400 million tons of CO2 equivalent reducing. And then now already in 2022, so we still need around 8 years. That's the problem. I don't know. Is it still okay or not for us? That's the challenge. But in fact, actually, our team, we have the pilot project. Our team in ITB and the National Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS, in which I am as the lead for that Center of Excellence. We have the pilot project that the injection will start in 2024 in the Gundi field. For 10 years, we will have total around 3 million tons of CO2 injected into the subsurface. And the second one actually in Tangguh field. Tangguh field is the biggest gas field in Indonesia, in Papua. And then actually we conducted the feasibility study in this area, our team. And then for 10 years, and if we have the initial injection in 2026, so totally will be around 32 million tons of CO2 injected into the subsurface. And the very interesting actually in the last one, there is CO2 released from all coal-fired power plant in Indonesia. If we take only 80% capacity factor, so totally will be 455 million tons of CO2 emission. how to reduce this one. That's another problem. And then the important thing, in Indonesia, actually, we have the uniqueness of CCS implementation. The first, it gives an opportunity for both the government of Indonesia and the operate oil and gas company, for both Indonesian government and the oil company to receive additional income from incremental hydrocarbon production. We will show you that the incremental in billion US dollar, so big. And then the second one, in one side, we got incremental hydrocarbon product, of course, additional income. So it makes the environment in the vicinity of the energy facility more clean. I mean, we have already reduced GHG emission or CO2 emission in the scope 1, because big portion the produced GHG emission is injected into the underground. And actually, there is another opportunity. It is the carbon credit. It creates an opportunity to receive more economic benefit from the selling carbon credit. That's the point. So let me see the plan of CCS implementation in Indonesia. There is some objective actually when we inject the CO2 into the reservoir. First, if we inject here in the aquifer, and then the second could be in the gas reservoir, something like that. So there is 5 objections. The first, injection into producing gas reservoir for enhanced gas recovery and storage. The second, injection into aquifer for the storage. And the third one, injection into the depleted oil and gas reservoir for storage. And the fourth one, injection into enhanced oil recovery and CBM target. And the last one, injection into aquifer connected with the producing gas reservoir for enhanced gas recovery and storage. So this is an example. Actually, now we are in the progress to prepare to have Gundi CCS pilot project. Gundi located in this area, just in the border of the Central Java and the East Java province. And then in this area, there is 3 gas fields, Kedung Tuban, Randu Belatung, and Kedung Lusi. And then in 12 years, actually, it will be gas production around 70 million metric scf. But the content of CO2 is around 21%. It means that every day there is 800 tons per day of the CO2 in this gas production. And then after that, if we inject the CO2, 800 tons per day in this location, so in the subsurface, CO2 will move like this to all directions, and finally the well production in this position, and this position will have the incremental gas production. And let me see here. When we inject all 800 tons per day of CO2 into the subsurface, so totally will be around 3 million tons of CO2 in 10 years period of injection. And then incremental net gas and condensate production, there is increase of gas and condensate around 13.89 billion scf and 110,000 barrels. Actually, it's equivalent with the around 62 until 92 million US dollar additional revenue. And then the capex for this pilot project actually is around 49 million US dollar. 49 million US dollar now, I think around 700 million rupiah, 700 billion rupiah, something like that. And then the OPEX is around 20 million US dollar. And we got very, very important thing about this one, because the capex will give funding, will get the funding from Japan government with the scenario, what we call as the GCM, Japan Credit Mechanism. All of the capex, even until 70 million US dollar, the government of Japan said that we will pay that. But Japan will climb the CO2 credit. That's the position, because Japan government need to reduce also the CO2 based on their scenario. And then this is another example. Another example is the big one, but the area is still closed because now still in the business discussion with the many party. The CO2 injected here and goes to many direction, and then production in this position will increase to push by CO2 in the reservoir. And then we will see. Actually, we have the scenario, the initial injection in 2026 until 2030. So it will be around 30 million ton CO2 storage in the reservoir. And then the incremental gas production around 215 billion scale. This is very big thing. And then also if the injection continue until 2045, so the total of CO2 stored around 52 million ton, and then incremental of the gas or the gas gain is around 390 billion scale. And so let me see to this one. This is the business scenario actually, but very important to know by all of you. In this graphic, we can see that the project payout time, if we use carbon credit, 30 US dollar per ton, so the payout time in this one is around 2029. Started the project in these years. And then if we use 20 US dollar for the credit price per ton CO2, so the payout time here, and then if we use 15 US dollar per ton credit price in this position. So if we compare for the project using 35 US dollar carbon credit to the 25 US dollar carbon credit, it will be 1.6 times as profitable. And then if we compare to 15 US dollar carbon credit, it will be 2.4 times more profitable. But let me see what is the value of what is the money relating with this one. This is the graphic. If we use 15 US dollar credit price, carbon credit I mean, so the government of Indonesia will get additional funding, additional money around more than 1 billion US dollar. But the company itself is around more than 600 million US dollar. But if we use 45 US dollar carbon credit, Indonesian government will get more than 1.6 billion US dollar, and then the company will get more than 1 billion US dollar. And as we know that this is the reference of carbon pricing now, in the European area, it's around, average is around 25, but in 2022, I just got information now already in the 50 until 60 US dollar per ton equivalent. And the Hitachi is quite higher in Japan, 46, but the lowest one in the Beijing pilot, it's only 10.4 US dollar per ton equivalent. And then this is the kind of instrument should be provided. The first, unfortunately, we still have no regulation to cover CCUS and CCUS activity in Indonesia. Because, for instance, in this government regulation, still no CO2 in this regulation. There is no clarify the position of CO2, and also in this one. And the next one also, we need some additional regulation, first for capturing, the second for the transportation, and the third one for monitoring and injection. And also we need regulation relating with the CCUS activity with the coal power plant or other industry. So we need regulation for this one. And this is an example, some regulation actually. And then we already talked with the government. Actually now, maybe in the next 3 or 4 months, we'll have the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources statement relating with the regulation. But actually for this one, we can adopt from international. For an international institution, there is United Nations regulation, London Protocol, and the ISO TC 265. But in the national level, there is IEACS model regulatory framework, and in USA actually we have the APA, and then Euro and European, I think we have the CCS, Directive 2009 and Directive 2009 for the ETS, and then also there is from Australia, Japan, Canada, and etc. And this is an example Indonesian government regulation that provided by us. Hopefully in the next 4 months, I think we will have this one. And then also we need the institution, formal institution as what we call as the MRV methodology institution, monitoring, reporting, and verification. Actually, we have some international MRV institution, for instance, from Norway, DNV, from UK is Lloyd Register, and then from Italy, Verifavia. But just in this year, actually, Indonesian government start to set up MRV institution under PT Sukovindo. So hopefully PT Sukovindo can be as the international MRV institution. This is very important. And then also we need to prepare and form an attractive carbon market. Actually, we suggest to government the carbon price start from $15 per ton CO2. But unfortunately, I think everybody know the finance ministry of Indonesia this year actually would like to state this government carbon price. But unfortunately, price is only $2 per ton. And then also, unfortunately, the statement postponed to, I don't know when the regulation will stay, postponed. That's the situation. And then finally, I would like to make some summary. First, world demand of oil and gas on 2050 will increase, and net zero emission should be reached. So while to implement CCS and CCUS to increase the oil and gas production and then to reduce the GHG emission, and we still need to perform exploration activity. The second one of the biggest potential for capital gain in CCUS practices is from incremental hydrocarbon recovery. And then the third one, there is a need to perform screening for potential oil and gas field nearby with the CO2 enhanced oil recovery, enhanced gas recovery, suitability and potential. Actually, Center of Excellence CCS and CCUS at ITB has done so many activity to make study for several potential candidates, especially in Sumatra and East Java. And then I can say here that there is new business in this area to be as the storage, because Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, and etc. need a place to store it, the CO2. And then Sumatra and East Java and then West Java can be as the storage place, and then everybody, every country can pay money to Indonesia because store CO2 in Indonesia area. And then monetizing CCUS requires proper incentive. We need proper incentive. Unfortunately, in Indonesia, still the problem, but it's okay. And then on the basis of accountability aspect, there is need the MRV. And as I mentioned in previously, so now we have the MRV institution under PT Sukovindo. And then the last one, with an Indonesian carbon market for selling the access carbon credit after request for NDC is fulfilled. That's all. Thank you. And back to the Jan.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wawan. That was a very interesting talk. I believe that it's actually pretty comprehensive as far as I'm concerned, because you are not only talking about the technical aspect, also the policy aspect, which is quite different from what I was imagining. Thank you. First, I think we should take a break first before we enter the question and answer session. For that, I think from the host, we can share a video first. So, Professor Wawan and Dr. Granprix, perhaps you can take a breather first for a few minutes. Thank you.
In first grade, above the cubbies where we kept our snow boots and mittens, big Comic Sans letters spelled out "Remember to recycle" and "Last one out turns off the light." These are the kinds of things recommended by science textbooks, blogs, and even the US Environmental Protection Agency as ways to reduce your personal impact on the climate. And they're pretty easy to do. On average, in the US, turning off the lights when you aren't in a room can save about 1/3 kilogram of carbon dioxide per day. Using a reusable shopping bag every time you go to the store saves 5 kilograms a year. Drying clothes on a line instead of in a dryer saves around 200 kilograms per year. But compare that to the average carbon footprint of a person in the US. 16.5 tons a year. Tons. So what can you actually do to make a meaningful difference? Living car-free keeps 2.4 tons of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere every year. But getting rid of your car maybe isn't feasible. People in rural or suburban areas have to drive more, but that's a big part of why they produce double the per capita emissions compared to people in urban areas. Driving an electric car can save about 1 ton of carbon dioxide a year, but that still doesn't have as much of an impact as just not driving. That will require big changes in how we live. Getting rid of your car is technically an individual choice, but it really requires cultural change. That isn't easy, but we've done it before. I can both vote and wear pants now. It's pretty amazing that we're able to hop on a plane and get anywhere in the world in a day. But try turning your next big holiday into a staycation. You could avoid up to 2.8 tons of carbon emissions by skipping that flight. But until we invent teleportation, flying is really the only fast way to travel long distances to see family and do business stuff. There's really no practical way to fly that doesn't put hundreds of kilograms of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Globally, raising livestock is on par with transportation when it comes to greenhouse gases. But you and your neighbors are eating about 20% less beef than you were 15 years ago. That's kept 185 million tons of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. And today, 1 in 16 people in the United States say that they are vegan or eat plant-based diets. If you cut meat out of your diet, that's 800 kilograms of carbon dioxide kept out of the atmosphere every year. The choices you make about what you eat are ways to impact the climate every day. Quick recap. Get rid of your car, save 2.4 tons. Fly less, save up to 2.8 tons per trip. Stop eating meat, probably reduce your emissions by around 1 ton. But here's a really tough one. If you choose to have 1 fewer child, that saves on average 60 tons of carbon dioxide per year. This is far and away the most effective thing you or I or anyone in the developed world could do to reduce our emissions. I'm definitely not going to stand here and tell you not to have children. Family planning is a family thing. And fewer kids is already the trend in most nations. As a population gets healthier and more educated, birth rates drop as a rule. These are all huge life changes that don't always come easy. There's a lot of culture wrapped up in what we eat, how we get around, and what our families look like. Here's a choice that's a little simpler. In a lot of places, families can choose to buy green energy that doesn't contribute to more emissions. This is surprisingly easy. For me, all I had to do was log into my account with my energy provider and select the renewables box. Now I get a monthly email telling me how much carbon dioxide I didn't put in the atmosphere. In some places, this may up your energy bill, but if you got some extra change lying around, I highly recommend throwing it at solar panels. But don't actually throw it at solar panels. From small and easy things like reusing shopping bags and turning out the lights to those more challenging, high-impact lifestyle choices like what we eat and how we travel. We all have real power to change our culture and respond to climate change in a meaningful way. Solving this isn't going to be up to any one of us. It'll be up to all of us.
Thanks for watching Hot Mess. If you like what you see, please head over to our Patreon page. Your support will help us make more videos.
Okay. Okay. That is about the scope 3. That is about the scope.
Yes. So the one that you missed. Yeah. So you talk about scope 1 and scope 2, and we got the video on scope 3. Okay. Now I think we can enter the discussion or question and answer session. Let's see what the participant asked in the AHA slides. Also, participant, if you still have questions, you can always still ask the question. You got the link on the chat room. Okay.
Yep.
It was the same as the last time. All right. The first one is actually for Professor Wawan.
Yep.
Could carbon dioxide be poisoning the land or water near the storage? So if we store it in some place, could it poison the place? And what is the actual form of the storage?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So please still in this question, yeah, because we don't. I don't need to mix some.
Yes.
Okay. Can I directly answer this question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. The connecting actually is not good enough. It's okay. First, about the poisoning the land water near from the storage. Okay. In this my presentation, I told to all of you that we're talking about the reservoir of oil and gas or the saline water aquifer. The depth of the reservoir and saline water aquifer is more than 2 kilometers from the surface. More than 2 kilometers from the surface. So why I said in this presentation, we need monitoring, because when we inject CO2 into the reservoir, there is possibility the CO2 goes up to the surface through the fault, and then also reactivation of the fault, something like that. So we need monitoring. Once goes up to the surface, there is poisoning the land and water near from the location. But because all of us know that the CO2 actually come from the underground, because naturally CO2 is there. So we put that on the right place actually. So we need the monitoring. That's the point. And then I can say about the form of the storage. It's about the 2 or 3 kilometer depth. Yeah, it's the point. I don't need to explain much more detail, because this explanation need for the geophysicists, geologists, and etc. But that's the picture. Hopefully you can get the imagination about this one. And then I think the second one, not for me, I think.
Yes,
but I go to the third one.
Okay.
I go to the third one.
Oh no, the next one is from this one from Wita, I believe. Wita, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, perhaps you can ask the question directly.
Yes, I can, sir.
Yes, please.
When CO2 is injection into the underground, will it be harmful to the underground ecosystem? Why is that? What is the safest consideration and mechanism for injection CO2 then?
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Very nice question. And then, yeah, the point is very important actually. The first, when we inject the CO2 to the underground, we have to mix study. We have to select this reservoir and the best one. And after that, we calculate about the capacity of volume in the underground or in the reservoir. And then we calculate about the movement of CO2 when we inject, and etc. and etc. Including, we have to know about the porosity. We have to know about the permeability, kind of the lithology in the reservoir, and etc. So the study is so complicated actually. We do some study for this one, especially I think the last one just finished next week for the CCS project in the area, I think the new one in the east area. The operator or oil company come from Japan, and we conduct around 3 or 4 months. So the complexity of the area is so high. And then we need to carefully to identify the underground situation, what we say as the reservoir. As you mentioned that we have to make sure the ecosystem of the reservoir is comply to be as the CO2 storage. Many things actually, many expertise involved in this study. Previously for the Pertamina area, as example in Gundi, our study is around 2 years actually. So it's make a figure that we have to set up the study carefully to know that the subsurface or the reservoir is the best one for the CO2 storage. Of course, safest. See from the many things to inject CO2 to that area. That's my explanation. Hopefully it's enough.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wawan. So basically, there are a lot of things to consider, but of course, as you said before, most of the things that we need to consider is not exactly for chemists, but more for like geologists and geophysicists, right?
That's right. Absolutely.
Okay. I think for next, there is question. This one is for Dr. Granprix. Can we use zeolite for hydrogen storage? How effective will it be?
Okay, thank you for the anonymous question. Can we use zeolite for hydrogen storage? Yes, we can. In the last decade, there have been some publications regarding the use of zeolite for hydrogen storage. But the thing is, the crucial point of using zeolite as hydrogen storage is the critical size of the hydrogen molecules and its suitability with the pore size of the zeolites. So currently we have more than 250 types of zeolites, and there is a possibility of adding more structure of zeolites that we need to fine-tune. We need to selectively utilize which zeolites that is most optimized for the hydrogen storage. But the issue in the use of zeolite as hydrogen storage is that the interaction is merely physisorption. So the interaction with between the hydrogen molecules and the surface or the pore walls of the zeolites is not strong enough. So therefore, of course, there is a possibility, but the crucial point is about the interaction.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Grandprix. Before we read the next question, I think Aslan have a question. Aslan? Hello, Aslan? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you please speak up? Okay, I think while we are waiting for Aslan, there is another one for Dr. Grandprix. This one is, what is the function of the oven while synthesizing zeolite? Why can't we just use
of course, oven
centrifuge,
is
right,
thank you.
to precipitate? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Of course, oven is indispensable. In fact, it is inevitable because we perform the synthesis of zeolite at elevated temperatures. Remember that I have mentioned we can synthesize the zeolites above 100 degrees Celsius or below 100 degrees Celsius. So therefore, oven is inevitable because we need heat, we need energy, we need color for the synthesis of zeolites. And the following question is that could we use centrifuge? Yes, we could. We could use centrifuge to separate the liquid and white solid precipitate. But again, we still need a filter because we need to wash. We need to wash the zeolites. Because the filtrate will have high pH, around 12 to 13, and we have to wash, we have to reduce the pH into neutral pH.
I see. Thank you, Dr. Grandprix. So basically, it comes to the technical details of the process, right? So
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So it's basically come to the technical details regarding the process. So in principle, yes, you can do that. You can use centrifuge, but you can also. Oh, what happened to Dr. Grandprix?
I think the connection was off.
Oh,
the connection was off.
Right. Let me do this. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
You're audible.
Yes. Okay. I think we can move to the next question. The next question, I'm not sure who's this for. What technology can be utilized to capture carbon from the air? I think we can ask this for both panelists. So first, Professor Wawan, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Very nice question. Actually, in this event, I would like to challenge all of you for the chemist expert, because I would like to inform to all of you that the cost for the CCS and CCUS almost 40 until 50% for the capture technology. And now there is the technology called as the amine technology. But when you get the new material for the capture and the price goes down, so you will be the leader. You will be the top one in this position. And about the zeolite, as I mentioned in the first slide, when I start with my presentation, actually informed to all of you. 2 years ago, the Mitsubishi Petrochemical company worked with us together, and they make a pilot to have the capture from the zeolite. And actually in that time, before COVID-19, more than 2 years actually, before COVID-19, I went to the Japan, to Kyushu Island, to see about the pilot. But unfortunately, the pilot is not success. The pilot is not success because when we change the pressure, the zeolite is not effective to capture the CO2. That's the problem. But still a challenge to all of you. Please do the research and then to find out the new material for the capture. And I would like to inform to all of you, actually, now I'm as the Vice Rector in the University of Pertamina, actually, for research and development. And then our chemist expert now got the funding from the Kedai Reka to make some analysis to have iron catalyst as the material to capture the CO2. I don't know if it's a success or not, but at least, please, all of you do the research to get that one. This is the challenge. Very important thing. So that.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wawan. Dr. Granprix, perhaps you have something to add to that?
Thank you. The explanation from Pak Wawan is already clear, I think. But if I might add, for the capture of carbon, common technology, we can use membrane, for example, because the natural gas, the main component of natural gases are methane and carbon dioxide, and they are difficult to be separated because they are having similar chemical properties. So one technology that we could use is using membrane to selectively separate the methane molecules from the carbon dioxide. Once we have successfully separated the CO2 molecules from methane molecules, from CH4 molecules, so the CO2 would be further processed. There are many technologies, particularly catalysis technology. We could reduce the carbon dioxide into several chemicals such as, you name it, methanol. We could use folic acid and all the derivatives. So the challenge is, how could we separate the carbon, the CO2 molecules, and then how could we convert the CO2 molecules? Because in my opinion, we cannot just capture and storage, but we need to convert the CO2 molecules. But again, the main problem is that, as chemists have already known, CO2 is a inert molecules. It is very difficult to be converted into other molecules. We could use hydrogen, but again, hydrogen is also a problem because the main source of hydrogen is steam reforming, which use methane from natural gas. So it's a bit complicated, but we need to focus to develop the suitable technologies.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Granprix. Let's see. This is the next question. I think this one is for Prof. Wawan. From what I understand, carbon capture and storage stored carbon dioxide underground. Is there no negative impact? I believe you have already answered this one. But the second question is, what if we directed the carbon dioxide that was captured and put it into a room containing plants and convert it into oxygen? Is it possible?
Yeah, at least the first one about the CCS store CO2 underground, is there no negative impact? I think this one first. I think because we inject CO2 to the reservoir in, or we can say the container in more than 2 kilometer depth from the surface, yes, it is no negative impact because we put the CO2 into the right place, to right place, because they come from that position previously before. Yeah. And the second one about if the CO2 is directly too close from the contained plant to be converted. I don't know, maybe Pak Grand Prix know well about this one.
Okay, Dr. Granbrix, perhaps you can add a comment on that.
Regarding the conversion of carbon dioxide?
Yes, perhaps that one.
The conversion of carbon dioxide can only be performed using the reduction reaction, because carbon dioxide is the highest oxidation state of carbon atoms. It cannot be oxidized further. So you need to reduce the carbon dioxide. So if you perform the reduction of carbon dioxide, you need hydrogen, or you need electrons. Let's say from if you have a photocatalyst, perhaps you can use the semiconductor to utilize the solar energy to obtain the electrons that could be used to reduce the carbon dioxide. But again, the solar cell or the photocatalysis is in the beginning or it's not mature enough to be because of the efficiency, but we have potential in using hydrogen or in using photocatalysis. In using hydrogen, mostly we still use steam reforming, but we can use also the electrolysis of water. For the electrolysis of water, as we have known that the energy input versus the energy output, there is still off balance. We need more energy to get the energy from hydrogen. So there is a new field of catalysis, which is called electrocatalysis, that could suppress the overpotential of the water electrolysis, so that we could have a process to produce hydrogen molecules from water electrolysis, but with energy surplus, not the energy deficit.
Okay, thank you. So basically, in principle, it is okay. We can do that, but so far the energy we used to do that is still too much, basically, something like that. Okay, the next one is for Dr. Granbrix. I think, yeah, of course, your name is there. So can zeolite be made from any kind of metals that contain silicon and aluminum?
It depends on what zeolite. For example, if we talk about ZSM5, ZSM5 is siliceous or high silica zeolite. We cannot have ZSM5 with silicon to aluminum ratio less than 9. So you have to be careful if you use materials that contains silicon to aluminum ratio less than 9. You cannot synthesize ZSM5. But if let's say you want to synthesize zeolite X, which has silicon to aluminum ratio close to 1, then you can use the materials. So my answer is that any kind of materials depends that contain silicon and aluminum, but depends on what specific zeolite that you want to synthesize.
Okay, so basically, what do you want to use it for, right? If you want to some like ZSM, you have to use some kind of starting materials, but if you are using targeting others, you can perhaps you can use any sources. Okay. The next one is for Dr. Professor Wawan.
Yeah. I know
what
that.
Yes.
Very important thing that. And then I will relate to all of you about this one. The first, the challenging one, how to decrease the price of the CCS implementation. Now, the price is around, the cost is around $100 per ton, CO2 equivalent in CCS. And then I think 2 days ago, one of the head of Medco Energy said that $100 per ton for the CCS is too expensive. It's too expensive. If we can define the price is around half from that, 50 or 70, that's the good price, he said that. And as I mentioned previously, 40 until 50% of the CCS technology but the costs come from the capture technology, 40 until 50%. So if the cost of the CCS around $100 per ton, so around until $50 come from the capture. The technology now is the amine technology, something like that. Also, you know well, but what? If you got the material and you have the research to have the new material for the capture, and then the price goes down. So this is very, very important thing. So I think all of the oil company will conduct the CCS. All of the power plants, especially coal power plant, will conduct the CCS. And everything, because the price goes down. And the point is your side. It's your expertise. How to find out the material to capture the CO2, and then the price goes down. For instance, if the zeolite material success to capture CO2 in every pressure, I mean the pressure around 20 until 80 bar, something like that. So the price goes down a lot. Maybe the price for the CCS only 60 or $70, something like that. So challenging point from the capture technology actually. And another thing already in our hand, the technology, everything is okay, no problem. We can do that. The point only in the capture technology. And then second one, how to make sure to anybody, to all of us, that the CCS is important. That's the point. Because now there is misunderstanding. There is misperception, because everybody say that, oh, in 2060 there is no fossil fuel anymore. So we don't need the CCS, we don't need the CCUS, etc., etc. That's the point. Even in the Indonesian government, 10 years period to make sure they are aware. 10 years. I start from 2010 or 2012 actually, and now the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, okay, the CCS, CCUS is very important. That's the point. That's the challenge for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wawan. So basically, one of the main problem is, of course, the economy. And the second one is the mindset, whether to think of it as, is it important or not? Basically something like that.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So the next question is for Dr. Grandprix. I believe there is no such thing as a superior material. Based on your experience, what are the drawbacks of hierarchical zeolite in the application for biomass production? So here's
yeah, thank you. The thing is, I believe there is a superior material. What I don't believe is the presence of perfect materials. So for example, the hierarchical zeolite is, in terms of catalytic application, they are generally superior compared to the microporous, the purely microporous zeolites. However, up to now, the concern in the utilization of hierarchical zeolites is basically the economical point of view, because you need, of course, the cost to produce hierarchical zeolite is relatively higher compared to that of conventional zeolite. There is the drawbacks. The second is probably the stability, because if we introduce too much hierarchy, if we introduce too much larger porosity, the structural integrity of the zeolite will be less than the purely microporous zeolite. So that's the two drawbacks in the utilization of hierarchical zeolite from the economical point of view and application point of view. From the application point of view, the drawback condition is met only when we introduce too much mesoporosity or too much larger porosity. Thank you.
Yeah. So the problem is not exactly with so superior materials does exist, just with the hierarchical zeolite. It's just the matter of the percentage of the the pore size, basically the pore size distribution. Okay, the next one is, I believe, is Professor Wawan.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
How much does public policy can affect the situation with GHGs? Yeah, that's right. That's right. I like this question, actually. I like this question. I just would like to give information as in my slide previously. One, we have the carbon credit price, 15 or more, $15 per ton or more. So the CCS will be so interesting. Many oil company will try to implement this point. But unfortunately, Indonesian government do not like to have this incentive. For instance, actually this year, Finance Ministry said that we'll announce the government statement for incentive carbon credit. But the price is $2 per ton. $2 per ton only. So a lot of companies say to me, actually, Prof. Wawan, if the price of credit incentive only $2, I will be, this is not good enough, I think. I will send all of my CO2 to the air, because government give incentive much more so small.
It's too cheap.
Yeah, so cheap. Then and unfortunately, $2 per ton postponed. $2 postponed. It means that there is problem in the money in Indonesian government to cover that. That's the problem. So yes, the public policy can affect directly, because one, there is incentive more than $15 per ton, and many companies conduct the CCS and CCUS. So finally, GHG emission can reduce, getting better and better, because the volume very huge, around million ton, something like that, 100 million ton and something like so. No problem with the GHG emission. That's the point. Public policy is very important. So please, if one of you to be as the finance ministry, make government statement, the incentive more than $15 per ton. Europe, in Europe is $50 per ton in Europe. So no problem. But yes, they are rich country, but Indonesia is still in development country. Okay, that's all.
Okay. So which one should we? Can we just? I think we can just combine these two equations. Both of them is for Dr. Grandprix. The first one is the potential of zeolite for application in energy field, and the second one is as catalyst. Can we use zeolite to catalyze zeolite synthesis? Interesting. Okay, please, Dr. Grandprix.
Does zeolite have potential application in the energy field? Yes, as I have written in my title. So simply yes, as I have explained around 45 minutes to you all. So yes, simply yes for the first question. Can we use zeolite to catalyze zeolite synthesis? No, we cannot, because the synthesis of the zeolite, the synthesis of zeolite is performed in alkaline condition, in which the zeolite could be dissolved during the synthesis. But the thing is, we can convert a zeolite into another zeolite. Yes, we can use. We can. What we can do is converting the a zeolite into another zeolite. The process is called interzeolite conversion. That is what we can do. But can we use zeolite to catalyze zeolite synthesis? Simply no.
Okay, thank you. So, is it possible to use it to catalyze its own synthesis? The answer is no, but for application in energy, I think we all agree the answer is yes, as we have shown before, for biomass and also for hydrogen storage, as you explained before. Although it's still it needs some upgrading for the capabilities. Okay, the next question. This one is also for the Grandprix, I believe. How can you make sure that the product produced in the cracking of triglyceride using zeolite is hydrocarbon we need as fuel, like octane or isooctane?
How can I make sure? Characterize. So as a chemist, we need to characterize the products. For example, if we want to make sure whether this is the fuels that have the similar composition to that of the fossil-based fuel, we have to use the characterization. For example, we can use gas chromatography or gas chromatography equipped with mass spectrometry to make sure that the compositions are hydrocarbons. We have aromatics, we have paraffins, we have olefins, and something like that. So as a chemist, we need to perform characterization to make sure everything, to make sure the claim should be based on characterizations.
Okay, so basically we have to identify the products using characterization methods.
Yep.
So the next one is this one is for one. Yes.
Yeah, I think this one is for me. Very nice question as well. Very nice. There is dilemma. That's right. Maybe everybody here now that 3 or 4 years or 5 years ago, the government of Indonesia tried to build around 35 megawatt power plant using coal, using batu bara. And now I think a lot of the coal power plant, even in West Java, close to us in the Cirebon, there is a quite big coal power plant, so big coal power plant. And then now, electric supply for the West Java, I think oversupply. So why PLN open to all of you to increase your capacity in your home? Because the electricity in West Java now is oversupply. We have so many electricity from the coal power plant, but in another side, coal power plant as the biggest GHG emission. This is the dilemma. One side we need the electricity, and then another side there is GHG emission. So the answer, we have to implement the CCS and CCUS. That's the point. Because the GHG emission or CO2 emission from the coal power plant capture, and then you have the technology capture the cheaper one, for instance, capture, and then after capture, we press CO2 from gas phase to the liquid phase, and then transport, and everything is okay, inject into the subsurface to the 2 until 3 kilometer depth. Solve the problem. We have the electricity, and then we have clean environment in our area. That's the answer. But still problem. So please, all of you, to have and to conduct research to get the material for the capture. Of course, with the cheaper price.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Professor Wawan. So basically, what we have to do is provide an carbon capture technology that is feasible economically, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's right.
Yes. I think there is one last question that was pointed that by the host of the. Before that, I would like to invite a participant. If you still have question, please raise your hand or put the question on the AHA slide. Because if not, this will be our last question. This is for Dr. Granprix. If I'm not mistaken, zeolite is obtained from soil. How to distinguish soil that contains zeolite and which one does not? I think this one is for natural zeolite, I think.
Thank you. If you are not mistaken, in fact, you are mistaken. Zeolite, natural zeolite is obtained from soil, but not regular soil. The soil should be volcanic soil near the volcanic mountain, because the natural zeolite is created naturally because of the hydrothermal condition that is found near the volcanic activity. For example, in Indonesia, one of the largest site for natural zeolite is located in Lampung, because Lampung is close to the Krakatoa mountains. So in all the natural zeolite sites, they should be near or close to the volcanic mountain or the volcanic activity. Other than that, for synthetic zeolites, we need to perform the synthesis in the laboratory. And in the laboratory, we perform the synthesis that is mimicking the condition of the volcanic activity, which is the hydrothermal synthesis. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, it is from soil, but not exactly the everyday soil that we found like in front of our house, right? So it was somewhere in an extreme condition, like near a volcano or something, like perhaps near geothermal sources.
Geothermal site is also possible.
Yes, yes, okay. So I think that's all the questions. So thank you for the discussion and the presentation. As a token of our appreciation on behalf of Department of Chemistry Education, we would like to present you with this certificate. This one is for Dr. Granprix, and this one is for Professor Wawan. Of course, we will send this to your email. Thank you very much for your presentation and lectures and discussion. I would like to extend once again my deepest appreciation for your contribution. Before we close, perhaps a closing remarks from Professor Wawan and Dr. Granprix. Professor Wawan, perhaps you first.
Well, I first, yeah, I first, sorry, Pak Granprix. Yeah, I have the challenge to all of you as the chemist expertise, Now, I think just a few months ago, President of Jokowi stated about the battery. Indonesia should be as the hub and the main for the battery production. And then the main material for the battery is the nickel. We know that a lot of the soil in Indonesia contain of the nickel. Actually, now there is 3 layers in the mining of company in Indonesia, 3 layers. The first soil is take out, and the second soil, this is quite big volume. Now it's just get out, go to the something like that. I don't know. That's the environmental problem. And then the mining company take the 3rd layer, but the volume is so small. But the nickel come from the 2nd layer, is the very important and the key material for the battery. Battery need for the electrical vehicle, for the solar cell storage, and then for the wind storage, and etc. So please, you are as the chemist expertise, make the research how to get the nickel from the 2nd layer of the soil. That's the challenge for all of you. If you need much more information for that, please come and we can discuss much more detail about this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wawan. Dr. Granprix, please.
My closing statement?
Yes.
My closing statement is that I'm open for students from UPI and from other universities. We are very happy if we could work together. If you are chemists and work in the field of nanomaterials or catalysis or membranes, please come and join us in ITB. We have several scholarships. Also, you can also apply other scholarships such as LPDP or PNDSU. Please come and join us. Personally, I have a good track record working with UPI students. I am happy to have other UPI students in my laboratory in our institute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Granprix. Perhaps Bu Fitri, you have anything else to add? Okay, I think Bu Fitri is still busy. So before we close this session, can we please take a picture together, gentlemen? Okay, right. To all participants, please, can you please open your camera? Okay, we have. Okay, right. We're still waiting. Okay, we can start. Okay. For 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. And next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. And thank you again for our speakers. If you have other things, other activities, you can leave this session, but we still have. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much to
yes,
all of you.
thank you, thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Wawan, Pak Hafiz. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Ya, Pak Grand.
Ya, sehat-sehat
sampai ketemu
semuanya.
lagi.
Pak Hafiz.
Amin.
And all of you.
Sehat-sehat Bapak.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, for participants, there are a few things I would like to announce. First one is for tomorrow we have no lecture session, but still you have your assignment in Padlet. Also, please prepare your presentation for Sunday's for Sunday, because you are expected, perhaps some or all of you will present your works regarding the poster that you have posted in Padlet. Also, don't forget to like and comment on the website on Padlet for the posters. This is some of the posters that you have already uploaded. Also, the attendance links is already on the chat room. If you have, if you want to, please fill in the attendance link, because that would be part of your assignment. Okay, next. This is some of the posters that have been uploaded. Okay. Oh, this one is actually very technological. Some of them is in PDF, some of them is in JPEG or PNG. Okay, I think that should be enough for today. If you have any question, as always, you can ask us in the Telegram. Also, this Zoom meeting is recorded and live stream in YouTube, so you can always watch it in our YouTube channel, Departemen Pendidikan Kimia UPI. Perhaps Bu Fitri, you have anything else to add?
Yeah, Pak Hafiz, I guess the speaker already left.
Yes.
Yeah, very excuse for these conditions. Several agenda come in a row, even at the same time, then that I couldn't manage. Yeah. Of course, I put this program as a priority, but since I manage I have to manage other activities within the same time or period. So yeah, I really pity to unable to deliver our grateful to our speaker. Yeah, but anyway, today was successful. Yeah, 4 speakers already with us since the morning session. Incredible, incredible days, I guess. And even the participant never stopped to deliver questions. Really great, awesome for all of you. And also Pak Hafiz and the committee, yeah, very congratulate for your great hard working and your great effort for today. it almost, how to say, break the record, yeah, 4 speaker within a day. But I observe, I follow all participants still do enjoy, yeah, all sessions that can be reflected from the questions, from the comment, and so on. And thank you, everyone, especially for the participant who already prepared the poster in the Padlet. And yeah, tomorrow maybe you have a lot of time, yeah, to visit, to put the assignment or comment or review, yeah, each other. And then on Sunday, right?
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes,
on Sunday we will meet again for the presentations and followed by the closing ceremony, right?
Yes.
For this virtual summer school. Yeah, time flew so fast. Yeah, we opened this program on Monday, but now we almost come to the end, yeah, of the program. We do hope every single days, every single session that you've been follow, yeah, is very beneficial for all of you. And then yeah, again, as our main target of this program, yeah, hopefully, yeah, you are not only, how to say, obtaining the new knowledge, the new perspective, yeah, the new insights about sustainable development goal, especially about the role of green sustainable chemistry, but also, yeah, it also, how to say, improve your knowledge, yeah, your network. Since we have variety of participants, yeah, from different institutions, different country, and so on, yeah, hopefully it also good facilitations, yeah, for all of you to make a new friend. I see Hong An still with us, and also another new participants, yeah, and also a new student who just joined with us. So everyone have a great rest for today. Thank you for your great hard work today, and then very looking forward to see you all again on Sunday, yeah. And I'm really curious to see your presentations on Monday. That's all, maybe, Pak Hafid. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Bu Fitri, for your closing. I think that's all for today. This time we will close the session for today. So everyone, thank you for joining us for today, and you can take rest for tomorrow, and let us meet again on Sunday on 9 in the morning, Jakarta time, GMT +7. See you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you all. Thank you, the committee.
In the green premise of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung, West Java, the Department of Chemistry Education is one of the oldest departments in UPI, initially established as the Natural Science Program in 1954. The Department of Chemistry Education occupies Japanese architecture JICA building, whose name depicts strong collaboration with the Japan International Cooperation Agency. We provide an academic atmosphere for a satisfying experience in studying chemistry and chemistry education. Aligned with the UPI's vision, the Department of Chemistry Education under the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Education is determined to be a leading and outstanding department in chemistry and chemistry education. The Department of Chemistry Education strives to prepare professional chemistry teachers and chemists who can compete globally, also establish and strengthen national, regional, and international networks. These missions are supported by 7 professors and 40 academics, consisting of 24 lecturers holding a doctoral degree, and 16 lecturers are prospective doctoral candidates. The Department of Chemistry Education offers 4 study programs, including Bachelor of Chemistry, Bachelor of Chemistry Education, Master of Chemistry, and Master of Chemistry Education programs. 3 study programs have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Council for Higher Education. This rank indicates high qualification and recognition of study programs in fulfilling the national education standards. For Master of Chemistry program as a new study program has met the minimum requirements for accreditation. The 4 study programs are now undergoing the accreditation process by the International Accreditation Board. With the existence of educational and non-educational programs, the Department of Chemistry Education implements the cross-fertilization principle to build synergy between the 2 programs and strengthen the 3 pillars of higher education that consist of education, research, and community service. The curriculum structure in the Department of Chemistry Education is designed to prepare students either for professional work or for graduate studies. At the bachelor level, students will be studying fundamentals of chemistry, analytical chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, biochemistry, applied chemistry, lab experiments, and additional course of chemistry education for students of the educational program. While at the master level, students will be exposed to a more comprehensive knowledge and research of chemistry, chemistry education, and their applications. The Department of Chemistry Education is supported by 4 expertise or research groups in the chemistry program and 7 in the chemistry education program to excel at the 3 pillars of higher education. The chemistry program specializes in material chemistry, environmental chemistry, biological chemistry, and food chemistry. Material chemistry group focuses on the transformation of biomaterials or waste materials into nanomaterials, porous materials, and hybrid materials that can be used as catalysts, corrosion inhibitors, adsorbents, and membranes. Environmental Chemistry Group conducts research on bionutrients, biohydrogels, membranes, thin films, bionanomaterials, nanocomposites, and modeling studies. Food Chemistry Group manages research on food fortification, food preservation, functional food, food safety and security, aiming to produce high-quality food. Biological Chemistry Group researches exploration and modification of natural products from Indonesia that can be useful for application in environment, energy, health, and food. The expertise group in the chemistry education program consists of chemistry literacy for education for sustainable development or ESD and teacher professional development, high-order thinking skills or HOTS in chemistry education, chemistry in context or ChemiCon, read, answer, discuss, explain, create curriculum, problem-based learning, intertextuality in chemistry learning, innovative assessment in chemistry, and digital media for learning chemistry. The research development at the Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated through many research grants worth billions of rupiah each year, local, national, and international fellowships, and strengthened through partnerships with government, industry, research institutes, and other higher education institutions. The Department of Chemistry Education provides students with facilities to support all student activities from learning to student well-being. The teaching and learning process are conducted in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. The Department of Chemistry Education is facilitated with the smart class equipped with a smart board and sophisticated audio-visual media to support digital-based learning and interactive and collaborative teaching. To carry out independent learning and e-learning, the Department of Chemistry Education also uses the Learning Management System or LMS established by the university, such as Integrated Online Learning System or SPOT and Online Learning System or SPADA. These platforms enable an easy and more flexible learning process. The Department of Chemistry Education has 9 laboratories equipped with standard and advanced instruments to support practicum and research, including Laboratory of Basic Chemistry and Analytical Chemistry, Laboratory of Physical Chemistry and Inorganic Chemistry, Laboratory of Organic Chemistry and Biochemistry, Laboratory of Analytical Instruments, Laboratory of Teaching and Learning to support chemistry learning simulation and research in the chemistry education program, and 4 research laboratories. The laboratories are accessible to all staff and students of UPI as well as external researchers. To promote safe practice, the labs are equipped with safety equipment, standard operating procedures or SOPs, and personal protective equipment or PPE. In addition to standard laboratory equipment, students and staff can access various instruments including UV-Vis spectrophotometer, Fourier transform infrared or FTIR spectrometer, high performance liquid chromatography or HPLC, gas chromatography mass spectrometry or GCMS, atomic absorption spectrophotometer or AAS, liquid chromatography with tandem mass spectrometry or LCMS-MS, thermogravimetric analyzer, and computational modeling facility. Other supporting facilities served for students to have a convenient learning experience include library, language center, art and sports facilities, University Training Center or Isla Resort, Center for Counseling and Guidance, Career Development Center, Polyclinic, Mosque, Student Center, and Student Dormitory. The Department of Chemistry Education has established collaborations with national and international institutions, including research collaboration, joint publications, visiting lecturers or researchers, students' mobility, internship programs, staff development, and community services. To promote international engagement, the Department of Chemistry Education also holds an international summer school annually, where students from all over the world can connect and meet experts. We also allow students to absorb knowledge and experience a new learning atmosphere across countries through a student mobility program. The successful outcomes of learning and research activities at the Department of Chemistry Education are depicted through students' achievements. Becoming medalist in Chemistry National Olympiad and Micro-Teaching Competition, receiving grants for Student Creativity Program, publishing papers in reputable international journals, and receiving intellectual property rights for the research work are to name a few. To encourage vibrant life and make the most of university life, students are offered plenty of opportunities to connect with other students and improve soft skills. These include community service programs, workshops, sports, art, and extracurricular activities. The student body routinely organizes numerous events involving societies and schools such as Dies Natalis, Chemistry Expo, seminars, and charities. To date, graduates of the Department of Chemistry Education have contributed to the development of education and research. Welcome to Department of Chemistry Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Department of Chemistry Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding.